Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The Hunt. Changpan Forest, a sprawling primeval wilderness, stretches between Changpan and Nibi cities and touches the vast Chengdu continent. It's a land of ancient trees and deep secrets, home to millions of diverse Pokémon across its 3 million square kilometers. Deep within its shadowy embrace, a young man with a black ponytail, roughly 1.7 meters tall, ran with a mix of fear and exhilaration on his face. He glanced back, a purple blur tearing through the undergrowth behind him. The creature was powerful and impossibly agile, effortlessly weaving around fallen trees and tangled vines. It left a distinct, winding trail in the tall grass. The beast was a wild Arbok, its body over 5 meters long and a half-meter high at the shoulder. Its neck frill, flared wide, displayed a pair of symmetrical, devilish patterns that seemed to stare into the soul, sending a shiver of primal fear through anyone who saw them. This Arbok was a king of its domain, a creature with no natural predators. Its venom was potent enough to kill a human in minutes. Only the fact that it was weakened from molting gave the young man a fighting chance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of the Arbok's pursuit grew closer, and Hsoka's lips twisted into a bitter smile. If he'd had any choice, he would have avoided this encounter. But he had a plan, and if everything went right, the danger would be worth it. The thought of the reward made the last of his worry fade, replaced by a surge of confident purpose. "Lulu, how much longer until you can use teleport?" he asked, tightening his grip on the small Pokémon in his arms. A tiny green head, topped with 2 red horns and a shock of bowl-cut hair, peeked out from his camouflage jacket collar. The creature was a Ralts, a Pokémon that looked like a little human girl. "Just 10 more breaths. Lulu can use teleport," her childlike voice echoed in his mind, thanks to her unique ability to communicate through telepathy. 10 seconds. Hsoka pressed the Ralts back into his jacket, took a deep breath, and sprinted with all his might toward the northeast. He was aiming for a specific cliff gap, one he had measured to the centimeter, a precise 103.2 meters long. His life depended on that number. 10 seconds flew by. The Arbok was now only about 30 meters behind him. To avoid its venomous spray, he had to run in a smallest pattern, which, along with the difficult terrain, prevented him from reaching his top speed. He burst from the final bush, a sheer, bottomless cliff opening before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself forward, his right foot stomping hard on the cliff's edge. The force propelled him into the air, his body arcing like an eagle in flight. "Lulu, teleport," he roared. A mysterious force enveloped him, and he felt the disorienting, tearing sensation of space bending around him. The joy of survival washed over his face. In the next instant, he vanished and reappeared on the opposite side of the chasm. Hsoka landed hard on the grass, but the pain was forgotten in a fit of triumphant laughter. He sat up, gave a hearty whoop, and flipped a middle finger to the enraged Arbok roaring across the chasm. The bounty was a success. He had calculated the distance perfectly. Ralt's maximum teleport range was 100 meters. The 3.2 meters he had made up with his jump was all it took to complete the mission. Having spent 15 years in this world, Hsoka felt a quiet sense of detachment. As he pushed his bicycle through the bustling heart of Tokiwa City, a wave of loneliness washed over him. He was a man out of time, a former economics and mathematics scholar from another life. In that life, he had been an overachiever. He turned down a high-paying corporate job to start his own business, a venture that had seen him rise, fall, and rise again over 2 decades. In the end, he'd sold off his shares and became a world traveler, until a plane crash brought everything to an end. When he awoke, he was a baby abandoned at an orphanage in a world he only knew from an animated series. Fortunately, this world, as fantastical as it was also highly developed. Social welfare was comprehensive. At age 3, orphans began 6 years of basic education, followed by 4 years of vocational training. This allowed them to learn a trade and become self-sufficient by the time they left the orphanage at 13. Hsoka chose to study drug identification and tree fruit cultivation. While modern medicine here could cure cancer with ease, ancient herbal remedies were still vital for treating rare or complex illnesses. This made the medicinal market incredibly lucrative, especially in Tokiwa City, which bordered the vast natural apothecary of Changpan Forest. A good bargain. Hsoka parked his bicycle outside Changxiating, a pharmacy that had been a pillar of Tokiwa City for a century. The bounty mission he had just completed, the one involving the wild Arbok, had been commissioned by this very store through the Pokémon Center. Inside, a spherical, middle-aged man was examining the Arbok skin Hsoka had brought. He carefully snipped a small piece with a silver pair of scissors, chewing it with a look of pure delight. TSK, the finest Arbok skin, the man said, his eyes half closed in bliss. Shed less than 3 days ago. Premium quality. The taste is bitter, but with a sweet aftertaste. This Arbok was in its prime and in perfect health. Boss Fu, let's skip the theatrics, Hsoka said, tapping his fingers on the counter as he sat in a swivel chair. I'll sell you all the skin, but you have to pay me now. You've known me for a while, Boss Fu said, rubbing his hands together with a broad smile. You know my reputation is impeccable. We've done business together many times. Wild Arbok skin is 200 alliance coins per gram, but for this quality, I'll pay you a quarter more. The whole thing weighs 1,200 grams. He continued his calculation. Add the 50,000 alliance coin reward we promised for the bounty, and that's a total of 350,000 alliance coins for you. Hsoka knew the man was a shrewd bargainer, but he was also honest. He took a green card with a red and white Pokeball design from his pocket, a standard Pokemon Alliance bank card with a 1 million coin limit, and slid it across the counter. Walking out of the gate of Changxiating, it was completely dark outside. Changpan City is a city suitable for retirement and vacation. There are no high-rise buildings or endless traffic in international metropolises. Most of the local residents here are white-haired old people. However, due to the prosperity of the medicinal materials market, many herbalists and bounty hunters who come here to seek their fortune provide a unique and lively atmosphere for this city surrounded by forests. After buying some snacks that Lulu likes and some daily necessities in the department store, Hsoka rode a cross-country bicycle back to his house in the suburbs, which is a small European-style villa with a backyard. Changpan City is vast and sparsely populated, so the housing prices here are really cheap compared to the metropolis of Jinwang City in the Kanto region, especially for houses in the suburbs. The money that can only buy a toilet in Jinwang City can buy a duplex villa with a garden in the suburbs of Changpan City. After taking a bath, Hsoka carried Lulu into the study and coaxed the little guy to play aside. He sat on a chair and opened the laptop on the desk. As a top student in mathematics and economics in his previous life, Hsoka was very sensitive to numbers and made full use of his advantage in numbers in training Pokemon. He opened an encrypted folder and double-clicked a file in it. The first thing that appeared on the computer desktop was a reduced 3D model of Lalulas, and on its left was a unique 6-dimensional data chart. Lalulas, HP D, Attack D, Defense D, Special Attack B, Special Defense C, Speed C+. Lalulas was hatched from an unknown Pokemon egg that Hsoka bought from a poacher organization 2 years ago. This kind of Pokemon egg of unknown origin is usually much cheaper than the market price, but it also cost him a whole year of savings. Of course, it was also God's blessing that this Pokemon egg that might even hatch a dead pet actually hatched Lalulas, a psychic Pokemon that is quite rare even in the Hoenn region. After that, with the help of Lalulas, Hsoka also embarked on the path of a bounty hunter. From the simplest collection of herbs and fruits at the beginning, to the later deep into the evergreen forest and risking their lives to find various rare medicinal plants with extremely high value. The cooperation between one person and one pet was seamless, and a large amount of funds was accumulated in just 2 years. No matter which world, although money is not omnipotent, it is absolutely difficult to move forward without it. Money does not only refer to money, but also represents resources and economy. Even elementary school students playing King of Glory know that if the economy is high to a certain extent, they can win the game by attacking. Since he has embarked on the path of a bounty hunter, and is the most dangerous lone ranger among them, Hsoka must consider all aspects in the most comprehensive way, not only for himself, but also for that innocent child. Thinking of this, Hsoka couldn't help but look back at the little one in the corner of the study who was playing happily with a ball controlled by telekinesis. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he turned around and started typing on the keyboard. First of all, a powerful and comprehensive bounty hunter must have 6 Pokémon with different functions, and the selection must not be based on attribute restraint or even appearance beauty like a trainer. Because the bounty hunter profession is more likely to face the dangers of nature and the threats of wild Pokémon groups. The Pokémon lineup must have different functions, but can complement each other to form a comprehensive and perfect small combat team. Hsoka divided these 6 Pokémon into 6 categories according to their respective functions. 1. Speed Attacker has powerful physical attack and excellent agility, but lacks defense, can kill people in seconds, but can also be easily killed in seconds. 2. Tank Player has a huge body and amazing physical defense and special defense, is the meat shield of the team, but lags behind in agility and is easily kite. 3. Turret Player has terrifying single-target skills and range damage skills that can kill with one shot. 4. Scout, usually played by flying Pokémon, they are naturally gifted in this aspect. 5. Supporter, temporarily played by Lariulus. 6. Team Doctor, Pokémon that can learn healing skills. The best choice is Happiny. These 6 Pokémon with different functions but can complement each other are the most perfect team combination in Hsoka's mind. And the second Pokémon he most urgently needs is the first type of Speed Attacker. He had not cultivated a second Pokémon before because of insufficient funds. Cultivating Psychic Pokémon is much more expensive than Pokémon of other attributes. He cultivated Pokémon as his partners who fought side by side. He would either not choose them or provide them with the best environment and treatment in all aspects. As for the Speed Attacker, Hsoka had considered it for a long time. What his team urgently needed was a main output Pokémon. The lack of this aspect also prevented him from accepting some tasks that were well paid but had certain risks. Scyther was eliminated. Hsoka deleted a picture, and the only one left on the computer desktop was a picture of a black cat-shaped Pokémon with pointed ears and claws. Yura. Attributes: Evil Ice. HPC: Attack A. Defense D. Special Attack D. Special Defense C. Speed A+. Based on some memories of the previous life and the knowledge learned in this life, Hsoka will abbreviate the detailed data of some Pokémon into a 6-dimensional 3D picture. The advantage of this is that it can be seen at a glance when comparing data. From the above data, it can be seen that Pokémon like Yura almost perfectly meets all the requirements of a Speed Attacker, a perfect assassin, high physical attack, high speed, and also a fragile skin. In terms of skill selection, Yura can learn the evil high attack skill Street Knife Trial by itself, followed by the Freezing Punch and Tile Splitting that can be obtained with the help of the Learning Machine, plus a buff skill Sword Dance with additional attack. This is the most suitable skill combination for Yura after Hsoka's multiple data comparisons. As the last letter was typed, Hsoka put his hands together and placed them on the tip of his nose, his eyes lost in thought. Pokémon are actually not much different from humans. They have IQs far exceeding those of ordinary animals, and rich emotions comparable to those of humans. Just like humans, the analogy gap between individuals and between races is also huge. Each Pokémon has limited energy. They can indeed learn many skills, but there are actually few that can really exert powerful power or even surpass the power of the skill itself. Therefore, in terms of training Pokémon, After decades of exploration, the Alliance still recommends that trainers focus on training 4 main skills. Don't think that this is just an ordinary training suggestion, but it can bring the combat ability of an ordinary Pokémon to the limit. Practice makes perfect is never a simple idiom. In the early morning, the gentle south wind blows across the entire Viridian city with the breath of the forest. The rising sun heralds the arrival of a new day. It was May, and the weather was the most comfortable. Hsoka, wearing a black high-necked short-sleeved shirt with a Pokémon ball pattern on the back, slowly walked into his back garden. This garden, which covers an area of about 120 square meters, planted many tree fruits and various medicinal plants. There were no precious varieties, but they were all in great demand on the market. With Hsoka's superb cultivation and grafting techniques, the quality of these tree fruits and medicinal plants was much better than most of the same merchandise on the market. He stretched lazily, then Hsoka's legs slightly bent, and then the whole person stretched upward like a spring. With a swish, he jumped nearly 2 meters high, and with a slight fold of his right hand, he picked a peach-like fruit from the tree next to him. This is a sweet peach, which has a very good detoxification effect. If the trainer is accidentally poisoned in the wild and has no detoxification medicament on him, then the wild sweet peach is their life-saving medicine. Of course, if you're bitten directly by a poisonous monster like Arbok, don't expect the peach to work. If there is no Pokemon Center around, or you don't have top-level detoxification medicament, then you'd better wait for death quietly. Take a bite. It's full/juicy, very sweet, and even has some milky flavor. The peach is not only a good detoxification medicine, but also a necessary material for some famous snacks and energy blocks. It is also very nutritious if eaten raw. In his previous life, Hsoka was an extreme sports enthusiast, and he had very high requirements for personal physical fitness. It happened that the people in this world were born with much stronger physical fitness than the people on Earth. In addition to active exercise since childhood, it was a piece of cake for him to jump more than 2 meters high in the air. In addition to having sufficient knowledge of wilderness survival and professional team combination, a qualified bounty hunter must also have a strong body, because it will save your life at a critical moment. Breakfast is ready. Hsoka, come and eat. The babyish voice of a little girl sounded in my mind. I looked back and saw that little Lulu was walking in from the door. The interesting thing was that there was a plate of steaming steak and a cup of milk on her head. Speaking of this Hsoka, sometimes I have to admire myself. He spent more than half a year teaching Lalulas how to cook. When cooking, because Lalulas does not have flexible fingers like humans, she must multitask, use her telekinesis to control the knife to cut vegetables, control the food to stir-fry, control the seasoning, etc. At the beginning, making food was a huge challenge for Lulu, who was still in her initial form, because her mental strength was still too weak. However, with the accumulation of failures, this food-making training method really increased Lulu's mental strength in a short period of time. The steak was fragrant and tender, cooked to perfection, with just the right amount of cumin and pepper. As long as conditions allowed, Hsoka would never treat himself badly when it came to food. This cup of milk from a large milk can alone was worth 500 Alliance coins, because it was just airlifted from a famous farm in Chengdu this morning. The milk from the large milk can have very high nutritional value, and long-term consumption was extremely beneficial to physical fitness and brain development. Yura. Attributes: Evil Ice. HPC. Attack A. Defense D. Special Attack D. Special Defense C. Speed A+. Based on some memories of the previous life and the knowledge learned in this life, Hsoka will abbreviate the detailed data of some Pokemon into a 6-dimensional 3D picture. The advantage of this is that it can be seen at a glance when comparing data. From the above data, it can be seen that Pokemon like Yura almost perfectly meets all the requirements of a speed attacker, a perfect assassin, high physical attack, high speed, and also a fragile skin. In terms of skill selection, Yura can learn the evil high attack skill Street Knife Trial by itself, followed by the freezing punch and tile splitting that can be obtained with the help of the learning machine. plus a buff skill sword dance with additional attack. This is the skill combination that Hsoka finds most suitable for Yura after multiple data comparisons. As the last letter was typed, Hsoka put his hands together and placed them on the tip of his nose, his eyes lost in thought. Pokémon are actually not much different from humans. They have IQs far exceeding those of ordinary animals, and rich emotions comparable to those of humans. Just like humans, the analogy gap between individuals and between races is also huge. Each Pokémon has limited energy. They can indeed learn many skills, but there are actually few that can really exert powerful power or even surpass the power of the skill itself. Therefore, in terms of training Pokémon, after decades of exploration, the Alliance still recommends that trainers focus on training 4 main skills. Don't think that this is just an ordinary training suggestion, but it can bring the combat ability of an ordinary Pokémon to the limit. Practice makes perfect is never a simple idiom. In the early morning, the gentle south wind blows across the entire Viridian city with the breath of the forest. The rising sun heralds the arrival of a new day. It was May, and the weather was the most comfortable. Hsoka, wearing a black high-necked short-sleeved shirt with a Pokémon ball pattern on the back, slowly walked into his back garden. This garden, which covers an area of about 120 square meters, planted many tree fruits and various medicinal plants. There were no precious varieties, but they were all in great demand on the market. With Hsoka's superb cultivation and grafting techniques, the quality of these tree fruits and medicinal plants was much better than most of the same merchandise on the market. He stretched lazily, then Hsoka's legs slightly bent, and then the whole person stretched upward like a spring. With a swish, he jumped nearly 2 meters high, and with a slight fold of his right hand, he picked a peach-like fruit from the tree next to him. This is a sweet peach, which has a very good detoxification effect. If the trainer is accidentally poisoned in the wild and has no detoxification medicament on him, then the wild sweet peach is their life-saving medicine. Of course, if you're bitten directly by a poisonous monster like Arbok, don't expect the peach to work. If there is no Pokémon Center around, or you don't have top-level detoxification medicament, then you'd better wait for death quietly. Take a bite. It's full/juicy, very sweet, and even has some milky flavor. The peach is not only a good detoxification medicine, but also a necessary material for some famous snacks and energy blocks. It is also very nutritious if eaten raw. In his previous life, Hsoka was an extreme sports enthusiast, and he had very high requirements for personal physical fitness. It happened that the people in this world were born with much stronger physical fitness than the people on Earth. In addition to active exercise since childhood, it was a piece of cake for him to jump more than 2 meters high in the air. In addition to having sufficient knowledge of wilderness survival and professional team combination, a qualified bounty hunter must also have a strong body, because it will save your life at a critical moment. Breakfast is ready. Hsoka, come and eat. The babyish voice of a little girl sounded in my mind. I looked back and saw that little Lulu was walking in from the door. The interesting thing was that there was a plate of steaming steak and a cup of milk on her head. Speaking of this Hsoka, sometimes I have to admire myself. He spent more than half a year teaching Lalulas how to cook. When cooking, because Lalulas does not have flexible fingers like humans, she must multitask, use her telekinesis to control the knife to cut vegetables, control the food to stir-fry, control the seasoning, etc. At the beginning, making food was a huge challenge for Lulu, who was still in her initial form, because her mental strength was still too weak. However, with the accumulation of failures, this food-making training method really increased Lulu's mental strength in a short period of time. The steak was fragrant and tender, cooked to perfection, with just the right amount of cumin and pepper. As long as conditions allowed, Hsoka would never treat himself badly when it came to food. This cup of milk from a large milk can alone was worth 500 Alliance coins, because it was just airlifted from a famous farm in Chengdu this morning. The milk from the large milk can had very high nutritional value, and long-term consumption was extremely beneficial to physical fitness and brain development. After a wonderful breakfast, Hsoka started his morning training. He was strict not only with Pokémon, but also with his own physical training. From the rows of professional fitness equipment in the yard, we can see how much energy he usually spends on physical training. After a simple warm-up exercise, Hsoka began to squat, leaning forward with his hands spread out to do a standard push-up posture. Looking up at Lalula's not far away, the little guy knew what his master meant without words. Lulu is coming. I only heard Lalula's cheerful cry, jumping from the dining table to the ground, and then a few ups and downs, landing steadily on Hsoka's back, with his short and cute legs kneeling like a lady. At this moment, the red eyes hidden under Lalula's green bowl cover glowed with a faint blue light, and she waved her little hand, and the light blue fluorescent light instantly spread to Hsoka's whole body. Feeling the pressure from all parts of his body, Hsoka smiled comfortably and said softly, "Too light, increase the force." "Lulu knows." Lalula's shouted softly, opened his hands forcefully, and the light blue telekinesis light suddenly became stronger, and a huge force that could send ordinary people flying instantly pressed Hsoka's whole body. Huh. Hsoka exhaled lightly, and the comfortable smile on his face had long disappeared, replaced by a firm look with soared eyebrows raised, legs slowly raised in the air, and arms up and down to do extremely standard Russian push-ups. Russian push-ups are more than 10 times more difficult than ordinary people's push-ups. Ordinary people can't even do this posture, but Hsoka easily completes this action under the full pressure of telekinesis. While Hsoka was exercising, Lalula's training did not fall behind. She has been carefully controlling her own telekinesis so that every bit of its force is evenly distributed throughout the owner's body. The force cannot be too great, otherwise it will hurt the owner's body. It can't be too small, otherwise the effect of the exercise will be flawed, and the strength required for each part is also different. This series of requirements made Lalula's dare not be distracted at all, and he concentrated all his spirit to manipulate his own telekinesis. In this process, Lalula's mental power consumption will be 3.56 times that of usual. This is the conclusion drawn by Hsoka after many calculations. Just like exercising muscles, you need to tear old muscles to grow new muscles. The same is true for exercising the mental power of psychic Pokémon. The original mental power is quickly consumed and then slowly recovered. Over time, the mental power of psychic Pokémon will become stronger and stronger. Coupled with meticulous operation and control, this will also make Lulu handy in using skills in the future, as subtle as a needle. After 2 hours of physical exercise, Hsoka took a cold shower and returned to the garden, while Lulu temporarily slept in the room because of excessive mental power consumption. Wearing only a pair of black shorts, with a strong upper body, it is hard to imagine that this is the body of a 15-year-old boy with perfect 6 chocolate abdominal muscles, a male dog waist, a mermaid line, and 2 strong ribs. Interestingly, there is a Q version of Lalula's tattoo on his left chest, which makes people not only cold. Hsoka had the habit of tattooing in his previous life, but at that time, it was a Heilung jade pattern. In this life, in order to commemorate the first Pokemon he got, he tattooed this Q version of Lalula's a year ago. The little one was happy for several months at that time. Every time he saw his tattoo on his master after taking a bath, he always wanted to rub it, turn on the computer, and enter the Bounty Hunter website. Trainers with Bounty Hunter qualifications can accept or publish tasks on this website. Of course, ordinary people can also log into the Hunter website to publish tasks, but the prerequisite is to pay a high deposit, and because of the strong monitoring of the Alliance, the tasks published on the Bounty Hunter official website must be legal. Therefore, the bounties of most tasks on the Hunter official website are not actually high. If you want to make a lot of money as a bounty hunter, you must go gray or black. The amount of bounty for those tasks is really shocking. Hsoka has no idea of making a lot of money for the time being. He doesn't even have a second Pokemon. Taking those gray and black tasks is undoubtedly a dead end. People can be unintelligent, but must know themselves. Enter the word in the search bar of the official website, and hundreds of search results popped up in the next second. The main habitat of is the Silver Mountains in Chengdu. However, since the evergreen forest spans the two major regions of Kanto and Chengdu, sometimes the native Pokémon in the Chengdu area accidentally break into the evergreen forest. Most of the Pokémon that accidentally break into the evergreen forest are not very good. They are either killed by other wild Pokémon or captured by poachers. After all, Pokémon from other places can often be sold at a high price in other regions. Really, as the search information was eliminated one by one, Hsoka actually found the information he was interested in. Aura is a cunning and vicious Pokémon with an extremely aggressive personality, or most evil Pokémon have this personality. And because the Aura clan is a group Pokémon, when hunting or migrating, there are often more than 10 or 20 of them together. So the Aura clan can be regarded as a small tyrant in the Silver Mountains, especially when their number is too large. Even the real overlord of the Silver Mountains, Banhila, dare not easily provoke them. I have found traces of the rare Pokémon Aura, which is only found in the Chengdu area, in the southern part of the Evergreen Forest, and the other party is still injured. Now it is sold for 5,000 Alliance coins. The detailed discovery address is sold. If you're interested, hurry up, no bargaining. Attached below is a photo of Aura. It may be because it was a little dark when it was taken, so the photo looks a little blurry, but you can still see a black cat-type Pokémon sitting on a tree trunk, holding a caterpillar corpse that has been cut into 2 pieces in its hands. The news was released at 5:15 a.m. yesterday, and the number of sales is still 0, but it is certain that it is Aura, but whether it is injured or not, Hsoka dare not assert it. The authenticity of the news released on the Bounty Hunter official website is beyond doubt, but it is acceptable for the seller to exaggerate or simply modify the news in order to sell it more smoothly. Direct, one-click purchase. The price of 5,000 Alliance coins is not too expensive for Hsoka, and if someone takes the initiative because of a short period of hesitation, it will be a real regret. Almost at the moment of payment, an email popped up in the lower right corner of the desktop, which contained the detailed coordinates of the seller's last sighting of Aura in the southern area of Viridian Forest and some reference scenery pictures. After sharing the information on the handheld computer next to him, Hsoka was ready to leave immediately after Lalula's woke up completely. He also took this opportunity to prepare some corresponding tools. He did not expect to be able to capture Lalula's the first time. If he could meet Lalula's and stick the tracking device on him, it would be the biggest gain of this trip. Food, pure water, detoxification medicament, good wound medicine, camping tent. This time, we are tracking and capturing a wild Pokémon. We may stay in the Evergreen Forest for several days, so these things are indispensable. Because the space technology of this world is highly developed, it only takes an ordinary space folding backpack to hold so many outdoor equipment, and you will not feel any weight. It can be said to be very convenient. Hsoka's camouflage space folding backpack is an enhanced version, and the price is 3 times that of an ordinary folding backpack. It is fireproof, knife-proof, waterproof, and has a special fingerprint unlocking setting, an emergency parachute device, and an emergency oxygen cylinder. The biggest drawback at present is that Lalula's is a psychic Pokémon. Her current main output skill is telekinesis, and psychic skills are completely ineffective against evil Pokémon. Of course, if the strength of both sides is very different, the natural restraint of attributes can be broken, but it is obvious that Lulu's strength is far from reaching that realm. So considering how to use some not too excessive means to win when the attributes are completely restrained once a head-on battle is needed, thinking of this, Hsoka couldn't help but smile slightly and took down a keyed iron box from the shelf in the warehouse. Opening the iron box, various silver steel items came into view, including 8mm diameter steel balls, cold and slender steel needles, thick/large and ferocious steel nails, and the most frightening steel cones. These little things were customized by Hsoka, and the materials used were all cold steel, which had very high hardness and toughness. Combined with Lulu's telekinetic control, these steel balls, steel needles, steel nails, and steel cones are bullets, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. The purpose of the mission is to subdue the beast rather than kill it, so only steel balls are needed. Since telekinesis is ineffective against it, telekinesis can be used to control the steel balls to attack it remotely. Of course, in order to prevent some accidents, some steel needles and nails are also needed. These small killing weapons are placed in the multifunctional tactical belt carried with them. With the last tactical folding knife inserted into the boots, the preliminary preparations for this mission are also completed. Camouflage jackets are essential clothing for adventures in the forest. They not only deceive human eyes, but also often deceive the eyes of some Pokémon. Hsoka rode on the cross-country bike. Lulu's, who had just woken up, yawned cutely and then used telekinesis to control his body to float to his master's shoulder. His little head lay on Hsoka's neck, and from time to time he rubbed his neck with his green bowl-shaped head. The multifunctional sports watch was connected to the handheld computer, and the coordinates of the newly purchased were entered into the watch. The system began to navigate automatically. As soon as Hsoka stepped forward, the cross-country bike began to drive towards the Chongpan Forest in front. The Chongpan Forest is a paradise for insect-type Pokémon. The insect-type Pokémon living here can be counted in billions, especially the iconic insect-type Pokémon in the Kanto region, the green caterpillar. Almost the moment you step into the forest, you can see a few green caterpillars crawling on the branches of the surrounding trees, lazily eating leaves. Caterpillars are the most numerous Pokémon in Evergreen Forest, but they are also the Pokémon at the bottom of the food chain. Compared with the equally weak unicorn beetle, since the other party is a bee larva, hundreds of adult giant bees will protect their larvae around. Caterpillars are not such good parents. Butterfree will not take care of these larvae after giving birth to them, so caterpillars have become the best hunting targets for Pidgeot and Spearow. Slow action speed, weak strength, and the natural restraint of bird Pokémon on insect Pokémon. This is simply a fat lamb at the fingertips of Pidgeot and Spearow. Hsoka found a hidden corner, marked the surroundings, and covered the cross-country bicycle with a piece of camouflage canvas, and then covered it with some weeds and branches. Continuing to go deeper into the forest is dense vines and bushes. It is difficult to ride a cross-country bicycle in it. It can only be temporarily placed in this place and come out after the task is completed. This place is still some distance from the coordinates where it was found. He must speed up. He put Lulu's into the collar of his jacket, and Hsoka jumped onto the tree trunk beside him and then jumped up immediately. With his strong body coordination, he ran quickly between the trees like a Taoist version of Tarzan. When he encountered trees that were too far apart or there were small canyon cracks, he directly let Lulu's use instant teleportation. Finally, when the sky was dim and the sunset was about to fall, Hsoka dragged his already tired body to the location of the coordinates. According to the scenery in the picture, there's a small pond 30 meters to the left. Hsoka looked around and saw a pond exactly the same as the one in the picture. At the same time, he also found some remains of the green caterpillar under a big tree. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the residue left by the after eating. Have you fallen to the point of hunting green caterpillars? Hsoka squatted down and looked at the remains on the ground with a strange look in his eyes. There is no doubt that the hyena is a carnivorous Pokémon, but not every carnivorous Pokémon likes to eat caterpillars. The iconic V-shaped antennae of the caterpillar will emit an unbearable stench when attacked. Therefore, except for some bird Pokémon, caterpillars are not on the menu of other carnivorous Pokémon, and research materials also clearly record that the hyena never hunts caterpillars. There is only one exception, that is, when a hyena cannot obtain more advanced meat. In order to survive, it can only hunt the most easily available meat in this forest. The hyena is a social Pokémon. Their habits are very similar to the African hyenas on the Earth in the previous life. When they are numerous, they dare to challenge Banjira. However, don't underestimate the individual combat ability of the hyena. Combined with its cunning and fierce character, there are actually not many Pokémon in the Evergreen Forest that can threaten it. It was already too late, and his body was already exhausted after a long journey. Hsoka was ready to take a good rest, replenish food, and then go to track down the When camping in the wild, remember that you must not place the tent near a water source. Otherwise, you'll be easily attacked by wild Pokémon who come to drink water when you rest at night. Hsoka's tent is an inflatable camping tent recently launched by the Silph Corporation. It does not need to be installed manually. It is made of special rubber and can adapt to various terrains in the wild. After being inflated, a large tent covering an area of about 10 square meters rises from the ground, and there is an air mattress and an air sofa inside. Hsoka told Lulu to prepare dinner, while he took out a black box from his backpack. He opened the box, which contained various parts. He took out the main part skillfully and began to assemble it. It took about 15 minutes, and a black drone appeared on the grass. This is a field/outdoor reconnaissance drone that Hsoka spent a lot of money to find a heavy industry enterprise under the Silph Group. He named this drone the Falconer drone, which was equipped with solar charge panels and infrared detection cameras. He would first use the drone to detect the surrounding terrain in order to implement the next plan. Of course, it would be even more perfect if he could directly capture Sneasel's trace. As the Falconer drone slowly took off and flew forward under the cover of night, Hsoka opened his laptop to dock with the drone. In an instant, a bird's-eye view of the green forest appeared in front of Hsoka. To find a specific Pokémon in such a large area is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. But with modern technology, this difficulty can be greatly reduced. But if you lack some luck, you still can't get the result you want. An hour had passed since the Falconer drone set off. Hsoka had entered a picture of Sneasel into the drone's built-in terminal computer. Once a similar creature was found, the computer would immediately prompt it. Unfortunately, this perfect result did not happen. However, the main task of the drone this time was to draw a map of the surrounding terrain and some dangerous Pokémon groups. It would be best if Sneasel could be found directly, but it would not be a big deal if it could not be found. The drone detection showed that a group of Mankeys lived at the eastern coordinate point 1274-654, led by 2 Infernapes. There was a Nidoking and a Nidoqueen at the western coordinate point 1745-693. There was a group of ironclad rhinos at the northern coordinate point 1534-765, and only the southern region was a large rocky valley mountain terrain. Apart from some Geodudes, there were no wild Pokémon that could pose a threat to life. Looking at the data sent by the drone, Hsoka fell into deep thought. He began to think from another perspective. All creatures have the nature of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. In terms of emotions and IQ, the evil-type Sneasel is not inferior to a 10-year-old human child. For example, this Sneasel is in a weak or injured contest condition. The East is Mankey's territory, plus the 2 Infernape leaders. Fighting-type Pokémon just restrains the evil type. The natural restraint makes the eastern area the last place Sneasel will go. The second is Nidoking and Nidoqueen, 2 Pokémon that attach great importance to territory. They are almost totem at the top of the food chain in the evergreen forest. No creature with a little brain will provoke them. The remaining areas are the northern and southern regions. The southern region is the safest, but the environment is dangerous and lacks food sources. Although there is a group of armored rhinos living in the northern region, this creature is vegetarian and eats minerals, and its personality is relatively docile. It is too heavy and slow, and it is difficult to pose a threat to the overly agile Sneasel. So if nothing unexpected happens, this Sneasel is likely to be in the southern or northern region of this forest. Then let's use the dumbest elimination method now. Hsoka murmured, and then controlled the computer to put the drone in automatic cruise mode. He planned to go to the nearest northern region first, and go to the southern region if he didn't find it. With the guidance of the drone, Hsoka quickly came to the area where the group of armored rhinos lived. Something seems to be wrong. Hsoka looked around and found that many trees in this area were severely damaged. He came to one of the trees and gently stroked the pit on it. The wound spread and cracked around. This should be the damage caused by the horn attack skill. Hsoka, I found something. At this time, Lulu's baby voice sounded in Hsoka's mind. She waved her hand, and a black shadow suddenly flew out of the bushes and then fell heavily on the grass in front of her. This is the body of the armored rhino. Hsoka's eyes flashed. There were many hideous claw marks on the body of the armored rhino, but these were not fatal injuries, because there was a spider web-like crack the size of an adult's palm in the middle of its forehead. Hit the forehead hard, one hit to kill. The claw marks all over the body of the armored rhino have already told who the murderer is. The hardest part of the armored rhino is its head, and the injury that can cause such a heavy blow also proves from another aspect that the Sneasel is very likely to have learned some powerful fighting skills. Hsoka asked Lulu to use confusion to put the body of the armored rhino back to the bushes just now. At this moment, his desire for the Sneasel has reached a new level. About 2 kilometers to the south, there is a deserted rock valley without any green plants. It seems that there is no life here except for the gray and black, However, this world is often so magical. This seemingly uninhabitable area is the favorite living environment for rock Pokémon. These stones, exposed on the surface with rich mineral elements, are the best food provided by nature for them. However, an uninvited guest broke the silence of this valley mountain range tonight. This upright, cat-like creature accidentally broke into the territory of the boss in this area, and also power trip injured its younger brothers. A huge rock snake raised its head and howled. Its copper bell-sized eyes were full of rage fire. At this time, several Geodudes with claw marks and cracks all over their bodies were lying not far from it. These are the 2 iconic rock Pokémon in the Kanto region. Onix is a solitary Pokémon. There will not be a second one in a territory. Onix, who can occupy such a large rock valley as a territory, must be strong. This Onix is over 10 meters long and is almost a circle thicker than other ordinary Onix. Its white pupils are fixed on a protruding rock in front of it, on which stands an unknown Pokémon with a black body and sharp claws. Sneasel. This black Pokémon uttered a sharp hiss, stretched its arms forward, bent its claws inward several times, and actually made a taunt action that only humans can do. The Onix, which was already fiery wrath, was instantly detonated by the opponent's taunt behavior. With a long roar, the rock's giant tail flashed with metallic light and whipped the rock in front of it. Boom! Rock shattered, rocks scattered everywhere, and the smoke and dust temporarily covered this small area. Onix, which is more than 10 meters long and weighs more than 500 kilograms, can exert terrifying destructive power by simply relying on the conversion of body potential energy when using its Onboard tail to attack. It's really easy to get it, but this Sneasel is really aggressive. Hisso and Ralts hid behind a hidden cliff, carefully observing the battle below, while a drone was quietly parked in the air at a height of dozens of meters above Rock Valley. A gust of night wind blew, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The drone, which was high above, immediately captured Sneasel's trace with an infrared camera. This cunning guy took advantage of a short time when the smoke blocked Onix's sight and came behind it without knowing when. The agile and streamlined body splashed high, and the sharp claw of the right hand was raised at 45 degrees. A metallic light, like Onix's tail, just now completely wrapped Sneasel's right claw. With a hint of excitement and cruel smile, the right claw slammed Onix's spine without any reaction. Dang sound. This is the unique sound of metal tackle, accompanied by Onix's loud roar of pain. Its back was hit by Sneasel just now, leaving 2 deep dents. Alloy Claw. Hisso, who was watching secretly, nodded. As a steel skill, it can double the damage when used against Onix, a rock type. Sneasel. Sneasel landed on the ground easily and hummed softly, revealing a humane smile of pride. His long, pointed, bright red left ear trembled slightly, and his agile body jumped to the right to avoid Onix's Onboard tail again. However, before Sneasel could be proud again, a round stone as big as an adult's head whistled from behind him. Sneasel's expression was stiff. His sensitive long ears had heard the movement behind him, but at this time his body had no time to avoid the round stone that attacked him at almost the perfect time. At this time, Sneasel used all his strength to pounce forward, but unfortunately the round stone still hit his right shoulder. With a click, the crisp sound of bone cracking rang out in the silent night sky. "You pull." Sneasel gritted his teeth, his bright red eyes bulged, and the intense pain made his whole body tremble. His right hand was broken. Sneasel was an agile assassin, and his defense was too weak. If he hadn't made a forward move to remedy the situation, the boulder would have hit his head. It was so exciting. If he hadn't been afraid of alarming the two Pokémon below, Hsoka couldn't help but applaud. Such a wonderful duel could actually be seen in wild Pokémon. Onix's trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west just now was too much for many elite trainers to react to, not to mention wild Pokémon. Being hit head-on by rivals' restraining skill, he relied on his strong defense and sufficient physical strength to resist it, and pretended to be in pain to paralyze rivals' mentality, and then used Swagger's Orberg tail to cover the rock throw skill that followed. Hsoka couldn't help but touch his chin and sighed. This routine is really deep. It seems that this Onix is also an old driver. He can come up with such a routine in such a short time. It can be imagined how rich this Onix's combat experience is. It makes Hsoka want to subdue it. In this way, he even has a tank player. Moreover, after Onix evolves into Steelix, its strength is quite good. Onix shook its huge stone head. The burning pain on its back made it very uncomfortable, but the result was good. The invader who dared to invade its territory and hurt its younger brother was already lying in front of it. The rest was to completely eliminate the enemy. Thinking of this, Onix's white eyes showed some killing intent, and the huge tail was raised high, waiting for the next heavy drop, and everything tonight would be over. "Lulu, get ready to save people." Shisua tightened his collar and said to the Ralts beside him. Norman came all the way here and finally saw this Sneasel. How could Onix allow it to kill it directly? Lulu understand. The little guy nodded, waved his little hand, and 5 8mm steel balls were floating in the air, and all aimed at Onix's most fragile eyes, waiting for Shisua's order to let the other party taste this Italian cannon, although the little guy has never understood what the master often said about the Italian cannon. The life and death crisis is imminent, and the scythe of the god of death has been raised high. Because of the severe pain, Sneasel's lip was bitten and bleeding. "Hurry! R.A.!" A sharp and piercing scream. This bloody growl made Onix's body tremble violently, and a trace of fear could not help but spread in its heart. In the critical moment, Sneasel used a move roar to make Onix's action pause for a moment. Taking advantage of a short time, this guy raised his left hand and chopped it hard on the broken right hand. There was a dull snap, and after this, Sneasel's right hand was completely soft like noodles. How painful this pain is, Hsoka can't imagine. He has been completely shocked by the scene in front of him. No matter in his past life or this life, he has suffered many injuries, but compared with this, he is a little worse. He seems to see a man who stands tall in that petite figure. Sneasel half knelt on the ground. Its body was shaking/trembling. Perhaps regardless of the victory or defeat, the fate of its death with such a serious injury may have been foreseen long ago. The negative effect of roar ended, and Onix, who had come to his senses, was furious. This ignorant little bug dared to resist. Iron Tail suddenly pulled out and swept forward with a sound of breaking through the air. He stomped his legs on the ground and disappeared suddenly. This is agility. Sneasel dragged the broken arm and jumped steadily onto the giant tail of Onix. At this time, he focused all his attention and began to fully exert his agility advantage. Onix frantically tackled the surrounding rock, trying to knock down the little bug on his body. But it was always in vain. Agility and quick attack were used successively. Sneasel successfully came to the rock horn in the center of Onix's head, and then splashed high, with his left arm in a slashing shape, and with the use of this skill, Sneasel's left arm muscles almost swelled a circle. Crack! The sound of rock breaking. Onix's huge snake body suddenly tensed up, and its pupils as big as copper bells lost all their spirit at this moment, and then its body fell forward powerlessly, splashing dust several feet high. Sneasel jumped down from the top of Onix's head, leaned on it with his back, and pressed his left hand tightly on his seriously injured right arm. Its consciousness was gradually disappearing, and its body seemed to be likely to fall down at any time. At this time, all the Geodudes who had been hiding around came out. Seeing that the boss was beaten so badly by the invaders, they were also fiery wrath. Maybe they didn't dare to provoke Sneasel in his prime, but they still dared to fight Sneasel, who seemed to have only one breath left. Bang! 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 There were several consecutive muffled sounds, and the three Geodudes who were about to approach Sneasel flew backwards, temporarily losing their ability to fight, and each of them had a steel bead embedded in their foreheads. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here. Using Ralt's teleport, Hsoka suddenly appeared in the encirclement of Geodudes. Seeing the fate of the three fellow Geodudes who had just stood out, the surrounding Geodudes stopped where they were for a moment, blinking at each other, not knowing what to do, but they were a little unwilling to let the invaders walk away. Hsoka bent down and picked up the unconscious Sneasel, and couldn't help but sigh. He admired this guy's final reversal. To be honest, he didn't want to take advantage of others, but if he let it go, Sneasel, who was so seriously injured, would definitely not survive more than 3 days in the wild. Looking at the Geodudes around who were still reluctant to disperse, Hsoka showed a playful smile, stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. Lulu, leave it to you. No problem. Raltz's petite body slowly rose, and his two small hands stretched out, one on the left and one on the right. 5 steel balls floated in the sky of each hand. Then he swung his left and right hands to both sides, puff, puff, puff. With a series of sounds of breaking through the air, the 10 surrounding Geodudes immediately lost their combat ability, and the remaining few small fish and shrimps saw their companions all fell to the street and immediately used the rollout skill to run deep into the valley. After 2 years of mental training, Lulu could have evolved into Kirlia a long time ago. But in order to lay a foundation for her, Hsoka had always asked her to suppress the urge to evolve and wait until her current mental power was trained to the limit before evolving, which would be of great help to her future strength improvement. With the support of strong mental power, Lulu's confusion skill is about 3 times more powerful than that of similar ones, which is also the result of Hsoka's repeated data comparisons. With such a powerful confusion as a launching device, the potential energy of these ejected steel balls is not weaker than some powerful pistol bullets. Touching Sneasel's severely injured right arm, Sneasel, who had already fainted, trembled slightly and let out a whine. He was seriously injured. Without the help of human medical technology, this Sneasel would be disabled even if he survived. Moreover, the Pokémon Center alone is not enough to treat such a serious injury. Hsoka also needs to find some precious bone setting and bone strengthening drugs for auxiliary treatment to restore this Sneasel to its heyday without any sequelae. Actually, Onyx's rock throw would not cause such trauma. At most, it would only cause fractures. In severe cases, it would cause bone fractures. Pokémon Center can treat it completely. The key is the cruel and reckless move of this little thing. After a sleepless night, at about 3 a.m. last night, the intensive care unit of Pokémon Center in Viridian City received a Sneasel with a comminuted fracture of his right arm. Speaking of which, that guy is also a weirdo. Nurse Joy walked out of the intensive care unit with yawn. She was exhausted after more than 3 hours of continuous surgery. It's obviously a wild Pokémon that has not been captured yet, but he is willing to spend so much money on such expensive medicinal materials. That handsome guy seems to be called Hsoka. Nurse Joy murmured. She had seen this guy several times at Pokémon Center. He was a local of Viridian City and was born an orphan. Although he often came to Pokémon Center to take some bounty missions, his family's financial conditions should not be good. But he must be a kind-hearted kid who can spend so much money on a wild Pokémon. Thinking of this, Nurse Joy's tired spirit seemed to be relieved a lot. Marowak's Bone Stick, Dragon Bone, Bone-Strengthening Succulent Grass. Looking at the 3 medicinal materials in front of him, Hsoka's heart couldn't help but bleed. None of these 3 were cheap. If Cubone's Bone Stick was cheaper, Marowak's Bone Stick was 3 times its price, a full 150,000 Alliance coins. Dragon Bone, the bones left behind by dragon Pokémon after death. Not just any bone can be used as medicine, it must be the spine. But fortunately, this dragon bone was not bought by Hsoka, but accidentally obtained from a cave when completing a mission. This thing is quite precious, and it has always been out of stock in the market. Contest condition, so Hsoka has never been willing to sell it. The market price of this 2 kilograms dragon bone should not be less than 800,000 Alliance coins. The price of bone-strengthening succulent grass is relatively cheap because it can be cultivated artificially, but Hsoka bought wild succulent grass. Even though Chun Xiaotang gave him a friendly price, it still cost him 50,000 yuan. It cost almost 1 million yuan. While boiling the medicine, Hsoka looked at the black shadow lying in the room. Maybe because of a serious injury, this guy still showed no signs of waking up. Marowak's bone stick was scraped into powder and boiled into ointment with bone-strengthening succulent grass for external application, and dragon bones were boiled into health-preserving soup with some meat and medicinal materials for internal consumption. Hsoka walked into the room with 2 bowls of boiled medicine soup and looked at Ralts, who was sitting on the bed with his legs crossed and bored, and said, "Lulu, you go to the garden first. I will take care of it." "No, Lulu wants to accompany Hsoka." Lulu shook her head vigorously, and then used confusion to control her body to float to Hsoka's feet, pulling his trouser legs with her little hands, looking cute and unwilling to leave. Putting the bowl next to the bedside table, she rubbed Ralts's head lovingly. "Just watch from the side. Don't disturb me. Lulu knows Hsoka, you are so nagging." Ralts shook her head, slapped the big hand on her head, and snorted, "You won't grow taller like this. Don't rub my head all the time." After giving Sneasel the last bowl of dragon bone soup, today's treatment came to an end. After that, it was only necessary to change the ointment every 3 days. After spending nearly 100 W of precious medicinal materials, when Sneasel fully recovers, its bones will be stronger than before. While this guy hasn't woken up yet, Hsoka took out a homemade data detector and placed it in front of the bed. The appearance of this detector is somewhat similar to the large camera used by reporters, but it is equipped with a high-definition lock-on probe and a dynamic tracker. The data detector will be connected to the laptop, and Hsoka sat on the chair beside the bed and began the relevant analysis and data monitoring. Beep, beep. Sneasel's 3D virtual image quickly took shape on the computer software, and then the 6-dimensional map of the attribute began to appear. Sneasel. Height, 1.1 meters. Weight, 31.5 kilograms. Attribute, Evil Ice. Classification, Hook Pokemon. HP, C+. Attack, A+. Defense, D+. Special Attack, D. Special Defense, C+. Speed, A+. Except for Special Attack, the data shown in the 6-dimensional graph has a plus sign after the other attributes. Compared with the average data values of Sneasel compiled and calculated on the internet before, the overall data of this Sneasel is completely superior to its peers. The average height of Sneasel is about 0.9 m, and the average weight is 28 kilograms. This guy's height and weight are completely higher than his peers. The previous battle with Onyx also shows the amazing fighting spirit of this Sneasel. It won't surprise Hsoka too much that all the attributes are higher than his peers. Sneasel, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly let out a soft cry, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ruby-like pupils. His eyes were dazed and seemed to have lost focus. Of course, it was only a few seconds. Sneasel's eyes immediately returned to the classic feline hunting spirit. Looking sideways, the right arm that was originally in severe pain seemed to have returned to normal except for some numbness, but it was wrapped with circles of unsightly white cloth. Suddenly, a slight whisper attracted Sneasel's attention, and looking around, he saw a guy who seemed to be called a human doing something that Sneasel couldn't understand not far away from him. Sure enough, just as I thought, this Sneasel's physical fitness and muscle strength are very good. No wonder it can inherit the skill of Brick Break. Hsoka looked at the relevant data displayed on the computer excitedly. This situation also indirectly proves that the parents of this Sneasel may also be very good. Genetics is a major subject in this world. Excellent and healthy parents can often give birth to better offspring. This situation is especially obvious in the reproduction of Pokémon. Of course, due to the uncertainty of genes, this situation is not 100% likely to happen. After all, the 9 sons of a dragon are different. In fact, the most interesting thing is that this Sneasel is actually left-handed. Its left arm is about 3 millimeters thicker than its right arm, and most of the muscle tissues in its left hand are also stronger than those in its right hand. This situation is not uncommon among humans. After all, although there are not many left-handed people, it is not rare. However, if it happens in Pokémon, it is a good research topic. Don't rush to tear off the gauze. Tie it for 2 more days to let your body absorb more medicine. It will be good for you. The Sneasel, who was biting the bandage on his right hand with his teeth, suddenly shuddered all over. He looked up and saw that the human who was not far away had walked in front of him and was looking at him with a smile. Pokémons often have more sensitive perceptions than humans. When Sneasel saw the environment he was in and his right hand that had almost recovered, he knew that it was this human who saved him. He could not feel any negative emotions or threats from the human in front of him. As an evil Pokémon, Sneasel is cunning but will not attack the human who rescued him. Gratitude only exists in humans, unless it is a Pokémon that has been abandoned and hurt by humans. Because of the previous experience, it is difficult for such Pokémon to trust other humans again. Let me see how you have recovered. Hsoka stretched out his hand and placed it on Sneasel's right arm, gently stroking and pressing it up and down. You have recovered well. You should rest here during this period and don't do strenuous exercise. Sneasel was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time that he was cared for and taken care of by someone. Ruby's eyes just stared at the busy figure in a daze, and a strange feeling gradually spread in his heart. Time passed quickly, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Early morning. Villa. Restaurant. Lulu doesn't like Sneasel. Ralts lay on Shisua's head and complained in a baby voice with telepathy. Sneasel is a bad boy, always stealing Lulu's peaches. At the other end of the table, Sneasel looked at Ralts on Shisua's head with a taunt, and then used his sharp claws to cut the sweet peach on the plate a few times, and the sweet peach was instantly divided into 5 even pieces. He inserted his claws into the largest piece, then jumped high in front of Hsoka and placed the sweet peach on his plate. This action made Lulu so angry that her head was smoking. Before Hsoka could even try the peach cut by Sneasel, the little guy immediately used confusion to control the sweet peach to float in front of him, opened his mouth, and bit it hard. Sneasel rolled his eyes humanely, ignored Ralts' actions, and concentrated on dealing with the beef on his plate. In fact, it was a pure carnivorous Pokémon and had no great interest in tree fruits and other things. The previous action was entirely to taunt Ralts. It would be best if he could do it so that he could teach this little thing that only hid behind the human every day. Hsoka looked at the innocent actions of the 2 pets and couldn't help laughing. They didn't like each other. After all, one was a psychic type and the other was an evil type. The 2 attributes were naturally incompatible, so the 2 pets always felt uncomfortable when they met. Of course, there might be another secondary reason. The same S*X repelled each other, and both pets were female. That's right, this Sneasel is actually a female. This was discovered when Hsoka was doing a physical examination for her. Because of the strong fighting style at the beginning, Hsoka preconceived that this Sneasel was a young man, but in the end, he didn't expect that it was a female man. After a week of recuperation, plus precious medicine worth millions, Sneasel has completely recovered to its prime, and even its spirit is much stronger than before. After all, it doesn't need to worry about food this week. It eats the most nutritious and comprehensive Pokémon food, and occasionally has to add high-quality Wagyu beef, and drinks Miltank milk that is rich in protein. Standing in the garden, a man and a pet looked at each other. Hsoka took the bandage off Sneasel's right arm and said softly, "Try it. It may be more powerful than you used to be." "Bah!" Sneasel nodded, walked to a hanging sandbag, and shook his right arm. Then he raised his right claw high, without using any skills, just the simplest claw attack. Voila! A cold light flashed, and the sandbag half the thickness of a man was directly split into two, and all the iron sand inside scattered. Seeing this, Sneasel scratched his left ear a little embarrassedly and looked back at Hsoka blankly. This guy's embarrassed. Hsoka grinned, showing a smile, and said loudly, "Lulu, leave it to you." "Got it." Lulu waved her little hand, and the iron sand on the ground floated up from the ground like a black whirlwind under the control of confusion, and finally slowly floated into the trash can in the corner. "How about it? Are you willing to be my Pokémon?" Hsoka squatted on the grass, looking at Sneasel's eyes, and raised a yellow and white Ultra Ball in his hand. Sneasel was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then nodded, but then shook his head again, slightly excited, and pointed his claws at the Ralts beside him. Hsoka was confused by these actions, frowned, and asked, "Lulu, what is it saying?" "Umph." This guy said that it can become your Pokémon, but as the dignity of the Sneasel family, it has to fight with me to prove that it is the strongest, and it wants to protect you. "I'm so angry." Lulu was so angry about Sneasel's words that her head was shaking. Hsoka didn't know what to say. Compared with humans, Pokemon's emotions sometimes seem so simple and sincere. They don't know how to deceive. Once they decide, they decide. Want to protect me? I'm looking forward to it. In the middle of the garden, there's a standard battlefield paved with rocks and soil. Sneasel and Ralts stand at each end, and the battle seems to be about to break out. "You annoying guy." Lulu used telepathy to convey the words directly into Sneasel's mind. "B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sneasel's hair exploded, and his red three-leaf tail stood up like a sharp blade. Sneasel is a dark type, and he is completely antagonistic to the psychic-type Ralts. Dark-type skills are doubled against Ralts, and Ralts' only attack skill confusion is completely ineffective against Sneasel. "Hsoka, I don't want to restrain myself anymore. I want to evolve." Lulu communicated with Hsoka in a serious tone for the first time. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Hsoka sighed and said, "Don't suppress yourself anymore. Evolve. I also want to see how beautiful you will be after you evolve." In this mysterious world full of infinite possibilities, Pokémon has 3 evolution modes. The first is natural evolution, and the second requires naturally formed evolution stones as a trigger for critical breakthroughs. For example, the famous EV family is among them. EV needs a Thunderstone to evolve into Thunder Pokémon, Firestone to evolve into Fire Pokémon, and Waterstone to evolve into Water Pokémon. The third evolution method is that some specific Pokémon need specific props to evolve. This prop may be naturally formed or artificially made and induce the changeable genes of Pokémon, leading to a new type of evolution that has never been discovered before. Ralts is the first natural evolution. As long as the strength and growth reach a certain predetermined level, the evolution factor deep in the cells will be triggered. However, due to the super mental power of psychic Pokémon, she can suppress and regulate herself so that the desire for evolution deep in the cells will be temporarily stopped. However, this stop cannot be infinite. The law of nature is irreversible. Just like humans will eventually grow up, grow old, and die, the evolution of Pokémon also proves that she is growing up. Forcibly not evolving is actually a kind of destruction to the future growth of Pokémon. Ralts no longer uses mental power to suppress the desire deep in the cells. At this moment, a white and dazzling light starts from her chest and gradually spreads to her whole body. She's like a pure white and warm angel, waiting for a breakthrough in the level of life. Hsoka hugged his arms and looked at the scene on the field. An inexplicable feeling spread in his heart. He didn't know whether it was excitement or sentimentality. It was like seeing a child who had been taken care of since childhood, and today finally ushered in her release. The white light became more and more dazzling, until it reached a peak and then quickly retracted, and Ralts, who was wrapped in the clean light, quickly began to transform, and her body gradually stretched out. "HAA!" With a cry, a pair of white hands stretched out from the white light first. instantly dispersing the already dim light, and the white light disappeared in the air like stars. At this time, a girl-type Pokémon who was about half the height of Ralts just now appeared on the field. She had emerald green, shoulder-length hair. The two red tentacles in the center of Ralt's head came to both sides of her head, just like two beautiful red hairpins dotted on the beautiful emerald hair. Her upper body was like wearing a ballet skirt, and her lower body was a pair of slender emerald green legs. Ralts, no, it should be called Kirlia. Hsoka looked at the familiar yet strange figure with excitement, his fists clenched slightly. This was his first Pokémon, and also his first family in this world. Lulu. I have always been Hsoka's Lulu. Since you gave me this name, it has been a mark of my life. The voice was no longer a babyish, lowly voice, but a girl's voice with a hint of emptiness and a little bit of aloofness sounded in Hsoka's mind. The big red and beautiful eyes looked at Hsoka in surprise, and she put her hands together on her waist, making a standard lady's posture, leaning forward. Now let me win this victory for the Master, and in the future battles, I will bring you countless honors. It is said that the evolution of Pokémon will greatly affect the character and behavior of Pokémon before. At first, Hsoka was still skeptical about this research conclusion, but seeing Kirlia's performance today, he finally believed this conclusion. Although the relationship between the two has not changed or affected at all, the current Kirlia's Lulu and the previous Ralt's Lulu are indeed worlds apart. Kirlia turned to look at Sneasel, who was already impatient. Starting from you now, I will teach you a lesson, you rude fellow. Never. Sneasel shook his right claw disdainfully and gently scratched his throat with his claw, making a taunting gesture. It is a dark Pokémon, which is naturally restrained by psychic Pokémon. The opponent's most powerful psychic skills are all ineffective against it. In this case, what else is there to worry about? Adhering to the eternal theory of natural survival that the first to strike is the strongest and the last to strike will suffer, Sneasel immediately used a quick attack to sprint to Kirlia at lightning speed, first raising his right claw to make an unstoppable tearing gesture, but his left hand, which no one noticed, was secretly covered by a barely visible haze. If it weren't for the high-speed camera, Hsoka would still have a hard time seeing Sneasel's movements with his naked eyes. It seems that he is still far behind those top trainers in terms of experience and eyesight. He can't even see the movements of Pokémon clearly. This will be a big disadvantage when facing trainers and Pokémon stronger than him in actual combat in the future. This is Sneasel's feint, a dark skill. First, he uses a fake move to attract rivals' attention, and then the feint hidden in his left hand immediately kills. To a certain extent, combined with Sneasel's super high speed, it is theoretically almost a surefire skill. Of course, there are exceptions. Sneasel's speed and the stealth of his feint made it difficult for Kirlia to react even if Lulu had evolved into Kirlia. Once hit head-on, Kirlia, whose physical strength and physical defense were not high, will be killed instantly with the double damage bonus of the dark skill to the psychic skill. However, Kirlia, who had followed Hsoka for 2 years and completed countless bounty missions, had accumulated a lot of experience. She did not panic at all when facing this almost fatal attack. She did not even raise her eyelids. Silently, at the moment when Sneasel's left hand was about to hit, the space where Kirlia was located had a short ripple visible to the naked eye, and then her entire figure disappeared on the spot. La pull. This kind of instant disappearance trick was the first time Sneasel had seen it. The skill missed, and it was a little confused for a while. Why would such a large object disappear in the blink of an eye? Schwan! A sound of breaking air came from behind. Sneasel's long and sharp left ear trembled slightly, and then his body immediately flipped to the right to hide. A purple sword shadow passed by the place where Sneasel was just now, and finally hit the big tree opposite with a dull sound. Looking around, the so-called sword shadow just now turned out to be a piece of purple leafage, and the front half of the purple leafage had been firmly inserted into the tree. Although Sneasel dodged in time, the extremely fast purple leafage still left a slight scratch on the left side of his face. If it weren't for its sharp hearing and agility, once it was hit from the back by the terrifying leafage just now, It might not have lost its fighting ability immediately, and it would probably be crushed in the next battle. Seeing that her attack had no effect, Curlia did not change her mood at all. Her expression remained calm. She gently raised her white right hand and then moved backwards. The purple leaf nailed to the tree seemed to be cast by magic. Normal, it immediately flew back at high speed and returned to Curlia's palm. Rapid spins, leaves rubbed against the air and made a series of buzzing sounds. Magical leaf. Hsoka recognized the trick used by Lulu at a glance. This should be a new skill she learned after evolving into Curlia. However, thanks to the extensive training in controlling mental power, Lulu was able to master this skill immediately after learning it. The better the foundation is, the faster she can master the skyrocketing strength after evolution. She had controlled steel balls, steel needles, and steel nails countless times before. After mastering the skills of Magical Leaf, she was able to master all methods. The control of the two is very similar. With the increased mental power caused by evolution, the power of Magical Leaf has been qualitatively improved. The left hand was also raised, and immediately another purple energy leafage slowly formed, one on the left and one on the right, and the two purple leaves were like the flying swords in the fairy tales. Normal, within 100 meters, they would take the head of the person. Sneasel did not dare to show weakness, and immediately used agility to greatly increase his speed to avoid the magical leaf that attacked continuously, and for a while he was exhausted. As long as there is enough mental power as a backup, Curlia's magical leaf attack will continue, and once Sneasel is hit, he will fall into the contest condition of serious injury. It has been trying to get close to Curlia, because once its skills hit Curlia, it will also have the effect of a one-hit kill, but facing Curlia with teleport, this beautiful idea can only become a distant dream. Curlia's performance gave Hsoka infinite surprise. He had always planned to train Lulu as an assistant, but this training unexpectedly created such a perfect mobile turret. Teleport, magical leaf, and the huge mental power that was more than 3 times that of the same kind. Hsoka felt that Lulu's future seemed to be extremely bright. A quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle seemed to have been decided at this level. Sneasel was breathing heavily, and the sweat dripping from his body had already soaked the rock and soil on the ground. It really couldn't think of any way to win. Perhaps it had the strong wildness and unyielding will of wild Pokémon. But facing Curlia, who had been trained for 2 years by a time traveler who was a top student in mathematics in his previous life, his whimsical ideas and flexible responses in combat were much worse. Perhaps Curlia was tired of this game. The powerful confusion controlled the leafage on the ground in the garden to fly in the air, forming a storm of green leaves all over the sky and rushing towards Sneasel, and the storm of green leaves flying all over the sky was mixed with several purple shadows. The storm passed, and the scene was in a mess. With Sneasel's screams, the battle officially ended at Veilstone. Curlia attacked without mercy. Hsoka had no choice but to pick up the badly injured Sneasel. Fortunately, they were only external injuries, so he didn't need to go to the Pokémon Center. With his own medical methods and some external potions, he would be almost recovered after a night's rest. If Pokémon wants to improve its strength in a short period of time, in addition to evolution, it is necessary to spend a lot of money to find an elite sparring partner registered with the Alliance to fight with you every day and coach you in all aspects. The former is beyond your control, and the latter requires considerable financial resources. Of course, there is another way to let Pokémon learn a powerful skill in a short period of time. However, each Pokémon has different talents and qualifications, and the time it takes to learn and master skills is also different. Some Pokémon have poor qualifications and cannot even learn at all. However, technology changes destiny. In recent years, with the learning machines developed by many world-class group companies such as Siliph Heavy Industries Group and Devon Production Company, Limited gradually entering people's lives, it seems that the training of Pokémon is no longer as difficult as before. Of course, the so-called skill learning machine cannot make Pokémon master a certain skill immediately. It just leaves a seed in the Pokémon's brain and then continues to inspire Pokémon in the future, thereby greatly accelerating Pokémon's learning and mastering of certain skills. Therefore, Pokémon with excellent talents will learn skills faster, and Pokémon with poorer qualifications can also learn powerful skills that were difficult to master before. The price of skill learning machines will vary greatly depending on the power and rarity of the skill. The price of some rare and powerful skill learning machines is enough to bankrupt some wealthy families. The price of learning machines with power values of 10 to 30 is around 10,000 to 30,000. The price of skill learning machines with power values of 35 to 60 is around 50,000 to 100,000. The price of learning machines with power values of 65 to 80 is around 150,000 to 300,000. And the price of learning machines with power values of 85 to 95 is around 400,000 to 900,000. Learning machines with power values of more than 100 are never sold separately. They are only obtained from auctions at auction houses, or the champions of some large-scale competitions may have learning machines with power values of more than 100 as champion rewards. After Sneasel evolves into Weevil, it will automatically master the evil skill of Street Knife Trial. However, if the Sneasel has excellent talent, it can also master it in advance with hard and scientific training. Sisso sat on the recliner, looking at the two disc-shaped objects in his hand, which were about 10 centimeters in diameter. This thing is a learning machine. One is a learning machine for Frost Punch, and the other is a learning machine for Sword Dance. The former cost him 35W Alliance coins. The official rating of the power of Frost Punch is 75, but because of its practical effect and wide range of attack, especially against Dragon Pokémon, the price of Frost Punch Learning Machine is higher than that of Learning Machine with power value of 80. Sword Dance is a contest-conditional skill that greatly enhances physical attack. It is also a move that many trainers like very much. If used well, it can sometimes defeat the strong with the weak and even push the entire opponent's team. The market price is 25W. 600,000 Alliance coins passed away in the blink of an eye, but Hsoka did not feel the slightest bit of pain. Money was meant to be spent, especially the money spent on strengthening his team. Only when his own strength became stronger and stronger would he transfer more money. Although Sneasel had the attribute of ice, he could not master the Frozen Punch naturally. He could only learn it after a long period of training. The same was true for Sword Dance, which Sneasel could not learn by himself. Hsoka first took the Frozen Punch learning machine and put into the income disc of the notebook, and then put the Ultra Ball with Sneasel in the groove on the notebook. The learning machine is very convenient to use. It can not only be used in the Pokémon Center transmission machine, but also can be used on computers with a price of more than 8,000 Alliance coins on the market. Click the Yes button that pops up on the desktop, and the learning machine data transmission officially begins. 1%, 5%, 25%, 85%, 99%. The four common skills that Hsoka helped Sneasel develop are Street Knife Trial, Frozen Punch, Brick Break, and Sword Dance. The first three attack skills cover the double damage bonus of Pokémon with 11 attributes, including Ghost, Psychic, Dragon, Flying, Grass, Ground, Normal, Rock, Steel, Ice, and Dark. This attack range can be said to be very terrifying, especially once the Sneasel sword is danced. Combined with her super high speed, it can almost defeat various team combinations. Of course, all this can only be achieved under the most ideal contest conditions. But now, just thinking about it, Hsoka feels excited. Time flies, and another month has passed quietly in the blink of an eye. I have to say that Hsoka's vision is not bad. This Sneasel's talent is really outstanding. In a month, Sneasel has completely mastered the Freezing Punch and Sword Dance. However, it is a pity that the learning of the Street Knife skill, a skill of the Pokémon, is still a little bit behind. In theory, Pokémon will be easier to master when learning the skills of the Pokémon, but Street Knife skill requires a very high speed for the user. Sneasel can't learn it for a while, not because of his lack of talent, but because of his lack of physical fitness. If Sneasel can evolve into Weevil at this time, it must be able to learn this Street Knife skill instantly. Sneasel, use Sword Dance. Hsoka shouted at Sneasel on the training ground, Then use brick break. Sneasel nodded slightly, closed his claws in front of his chest, and quickly rotated on the spot. This is the preparatory action before using sword dance. When dancing the battle dance, the body will be in a contest condition for a while and cannot move. Therefore, sword dance is not very practical in real trainer competitions, because no trainer will wait for you to sword dance or even directly push the team after multiple sword dances. However, this move can exert unimaginable power when cooperating with team combinations. With teammates assisting and covering on the side, Sneasel can perform multiple sword dances to increase his own attack power to the limit. After the sword dance, Sneasel's expression became much more excited. The hair around his body was slightly erected, and his right claw was raised high in a fist shape, and in front of him was a marble table with a thickness of more than 20 centimeters. Chua! It fell down as fast as lightning, and with a click, the 20-centimeter marble tabletop instantly split into two pieces. Frozen fist. Hsoka commanded again. Sneasel immediately flipped in front of a wooden man, which was just the thickness of an adult's waist. He punched the wooden man with a handsome straight punch and a cold frozen punch. With a dull burst, a spider web-like crack appeared in the middle of the wooden man, and with the continuous spread of ice chips, the entire wooden man was finally covered with ice chips. Sneasel stretched out one of his claws, and one of his sharp fingers popped out and hit the surface of the wooden man. The ice chips, and with residue on the ground, told the horror of this move. Hsoka nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Curlia, who was ready to go, and said loudly, "Lulu, magical leaf." Curlia gently choked her head, opened her hands, and 10 purple energy leaves began to circle in her sky. Lulu stood in the center of the field, and 10 half-human-high targets surrounded her at a distance of 30 meters each. With a delicate shout, her slender hands instantly opened, and 10 purple magical leaves disappeared like meteors in a flash, with a neat and unbroken thumping sound. The next second, a magical leaf was inserted into the red heart of each of the 10 ring targets surrounding Curlia, and it was inserted 3/4. Due to the great force, fine cracks appeared around the red heart of the ring target. After a month of training and running in, both Curlia and Sneasel's strength has been qualitatively improved. Curlia not only fully mastered the mental power that increased dramatically due to evolution, but also reached the point where she could control the magical leaf at will. And Sneasel has mastered 2 key skills, and the 3 attacks have a wide range of attack. The team's strength has greatly increased, and Sneasel is now capable of taking on the position of a speed attacker. With Curlia's assistance, it's time to take on some difficult but rewarding tasks. Viridian City is a good place to rest and take a vacation. There won't be too many good tasks issued in this city. Only metropolises like Saffron City and Rainbow City have those top-level bounty tasks issued. It's time to leave this city where I've lived for 15 years. Hsoka sighed and was a little reluctant. After all, Viridian City can be regarded as his second hometown, but to be honest, he is about to face an economic crisis at the moment. In order to make Sneasel have enough fighting power in a short period of time, his investment this month is not small. He has invested a lot in energy cubes, food, training equipment, and other aspects, especially the 2 learning machines, Frozen Punch and Sword Dance. In addition to the precious medicinal materials worth millions when Sneasel was injured, the funds that Hsoka has saved for 2 years are really on the verge of emergency. Now there are only more than 20,000 yuan left in the bank account, which is estimated to be only enough for 1 person and 2 pets for 1 month. For other trainers, 20,000 yuan may be enough to raise 6 Pokémon for 3 months. But for Hsoka, this is far from enough. There is an old saying in the past life that 3 points of training and 7 points of eating. If you want to improve the strength of Pokémon, training is essential, and the food should not be bad. Hsoka can make both energy cubes and Pokémon food by himself, but the ingredients used for making them are all top-notch goods available on the market. In this way, Hsoka has to spend much more on food than other trainers. Hsoka is a steady but adventurous person. These two contradictory personality elements complement each other in one body. Lulu, this house will no longer belong to us after today. Sitting in front of the dressing table, looking at the handsome boy with a straight nose in the mirror, Hsoka couldn't help but sigh. This face in this life is much more handsome than in the previous life. By the way, I almost forgot what I looked like in the previous life. A house is just a house. As long as I am with Hsoka, anywhere is our home. Lulu floated behind Hsoka, combing his long hair carefully, and spoke softly with telepathy. I just have some feelings, Hsoka said. After all, we have lived in this house for 2 years, and we have left many memories during this period. I sold it for 200,000 yuan. I feel very disappointed. This suburban villa with a garden was bought by Hsoka for 150,000 yuan 2 years ago. Houses in Tokiwa City are not worth much, let alone suburban houses. Fortunately, the real estate situation has been good in the past 2 years, so it has increased by 50,000 yuan. The white little hand waved towards the dressing table, and a silver dragon headband flew into Curlia's hand. Confusion moved, and the long black hair that was originally draped over her shoulders was instantly tied into a long braid, and then the silver hollow dragon headband was passed through the tail, tightly tied into a refreshing ponytail. Okay. After helping Hsoka tie the ponytail, Lulu stepped aside, took a red casual tie from the hanger, came to the front of Hsoka, tidied up the messy hair, and gently tied the tie. Black turtleneck jacket, a white shirt underneath, a red casual tie, matching black canvas trousers, and a pair of black high boots on his feet. Black hair, black pupils, full of heroic spirit, and a sharp face. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. At this time, Hsoka felt that he was even more handsome. The luggage had been prepared long ago. A large space folding backpack and a space folding box were enough. The remaining electrical appliances and furniture were not intended for Hsoka, so he gave them to the buyer. He took Curlia and Sneasel's treasure balls and put them on the tactical belt around his waist and walked to the garage of the house. A handsome motorcycle with a black body and a streamlined sci-fi style had been waiting in the driveway for a long time. This is the 3rd generation of the Shinyao motorcycle series produced by Zilafu Heavy Industry Group last year. You can see that this sci-fi black motorcycle has an eagle head printed on the side, which looks a bit like Pidgeot but has a different look. Get on a motorcycle, put on the helmet, twist your right hand, and the engine sound that will make every man's heart surge suddenly sounded. With a bang, the Shinyao motorcycle rushed towards the center of Tokiwa City like a wild horse. The motorcycle stopped at the gate of the Pokémon Center. At this time, the men and women coming and going outside the gate stopped one after another. The men all looked at the handsome motorcycle. Some sharp-eyed ones had already recognized that this was the 3rd generation of the Shinyao series, but thinking about the damn price, they could only shake their heads helplessly. And the woman was attracted by this handsome motorcycle rider. With a height of 175, a strong and upright figure, and a handsome and heroic face, Hsoka, who is 1 year away from being considered an adult at the age of 16 in this world, does have the capital to make any woman favor him. Hsoka is not a registered alliance trainer. According to the laws of this world, an ordinary person who wants to travel to other places must apply for a pass at the local Pokémon Center. Because this world is a city-autonomous world, Alliance is the boss and never asks about it. Unless there is a major event in the city is basically decided by the mayor and the local gym owner. Alliance trainers who have Pokémon Pokédex don't need to be so troublesome, because the Pokédex with their personal information is a global passport. With this thing, trainers can stay and eat for free at any Pokémon Center around the world. It sounds great, but not everyone is qualified to be an Alliance trainer. First of all, the parents of a family must not have any bad records. If your parents have been in jail or have a criminal record, then sorry, their children are not eligible to register. Secondly, starting from the 100th day after the child is born, the parents need to pay 100,000 Alliance coins for the so-called training fee for the child every year until the child is 12 years old and receives the Earl Dervish Pokemon, which means that they have to pay for a full 12 years, a total of 1.2 million Alliance coins. From this point of view, a trainer registered with Alliance must have a clean family background and be born in a wealthy family with a certain income. Otherwise, you might think that Alliance is an orphanage with no benefits. Why do they allow so many registered trainers to receive free medical care, meals, and accommodation at the Pokémon Center? Nurse Joy, please help me get a pass. By the way, it's a 3-year pass. Thank you. Leaning against the front desk, Hsoka held his helmet in one hand and tapped the marble countertop with the other. Okay, sir. Nurse Joy smiled and nodded. A 3-year pass requires a processing fee of 30,000 Alliance coins. Just swipe the card. Hsoka handed over the bank card with the Pokemon ball pattern printed on it. 10,000 a year is not too much. The longest processing period for a region pass is 3 years. With a pass, you can eat and stay for free at the Pokemon Center in each place, but you don't enjoy free medical care. You still have to pay extra to treat Pokemon. They eat buffets and live in dormitories. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Hsoka will never go to the Pokemon Center for dinner. Cerulean City is a coastal city in the northern part of the Kanto region. The north of the city is adjacent to the estuary of the river, the south is Saffron City, and the west is Mt. Moon. Cerulean City is one of the only 2 cities in Kanto region that has roads connecting all 4 sides, the other being Saffron City. After all, as a world-famous international metropolis, Saffron City's urban roads are the most developed and comprehensive in Kanto region. Cerulean City is a medium-sized city, much larger than Viridian City. As a good seaside resort city, Cerulean City is a shopping paradise. Beach and bikini are the symbols of this city. The Divine Burr motorcycle was driving at high speed on the road to Cerulean City. From time to time, the growl of various Pokemon could be heard from the forests on both sides of the road. In Soaring in the Sky, Bobo and Spearow crossed the sky and headed for the forest on the other side. This world has always been sparsely populated. To be honest, it has been almost an hour since the road from Nibi City started. Hsoka has not seen a second car on this road. Except for the truck that was carrying goods not long ago, there is no sign of human habitation. The area of this planet is about 3 times that of the Earth in the previous life. Each region is equivalent to a continent. The civilized society developed by humans is only a very small area compared to the whole world. In addition, people in this world pay attention to living in peace with nature. Destroying forests and polluting rivers are both felonies stipulated by Alliance law, which are felonies that are enough to put you in jail. This time I went to Cerulean City because Shisuo received a very interesting bounty task last night. It was issued by Cerulean Gym, the official gym of Cerulean City. The task content is to go to Cerulean Gym to be the temporary gym owner for 3 days. There will be a salary of 30,000 yuan every day, which is 90,000 yuan for 3 days. To be honest, the cash reward of 90,000 yuan is not very tempting, but another special reward is quite coveted. That is the water-type skill Surf learning machine. The Surf skill has a power value of 90 in the official rating of Alliance, and the market valuation is between 650,000 and 800,000. This price will fluctuate greatly due to different regions and different urban geographical environments. Since the reward for the mission is very attractive, there are many trainers and bounty hunters who accept the mission once it is released. Therefore, Cerulean Gym is preparing to conduct practical assessments on the 15th and 16th, that is, today and tomorrow, for the trainers who come to apply. The trainer or bounty hunter who wins in the end will become the actual executor of this mission. However, there is another prerequisite for this mission. During the 3-day mission of guarding the gym, the executor is not allowed to lose any gym challenge. If the trainer loses any challenge and causes the water drop badge of Cerulean Gym to flow out, he will immediately receive the salary for the day and leave. Hsoka is only the lowest bronze hunter in the rating of the Bounty Hunter official website. In fact, his number of missions and completion rate can make him a silver elite hunter long ago, but because he still lacks an elite trainer license issued by the Alliance, he has been stuck at this level. Bronze hunters can only accept bounty missions below B level, while silver elite hunters can accept A-level missions, and gold hunters above this can accept S-level bounty missions. Bronze, silver, gold. These are the official ratings among bounty hunters. As the water capital of the Kanto region, Cerulean City has all kinds of pools or small lakes both inside and outside the city. Domestic and wild water Pokémon play in the pools, creating a unique, peaceful atmosphere. The Cerulean Gym is a landmark building in Cerulean City. It covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. Its appearance is somewhat similar to a circus tent. The top is covered with colorful canopies, and there is a giant dugong statue right above the gate. Should I also consider catching a water Pokémon? Hsoka thought as he stood in front of the gate of the Cerulean Gym. After all, if there are tasks that need to be carried out in the sea or river environment in the future, then a powerful water Pokémon will be of great help to him. Sorry, starting today, the Cerulean Gym will be closed for 2 days. The Gym Challenge and Water Ballet will not be held during these 2 days. A middle-aged security guard at the door stopped Hsoka, who was about to knock on the door. Hsoka shrugged and said, "I'm a bounty hunter, and I'm here to apply for the temporary gym owner." I understand. The middle-aged security guard smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Young man, the main door is not open now. You have to go through the side door here. The gym owner is waiting for you there." The middle-aged security guard stepped aside, and there was a half-open small iron door on his left. "Thank you." Hsoka politely nodded, and then strode towards the small iron door. Walking through a long corridor, Cal was in front of him. This was a venue similar to a performance stage, with a huge swimming pool in the center and empty auditoriums around it. This should be the place where the 3 gym leaders perform water ballet. Hsoka leaned against the wall with his arms folded, observing the situation around him. There were about 20 or so trainers who came to apply for the job standing around the huge stage venue. Bang, bang, bang. A series of salutes sounded, and as the ribbons fluttered, a black shadow appeared and soaring in the sky, and a large elevator slowly descended with 3 beauties with different hair colors. Seeing the 3 beauties wearing sexy suspenders appear on the stage, the lazy trainers around them all came back to their senses, and some guys were so excited that their faces blushed. For a while, the whistles and applause never stopped. These are the 3 famous, beautiful gym leaders of Cerulean Gym. Hsoka had to admit that the 3 in front of him were indeed beautiful women who made people's eyes shine. Their snow-white and plump legs, delicate and outstanding faces, and the sexy suspenders were enough to make any man's heart beat. "Everyone, I think you should all understand the requirements of this mission." Stephanie, who was standing on the left and had long golden hair with a sakura on it, was holding the microphone and said loudly, "I'm the eldest sister of the 3 sisters in the Cerulean Gym. My name is Sakura. I believe many of you should have heard of my name." With a hint of narcissism, the whistles and applause from the audience did show that this beauty was quite famous in the hearts of men in the Kanto region. "Okay, no more nonsense." The eldest sister, Sakura, continued, "We only need 1 temporary gym leader in our gym, and the reward is only 1, but there are so many people here, so we have to choose the strongest trainer among you to serve as the temporary gym leader. You can rest for an hour first, and the selection will officially begin in an hour. Please show your full strength." The 3 sisters walked to the middle of the stage together and blew a kiss to all the trainers present. After the words fell, the 3 sisters walked into the backstage and disappeared in front of everyone, followed by sighs. You have to know that everyone present is not here for the generous reward. Once you can stand out and become a temporary gym leader, you can spend 3 days with the 3 beautiful gym leaders. If you can show your prowess and win the heart of a beautiful gym leader, won't you have a place in Cerulean Gym? I have to admit that there are many people who have this idea. You can tell what they're thinking by looking at the pig-like expressions on the faces of those middle-aged uncles who are almost 30 or 40 years old. The selection competition is conducted by the simplest lottery method. 3 venues are divided and carried out simultaneously. It happens that the three beautiful gym leaders who have changed their clothes are the referees. Hiso drew the first game in venue number 3. The referee is Violet, the youngest sister among the three sisters, the beautiful woman with long purple hair. Boy, if I were you, then admit defeat. The bearded man saw a hint of jealousy in his eyes when he saw Hsoka walking slowly to the stage. This kind of pretty boy is simply the natural enemy of our tough guys. Didn't you see that the little girl named Violet has been staring at the pretty boy with her eyes wide open? What's the use of being handsome? Strength is king. The big man continued to shout. In front of my uncle Yinshan, your little body can't last 2 rounds. When I was young, I once made it to the top 8 of the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference. Beauty, can the game start? Hsoka ignored him and smiled at Violet, who had been staring at him. Oh, okay. Violet came back to her senses, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. She was a little embarrassed, and then she shouted in a delicate voice. The rules of this competition are a one-on-one challenge. If one of the Pokémon loses the ability to fight, the game will end. Go right on. The big man, named Yinshan, couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately took out a Pokémon ball and threw it out. Roar! A huge figure with a body size of more than 2 meters and a look similar to that of an ancient dinosaur appeared in the center of the venue. It roared to the sky, immediately giving people an unstoppable momentum. The tip of its nose had a ferocious and sharp horn, and its whole body was wrapped in gray hard armor. A long and thick one occasionally hit the ground, making a dull bang. This kind of self-righteous behavior is an idiot in Hsoka's eyes. He has never been a trainer or not a regular trainer. He is a bounty hunter. In his eyes, as long as he can win and complete the task, any means are acceptable. Like this, without the referee's confirmation, he directly threw out Pokémon first. It's either looking for a target or having a brain problem. In the battle with the gym trainer, the gym trainer must use Pokémon first because of the rules of the gym competition, so that the challenger has a chance to use Pokémon that restrains its attributes. The strength of the gym trainer is generally stronger than the challenger, but the responsibility of the Alliance Gym has never been just to defeat the challenger, but to evaluate the potential of the challengers, so as to make different degrees of release. Unlike the other party's exaggerated attitude of seeking performance, Hsoka calmly took a shrunken Pokémon ball from his belt, pressed the button, and the ping-pong ball-sized treasure ball instantly expanded to the size of an apple. Sneasel, come out and get some fresh air. A flash of red light flashed in the yellow and white Ultra Ball, and immediately after the red light landed, it turned into the black figure of Sneasel, with a sleek and streamlined figure and exaggerated and aggressive 2-finger claws. La! Faced with rival, who was much larger than himself, Sneasel not only did not hesitate at all, but wiped his nose and performed the iconic throat-cutting taunt again. The big man Yinshan saw Hsoka take out Sneasel, and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, and then loudly mocked. Boy, are you taking out this little thing to make fun of it? My Rhydon can beat it to pieces within 3 rounds. How can such an idiot grow so big? The opponent's ridicule is simply a jumping clown in Hsoka's eyes. Is the strength of Pokémon judged only by size? How did this guy make it to the top 8 of the so-called Indigo Plateau Conference? Did he rely on his mouth? Rhydon has the attributes of ground and rock, and with a thick armor, his defense is indeed amazing. If it were just an ordinary Sneasel, it might be a bit difficult to deal with it, but Hsoka's Sneasel has learned Freezing Punch and Brick Break, and these 2 skills can double the damage of Rhydon's 2 attributes. Boy, for the sake of this beautiful woman as the referee, I will let you go first. The big man Yinshan continued to show what he thought was a gentleman's demeanor, and even crossed his hands over his chest with a gesture of victory or defeat. Hearing this, Hsoka's mouth curled up and he smiled. You're asking for death. Don't blame me. Sneasel sword dance. Sneasel responded with a light shout, crossed his claws across his chest, and immediately spun on the spot like a ballet actor normal. After a few seconds, the battle dance gradually stopped. His blood-red eyes were full of brilliance that made people dare not look at him. and his hair stood up. After the sword dance, Sneasel's contest condition almost reached a peak. After many comparisons of data by Hsoka and the corresponding information found on major research websites, Pokémon Sword Dance increases its own physical attack by about 2 levels, which is about 20% in percentage. Sword Dance will quickly stimulate the Pokémon's own muscle tissue, greatly enhancing its strength and thus achieving the effect of increasing physical attack. The research records show that the number of sword dances that can be performed varies depending on the physical fitness of Pokémon. Normally, it is 1 to 2 times, but some Pokémon with strong physical fitness can reach the theoretical limit of 3 sword dances. Sword Dance will greatly stimulate muscle tissue, and therefore many Pokémon with weak muscles, such as psychic Pokémon, or Pokémon with no body at all, such as ghost Pokémon, cannot learn Sword Dance. At this moment, the big man Yinshan felt a little threatened by the cat-like little thing in front of him, but the words are out and the water is spilled. If no one saw or heard it, it would be fine, but since he had said such words next to a beautiful woman, he could only accept it. Frozen Fist. Sneasel. Sneasel stared at the restless Rhydon in front of him with a covetous look. The moment he heard Hsoka's order, he immediately rushed to Rhydon's belly with a quick attack at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly. The fist wrapped in the cold air hit Rhydon's belly in the form of an upper hook. Rhydon felt a chill in his abdomen, followed by a sharp pain with a chill in his stomach. His body immediately staggered backwards and then fell heavily on the rocky ground. Ice-killing ground is a double damage bonus, especially since the opponent trainer is a fool who dares to give in without knowing the strength of both sides. After Sneasel's Sword Dance, his excellent physical attack has reached a terrifying contest condition. A freezing punch after quick attack is enough to instantly kill this Rhydon with medium to above strength. The game is over, and the winner is Hsoka from Tokiwa City. Violet was naturally very happy to see the handsome guy she admired win, and immediately announced the result of the game loudly. The big man Yinshan seemed unable to believe the result of the game for a while. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was wide open for a long time. The first match in the third venue was the fastest to end. It took less than 3 minutes from the referee's announcement to the end of the match. Hsoka was free for a while. Unlike other competing rivals, he did not crowd around the 3 venues to observe the so-called rival intelligence. Instead, he leisurely strolled around the Cerulean Gym alone. These trainers who came to apply for temporary gym leaders, Hsoka had already seen them thoroughly. Except for a few who were quite impressive, the rest were half-baked, leaving the level of novice trainers, but still a few levels away from elite trainers. Unconsciously, Hsoka had left the lobby stage and came to the swimming pool area. This seemed to be the place where Cerulean Gym trained water Pokémon. A large number of water Pokémon lived in the rectangular pools, but most of them were common water Pokémon in the Kanto region. Staryu, Poliwag, Tentacle Seal. Wait, this kid is... Hsoka's attention was suddenly attracted by a small khaki figure in the corner of the pool. It had blue forked fins and yellow-brown spots all over its body. Its huge eyes were always in a dull contest condition. The small figure just stayed in the pool motionless. If it weren't for the bubbles coming out of the corners of its mouth, people would have wondered if the fish was dead. This is an ugly fish. Its shape is a bit similar to Magikarp, but it is much smaller and uglier than Magikarp. It has no lively eyes, and its khaki skin is enough to make everyone who sees it for the first time feel an indescribable disgust. Feebas. Hsoka was extremely surprised. Why would this Pokémon appear in the Cerulean Gym? Feebas likes to live in specific waters, that is, places full of aquatic plants. And compared to Magikarp, which has been found in waters all over the world, the number of Feebas is much smaller. Because of its ugly appearance, even if a trainer catches Feebas, he rarely chooses to capture it and just throws it away as an ordinary fish. Also, few people know that in the Hoenn region, the Pokémon called Milotic by the locals with the beauty of Mew, her degenerate form is the ugly Feebas in Hsoka's eyes now. The truth may always be hard to believe, Why such an ugly, silly fish would evolve into such a beautiful Milotic. Milotic, Venus, is only one word different from the goddess of beauty. If it weren't for some memories of his previous life that Feebas can evolve into Milotic, Hsoka asked himself, he would never have any interest in the little thing in front of him. At most, he would look at it twice because of its ugly appearance, which is human nature and it does not matter right or wrong. You should know that Milotic is rarer than the quasi-god Pokémon in each region, with a peerless, beautiful appearance and mysterious and powerful strength. There aren't many Feebas, and even fewer can evolve into Milotic. Milotic's evolution conditions are too harsh, and even those trainers who know how to evolve can only get Milotic when they are extremely lucky. Hsoka knows how Milotic evolves, but he's not sure if his past memories are valid in this real world. To evolve into Milotic, trainers don't train Feebas' strength, but cultivate its beauty. However, even if the so-called beauty reaches the requirements for evolution, trainers still need a special item as a trigger to induce the light of evolution, which is Prism Scale. Prism Scale is a mysterious scale that shines with colorful luster. It is said that it was formed by the outrage that fell off Milotic's neck after his natural death. This text is part of the information Hsoka obtained after hacking into the main computer of a water Pokémon laboratory in the Hoenn region. This means that every time a Feebas evolves into a Milotic, another Milotic dies. Therefore, it is difficult to find a naturally evolved Milotic in the wild. The conditions required are too harsh. Meeting a wild Milotic is no less difficult than meeting a legendary Pokémon. Hey, do you know this Pokémon? A lively girl's voice sounded. It's you. Hsoka looked back and saw that it was the purple-haired beauty who had just been his referee. Her name should be Violet. You haven't answered my question yet. Violet put her hands behind her back and ran to Hsoka with a sly smile. I see you've been standing here for a long time. Are you interested in this little thing? Not interested, and I don't know it. Hsoka lied without blinking and said calmly, I'm just curious about the Pokémon I've never seen before. It's because it's too ugly, Violet said in a delicate voice. At first I thought it was a Magikarp with a skin disease. Later I asked Nurse Joy and found out that this little thing is a Pokémon from another region called Feebas. This name is really appropriate. It's called Feebas because it's ugly. The sharp-eyed Hsoka clearly saw that when Violet said these words loudly, Feebas under the water showed an indignant look and swam to the depths of the pool with a flick of its blue tail. Little creature, you're still angry. Violet also noticed Underwater's movements, but still said nonchalantly, my youngest sister accidentally found this little creature while playing on the beach. It was stranded on the beach with injured fins. If my youngest sister wasn't kind-hearted, this little creature would probably be in danger of its life. After that, Hsoka won 3 more games and eliminated his competitors at the fastest speed. Sneasel's performance today was perfect. It was already evening, and the Cerulean gym that was noisy during the day had only the last 4 reserve players left. The 4 of them will decide who will be the last person to be the temporary gym trainer tomorrow morning. Cerulean Gym prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner for the 4 people. As an official gym in a city, the gym's financial resources are very rich because the official gym is eligible to get a part of the city's tax revenue, and Alliance will also allocate a large amount of funds every year. If the gym is very famous, the owner can even get a lot of sponsorship from major group companies. The 3 sisters went to the beauty salon to work on SAP and had no time to entertain the 4 people. At this time, in the luxuriously decorated restaurant, in addition to the 4 reserve players, there were only 2 security guards left. The 2 young trainers sitting at the other side of the table ate seafood silently, and from time to time, they glanced at the handsome boy with black ponytail opposite them. This guy is their biggest enemy. Just look at his few games. He defeated rival at a very fast speed. The Sneasel with amazing speed is really terrifying. Hello, my name is Dinksy. I have watched several of your battles. The Sneasel under your command is really amazing. At this time, a spherical creature wearing overalls, curly green short hair, and a horizontally growing body approached Hsoka, who was drinking alone. Hsoka turned around and looked over, smiling, and said, Hello, My name is Hsoka, and your golem is also very good. Hsoka had also watched a game of this little fat guy before. The Pokemon he used was the final evolution of Geodude, Golem, and the rollout that broke the game was indeed used well. The fat boy, scratched the back of his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, "That was all luck, mainly because rival is not strong. In fact, I'm not as good as he said. Is this guy thinking something wrong?" Looking at the fat boy who was immersed in self-indulgence, Hsoka couldn't help laughing. He just said Golem was good, but he didn't say you were good. Hsoka felt that this fat boy was a little interesting, so he chatted with him for a few more words. "I live in Saffron City. I originally came to Cerulean City for a trip this time, and by the way, I took a look at the water ballet that is famous in the Kanto region. But I happened to hear that the Cerulean Gym was preparing to recruit a temporary gym leader, so I wanted to come and try it out and feel what it feels like to be a gym leader." Choji explained his background and purpose in a few words. Judging from the other party's behavior and the words just now, this little fat man should have a good family background. Hsoka nodded and said, "I came here for the surf learning machine. By the way, my pocket is a bit tight recently, so I want to come here to earn some extra money." After dinner, the gym security arranged a room for each of the 4 people. After taking a shower, Hsoka lay on the white sheets with his hands on his back, his thoughts flying, and he remembered some things Violet said to him during the day. Violet's youngest sister is called Misty. After saving Feebas 3 days ago, she went out to travel. With the memory of his previous life, Hsoka certainly knows who Misty is. She is the first heroine of the Pokemon series. In this case, according to this timeline, the so-called protagonist of this world, Ash, has just left Pallet Town for a trip. Interesting. Playing with the silver headband in his hand, Hsoka's mouth curled up with an intriguing smile. Many years ago, after learning about the world he was in, he searched for some related people and place names in his memory on the internet. The pure white town of Pallet Town does exist, as does Professor Oak and the Dragon Elite Fairy, but Ash's information cannot be found. It may be that the boy was not born yet, or was just born. Protagonist? It does not exist. Hsoka is not going to look for the so-called protagonist. This world is a real world. The planet will not stop rotating because of the absence of any one person, and no one has ever been the protagonist of the world. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, Hsoka is still worried about the Feebas he saw during the day. From the casual behavior of the Feebas, it can be seen that this little thing is not as dull as it looks on the surface. It also has emotions and cares about other people's evaluation of it, which proves that the little guy still has some intelligence. Unlike Magikarp, the intelligence of this group seems to be no different from that of ordinary fish. Apart from instinct, it seems that there is no wisdom and emotions that a Pokemon should have. Feebas can evolve into Milotic. Although the evolution process may be difficult, it cannot resist Hsoka's covetousness for Feebas. How can he get Feebas? After all, this is the Pokemon of the Cerulean Gym. How to get Feebas without using extreme means? This is the question. Hsoka can be sure that the 3 sisters of the Cerulean Gym, including Misty, do not know that Feebas can evolve into Milotic, because from their attitudes, it can be clearly seen that, not to say that they hate it, but they also have an attitude of turning a blind eye to Feebas. Therefore, it should not be too difficult to get Feebas, but the prerequisite is to defeat everyone and become the trainer of this temporary gym before the next plan can be carried out. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Hsoka opened his eyes immediately without the need for an alarm. Once a biological clock is developed, it is much more useful than an alarm. After washing up, he put on a black sports vest and walked out of the room with Sneasel, who had just woken up and was playing Yawn. At night, when resting, Hsoka would release the Pokemon from the Pokeball. Although the Pokeball would not have any adverse effects on the Pokemon, and even had a certain effect of restoring physical strength, it was still comfortable to rest in bed. Lulu continued to rest in the room. Psychic Pokemon do not need strong exercise. They only need to rest quietly and calm mind, and their strength will steadily improve. A day's plan begins in the morning. Sneasel's current physical fitness and muscle strength are still a bit poor, so he has not been able to master the street sword test of this system. Sword dance can only be done once. Forcing a second sword dance will not stimulate the muscles but force damage. After the warm-up exercise, the sky was just getting light. Of course, when the people in this city were still asleep, a boy and a Sneasel had already started a morning run around the cerulean gym. From the beginning, they trotted, and after 3 laps, the running speed almost reached a sprint. Sneasel put his arms behind his back and started a crazy sprint with his master. The physical fitness of Pokémon has always been far superior to that of humans, especially agile Pokémon like Sneasel. Sneasel, who has explosive power and super high speed, lacks only endurance. 5 laps, 8 laps, 10 laps, 15 laps, 20 laps. After an hour and a half, when the sun completely shone on the earth, Hsoka and Sneasel were already soaked and standing under the shade of the tree, panting. The feeling of sweating profusely after this kind of intense exercise is really comfortable. People who exercise regularly know that when this kind of thing becomes a habit, it will be addictive. After going to the room and taking a cold shower with Sneasel, Hsoka brought the 2 pets to the restaurant. The restaurant was empty. Apart from the food that had been prepared, it seemed that no one could be seen. It seems that we are the first. Hsoka joked, picked up 3 plates, and started to serve the dishes. Beef and eggs were indispensable, and some broccoli and tomatoes were added. Lulu was a vegetarian, so Hsoka only brought her some tree fruits and vegetables. It was not until 8 o'clock that some people walked into the restaurant one after another. Some were gym staff, and some were gym interns. Seeing Hsoka, who had already eaten and drunk enough and led the 2 pets out of the restaurant, they all showed curious eyes. Hsoka admired the little fat boy named Dinksy a little. He could eat and sleep. If there was no selection competition at 10 o'clock, he would probably continue to sleep. I'm almost late. Patting the fat on his chest that kept shaking, Choji panted and said, "Brother Hsoka, do you think we'll be grouped together in the first game?" The fat boy Choji is 2 years younger than Hsoka, and he is 13 this year. After conversation yesterday, he became very familiar with Hsoka and called him a brother. Now let's start the first round of eliminations, with Hsoka from Tokiwa City fighting against Lucci from Lamprey City. The eldest sister, Sakura, said loudly with a microphone, "Please come to the swimming pool over here, both players." Today's competition venue is no longer the standard rock and soil venue of yesterday, but a battle on the water, which is also the iconic battle venue of Cerulean Gym as a water gym. There are 2 white floating boards with a width of 1 person above the swimming pool, which are for non-water Pokémon to stand on. Compared with trainers who use water Pokémon, trainers without water Pokémon are undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this venue. The blue-haired young man, named Lucky, was a little nervous at first. After all, he met Rival, who had performed so strongly yesterday at the beginning. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous. But when he saw the swimming pool, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The game begins. Seeing that the opponent was reluctant to throw his Pokémon, Hsoka was a little amused. Is he so scary? He shook his head speechlessly, threw his hand, and the Pokeball flew high. With a bang, the Pokeball opened, and the red rays fell on the white floating board on the water. The light dissipated, and Lulu's beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. As Kirlia is considered rare in its hometown Hoenn region, it is naturally extremely rare to appear in the eyes of the people of Kanto. This is a Pokémon that has never been seen or heard of. Wow! Violet couldn't help but shout out loud, and immediately shook the arm of her second sister Lily beside her, shouting, "Sister, look, this Pokémon I haven't seen before is so beautiful. It looks exactly like the human little Stephanie, just like a little princess." The pink-haired second sister Lily didn't say anything, but her twinkling eyes also told her feelings. Kirlia's beautiful figure is indeed easy to conquer these sentimental women. Seeing the Pokémon used by the other party, although he had never seen it before, he knew at a glance that it was not a water Pokémon. Lucci was relieved about this, and then perhaps he felt that his previous behavior was too cowardly, and immediately threw his Pokémon ball. A red light flashed, and a Pokémon that looked like a jellyfish fell into the pool. A huge blue pot lid-shaped head, with a watermelon-sized agate object on each side of the top of the head, and an oval agate object the size of a duck egg in the center of the forehead. Black has a pair of ferocious eyes under his strange head, and a blue hard-shell substance similar to a pliers grows from the mouth position and the back of the head. From a distance, it looks like a sharp scimitar. About 80 vine-thick tentacles are distributed around this long pliers. Tentacruel, the evolution of tentacle, has the dual attributes of poison and water. It mainly lives in the ocean far away from the land, so examples of Tentacruel are rarely found in inland rivers. Sometimes some information is often the key to winning the game. Hsoka knows the opponent's Pokémon very well, but this young trainer named Lulu knows nothing about Kirlia, which often leads to the opponent's inevitable disadvantage at the beginning of the game. Indeed, Tentacruel thrives in this kind of swimming pool, but Kirlia, as a psychic Pokémon, has a great advantage in attributes. Psychic restrains poison and still has double damage bonus. Lulu doesn't rely on speed at all. With Teleport, she doesn't care what kind of venue she fights in. Even if there is no float above this pool, Lulu can still use Confusion to float herself in the air. Lulu waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Tentacruel, strike first, use Poison Barb." Puff, puff. Tentacruel's tentacles danced wildly, and the sharp tips with Black's Poison Barb broke through the air and attacked. Teleport. Hsoka's mouth didn't move, and he didn't make any sound. Cooperation with Kirlia is the most comfortable, because the two can telepathically communicate with each other, and Hsoka can give orders directly in his heart, because there is no need to speak, and the speed of thinking is often the fastest. The command method without speaking has many benefits for the party, but makes rival completely confused. Looking at Kirlia, who had no intention of dodging, Lucky couldn't understand why the guy on the other side didn't command his Pokémon to dodge or make some resistance. Did he just stay there stupidly and let Tentacruel's Poison Barb at all of them? The sky full of Poison Barb was approaching Kirlia's sky. Just a second before it was about to hit, the air produced a slight ripple, and without any sound, Kirlia disappeared on the spot. It's the teleport of the psychic Pokémon. The fat boy Choji shouted. The Pokémon I haven't seen before turn out to be a psychic Pokémon. As soon as these words came out, everyone present understood. So that's it, it's teleport. No wonder it suddenly disappeared on the spot. However, Lucky was sweating when he heard these words. Attribute Restraint is a must-learn knowledge for a trainer, and he also knew that psychic restrains poison. The disappeared Kirlia appeared on the white, floating board opposite, standing just behind Tentacruel, and the distance between them was only an arm's length away. Lulu waved her hand, and the powerful mental power formed a substantial light red confusion that instantly wrapped Tentacruel's body and pulled Tentacruel out of the water in the midst of the other party's painful screams. The pervasive confusion was like an endless cotton needle normal, constantly invading Tentacruel's body and destroying its internal tissues. It's over. Seeing this situation, Lulu lowered his head in despair. The ending of this game seemed to have been determined from the beginning. Tentacruel was finally hit by Lulu's confusion on the wall beside the swimming pool. With a bang, the game officially fell Veilstone. The second match was between the fat boy Choji and another young trainer from Cinnabar Island. The young trainer from Cinnabar Island seemed to be specialized in fire-type Pokémon. Yesterday, he played well with a duck-billed Charmander on the rock field, but today he was confused when the field suddenly changed to the swimming pool. This is the disadvantage of specializing in one attribute Pokémon. Although it is easy to cultivate and form combat effectiveness, and because they're all Pokémon of the same attribute, it is easier to take care of without too much distraction, but it is also very easy to be targeted by rival. Just like the famous Dragon Elite Du from Kanto and Chengdu region, he is recognized as the strongest elite by trainers in both places. But when facing the Ice Elite Lorelei from his hometown Orange Islands, it is only a 50-50 match, and sometimes he loses more than he wins. Hsoka has seen the few battle videos of the two elites. The overall strength of the Dragon Elite Du is indeed higher than that of the Ice Elite Lorelei, But when facing the attribute being restrained in all aspects, even recognize genius. Can't think of too many ways. Besides, it's not a bully game. Both trainers are Alliance elite level, so even if there is a gap in strength, it won't be too big. After a long detour, back to the competition venue. This time the young man from Cinnabar Island did not take out the powerful Charmeleon from yesterday, but took out a fire-type, evolved fire Pokémon from EV. Although it is also a fire type, it is obviously much more flexible than Charmeleon, smaller in size and lighter in weight, so it has more room to move when standing on the floating board. No one is an idiot, knowing that the opponent only has fire-type Pokémon and not taking out Pokémon that can restrain it. The golem of the fat boy Choji is even worse than the fire Pokémon. Its tonnage is too terrifying, and the floating board cannot support the weight of the golem. Hee. Luckily, I still have a trick up my sleeve. Choji laughed complacently. Seadra, it's your turn. Woo! A red light flashed, and a Pokémon with an icy blue body and a seahorse-like appearance appeared in the pool, with a cylindrical mouth similar to a cannon barrel and hideous barbs on its back. This match is totally unwinnable, with all the advantages of the terrain being inferior and the attributes being suppressed. Seadra's straight-line sprinting speed in the water is just like a speedboat, and whenever the trainer on Cinnabar Island commands the fire Pokémon to counterattack with Flamethrower, the fat boy Choji always sneaks Seadra into the water. You have no way to think about this cheating strategy of using the venue. Of course, if the Pokémon is strong enough, it can directly burn the pool into boiling contest conditions with a few flamethrowers, then Seadra hiding in the water will definitely be defeated. Even more exaggerated, using a fire-type trick to evaporate the entire pool would definitely be a one-hit kill. But unfortunately, the strength of this fire Pokémon is far from that level. After more than a dozen flamethrowers, although some water was evaporated, it was just a drop in the bucket for a pool of more than 200 square meters. Instead, it made itself out of breath, and its physical strength fell to a low point for a while. Then the fat boy Choji had Seadra use Twister to pull the fire Pokémon into the water, and finally used Hydro Pump to knock the fire Pokémon out of the pool. Double damage. The fire Pokémon was defeated. Did I hear you wrong? You're going to give up the next game. The elder sister Sakura looked at the little fat man who said this in disbelief. You have to understand, you have played to the last game. If you win the black-haired handsome guy, you could be a temporary gym trainer in our Cerulean gym for 3 days. Not only will you get a salary of 30,000 yuan a day, but as long as you guard the gym for 3 days and prevent any trainer who comes to challenge you from getting the water drop badge, you can also get a surf learning machine worth more than 650,000 yuan. Understand? Dinxie nodded and said, Saiso is definitely stronger than me. I know this, and I am most afraid of trouble. So why do I have to play a game that I will obviously lose? Sakura was a little amused by the words of this little fat man. You have reached the finals. No matter you win or lose, you should always try. What if you win? Sakura shook her head helplessly and said, Well, since this is your own decision, the final winner today is the handsome guy named Hsoka. As for you, the annoying little fat guy, go back to where you came from. Do you understand? I understand, Choji nodded repeatedly. Anyway, there is nothing fun in Cerulean City. As for the badge of the Cerulean Gym, I also got it. Speaking of which, this is the easiest time for me to get a badge. The title of the weakest gym in the Kanto region is really well-deserved. You little fat guy. Sakura was instantly enraged. But before Sakura could rush up to attack, Choji immediately ran towards the gym gate at a speed that was not suitable for his body size, shouting loudly as he ran. Brother Hsoka, that's it. I'll go to Nibi City to get the badge first. Anyway, I have your information, and I'll invite you to have dinner together when I have time. Bye. Tell me, who lost the gym badge to that damn fat guy? Sakura put her hands on her hips and turned around to glare at her two uneasy sisters. Violet or Lily? It was me. Violet raised her hand embarrassedly and said, At that time, you and the second sister happened to go shopping together, and then the fat guy came over. His Seadra was too fast, and my mosquito frog was not a rival at all. Big sister, it's not the first time anyway. Lily hurried up to persuade. The water drop badge of Cerulean Gym is indeed recognized by everyone as the easiest badge to get. You won by one. Sakura's pretty face flushed with anger. Can't you have a little ambition? We Cerulean Gym cannot be the strongest gym in Kanto, but it cannot be the weakest either. Look, Sakura pulled Hsoka's arm and said, now I have found such a powerful and handsome trainer for you. I want him to make a name for our Cerulean Gym within 3 days, so that every trainer who comes to challenge us will be in trouble. Agreed. Agreed. Violet and Lily looked at each other and nodded. Is this considered a fox taking advantage of the tiger's power? Hsoka on the side could only look away awkwardly. What kind of brain circuits do these 3 sisters have? Instead of thinking about how to enhance their own strength, they use the method of recruiting temporary gym trainers to temporarily replace them. The 3 of them will be excellent water ballet dancers, but they will never be a good trainer. Fortunately, the 3 of them have a youngest sister with excellent potential, who could support Cerulean Gym in the future and completely get rid of the title of the weakest gym in Kanto region. Walking on the walkway of the Cerulean Gym, which was covered with transparent glass tiles, Sakura introduced Hsoka to his next job. After all, he was taking money from others and helping them get rid of their troubles. As a bounty hunter who considered himself a professional, he had to build a good reputation so that there would be more repeat customers, and those satisfied customers would also introduce more customers. The competition rules of our Cerulean Gym are 3 versus 3, and there must be a water Pokémon. Sakura stopped in front of a large pool and pointed to the many water Pokémon playing in the pool and said, but since you don't have a water Pokémon, you can pick one at random. If the child is willing to follow you later, you can also take it away after the mission is over. But the premise is, don't let any challenger get the water drop badge. Hsoka said this first and smiled. You can rest assured about this. No one will get the water drop badge within 3 days. A bounty hunter is also a man's promise. Happiness comes so suddenly. Looking at the red and white Pokeball in his hand, Hsoka was still in a trance. Yesterday, he was still thinking about how to get Feebas, and now this little thing is in his hands. When Sakura said that he could pick any unowned water Pokemon, Hisoka's first reaction was Feebas in the small pool. The progress was also very smooth. Although the 3 sisters were surprised why Hsoka picked a vase with almost no combat power. No, it should be said that it was not even a vase. After all, Feebas' appearance was too contrary to human aesthetics. Anyway, this Feebas was just picked up by my younger sister from the beach, so it doesn't matter even if I give it to him. Bulbasaur used rattan weaving. A passionate boy's voice sounded in the Cerulean Gym. Feebas water splash. Hsoka commanded calmly. The rattan weave attacked through the air and hit Feebas, who was splashing from water. Grass is stronger than water. Feebas' weak physical strength was as thin as paper in front of Bulbasaur's rattan weave. Feebas has lost his ability to fight. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Seeing his first victory, the hot-blooded rookie who had just started traveling wiped his nose excitedly and said carelessly, wow, Cerulean Gym is really so weak. I didn't believe it at first. Bulbasaur will continue to work hard and win the first gym badge in our lives. The night and I. Bulbasaur heard the master's voice and excitedly stretched out the rattan weave to dance in the air. It seems that because of the good start of the first game, the man and the pet have completely ignored the next game. Hsoka took out the Pokeball and took back the dizzy Feebas. Looking at the excited rookie on the opposite side, he was reluctant to play the next game, because the next game might be a nightmare that would destroy the confidence of a rookie trainer who had just debuted. Boom! The red light deformed in the air, and Sneasel landed steadily on the floating board with a handsome somersault. With his arms around his chest, he was less wild and more mature. Hsoka found that Sneasel seemed to like learning his behavior more and more because he was in the posture of his arms around his chest at this moment. One person and one pet showed what perfect unity was at this moment. Bulbasaur, we won this game in one go. Seeing a new rival on the field, the enthusiastic young man immediately commanded, continue to use the rattan to attack rival. The The rattan came with a swish sound. Sneasel did not dodge, stretched out his claws, and grabbed the rattan in midair. Sneasel, who has excellent dynamic vision, wanted to catch this kind of rattan with speed and strength. It was easy, which was the natural advantage of cats. Pulling back hard, the huge force pulled Bulbasaur into the air and flew straight towards Sneasel at a very fast speed. Deny. Bulbasaur was astonishing in the air and kept making fearful growls. The young man, who was still full of blood just now, was already confused. Why did the situation on the field suddenly reverse like this? Can Bulbasaur's rattan still be caught with bare hands? Bulbasaur was pulled in front of Sneasel, and he grabbed a section of its rattan and put it in the middle of the field. Bulbasaur was held in front of him. Since there was no place to gain leverage, Bulbasaur could only shrink in fear. At this moment, he felt what terror was. Dark-type Pokémon naturally had an aura that made other Pokémon afraid. Bulbasaur, don't be afraid. Keep this action and use Razor Leaf. As a new trainer, it was good enough for him to react in this situation. Unfortunately, in front of Sneasel, this behavior was futile. Before Bulbasaur was ready to attack, a cold uppercut hit Bulbasaur in the face. With a scream, Bulbasaur immediately flew backwards. The gym referee immediately waved the flag and shouted loudly, "Bulbasaur has lost the ability to fight." "Bulbasaur, you'll be fine." The passionate boy took back the Pokeball of Bulbasaur, who fainted, and then took out another Pokeball from his pocket and threw it out. "Oddish, it's up to you next." Looking at Oddish landing on the floating board, he couldn't even stand steadily. Moreover, this little guy was obviously not used to the environment surrounded by water. He was timid and didn't dare to move. It was obviously a Pokemon that had just been captured not long ago. Although grass is strong against water, it will also drown grass when there is too much water. This kid wouldn't have captured a bunch of grass-type Pokemon to challenge the Cerulean Gym. This scene made Hsoka's mouth twitch slightly. Although this method was a bit direct, he had to admit that it was still very useful. If it weren't for him guarding the gym, the three sisters might really lose the game. The next game was no suspense. In front of Sneasel's overwhelming strength, this rookie trainer who had just debuted would not have the slightest chance to fight back. Oddish was killed again in an instant. At this time, Hsoka could see that the opponent's emotions were already in an unstable contest condition, but he still bravely threw out the third Pokemon, which was exactly the same as Hsoka guessed, and it was still a grass-type Pokemon. Weepinbell. The game is over. All three Pokemon of Xiaoyong from Rainbow City have lost their ability to fight. Therefore, the Cerulean Gym wins this gym challenge. With the referee's final decision, the challenge also fell to Veilstone. The rookie trainer named Xiaoyong walked out of the gym gate slowly with 3 Pokemon balls in his hands, looking distraught. This bounty mission went unexpectedly smoothly. It was already the 3rd day that Hsoka had been the temporary gym leader of Cerulean Gym. As long as he survived today, his mission would be completed. In these 2 days, most of the trainers that Hsoka met who came to challenge him were rookies who had just traveled for a short time. Most of them were challenging the gym competition for the first time, and a small number of them had a badge. In fact, you will know why this is the case if you log on to the official website of Kanto Alliance. The official website recommends 2 gyms that are most suitable for rookie trainers to challenge for the first time. One is Nibby Gym, and the other is Cerulean Gym. In addition, Nibby Gym is ranked higher than Cerulean Gym. As the weakest gym in Kanto region, it naturally becomes the best choice for rookie trainers who had just left their hometown and are ready to show their skills. However, there are exceptions to everything. At about 2 p.m. yesterday, an elite trainer with 6 gym badges came to the Cerulean Gym. That trainer participated in the Indigo Plateau Conference last year and achieved a good result of the top 16. Since his hometown is in Fuchsia City, the order of challenging gyms is from strong to weak. It was this challenge that almost caused Hsoka to flip over. The opponent is a veteran, experienced, and outstanding. As for Hsoka, in the 3-on-3 challenge, Feebas was completely cannon fodder, which was equivalent to 2 against 3. The opponent is good at Bug-type and Poison Pokémon. Bug-type can restrain Psychic. If Lulu hadn't used Psybeam, an enhanced version of Confusion, to severely damage the opponent's Golbat in the last move, this card might have really flipped over. Rival Golbat is very flexible and also has the crunch skill of the Dark type. Curly's physical strength and physical defense can't take a crunch at all. After lunch, Hsoka lay on the lounge chair beside the pool in an unusually leisurely manner, while Lulu sat quietly behind him, with her small hands on Hsoka's shoulders, closing her eyes and stimulating the muscle tissue with mental power, thus achieving the effect of deep massage. This mental massage method helps to activate muscle cells, and long-term use will make the muscle tissue stronger and stronger. Sneasel swam in a straight line at the fastest speed in the large swimming pool. Swimming is the most perfect exercise for exercising the muscles of the whole body. The resistance of the water will make the lines of the whole body more streamlined. Sneasel must raise his physical strength to a higher level as soon as possible, so as to learn the deadly street knife test. This tingling feeling made Hsoka almost fall asleep in comfort. The 3-day gym trainer experience life made him feel very comfortable and leisurely. He only had to fight rookies every day, and he could do his own things in the rest of the time, and he could get a large amount of funds from Alliance every year. This kind of life is a dream for most people. If there's only one bad thing about being a gym owner, it is that you can't leave the city for a long time. After all, you don't know when a trainer will come and challenge you. If a gym owner does not accept challenges for a long time and is complained by trainers many times, the Alliance will cancel the official gym qualification. If I make enough money one day, I will find a city with a good environment to build a gym. As long as I build a reputation, I will apply to the Alliance for the qualification of an official gym. As long as I pass the Alliance assessment, I can become another new official gym. But after thinking about it, forget it. What Hsoka fears most is trouble. It's a rare experience to experience this kind of life. If you let him stay in the gym every day waiting for those trainers to come and challenge him, and this goes on, it is estimated that after a month, Hsoka feels that he has to demolish the gym. It's evening. As long as it's past 7:15 tonight, Hsoka's mission will be successfully completed. In 3 days, he accepted challenges from 14 trainers in total, with a record of 14 wins and 0 losses. Screech. The friction between the tire and the ground produced a screeching sound. With a bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. At this time, a boy with a reddish-brown hedgehog head walked in with a proud look. He was wearing a blue sweater and jeans, and a Pokemon-shaped pendant was hanging around his neck. Gary is the best. Gary is the strongest. Women's Peaks growl. One exaggerated formation. Hsoka pushed open the sunglasses on his nose and glanced sideways. He saw 5 girls wearing sexy cheerleading clothes standing behind the hedgehog-headed boy. Hey, are you the trainer of the Cerulean Gym? The boy called Gary asked proudly with his arms crossed. Gary, a very familiar name. Hsoka stood up from the recliner. As a world-class Pokemon researcher, Professor Oak is naturally well known on the internet, so his family's information is also easy to check. Combining the memories of the previous life and the information of this life, the hedgehog-headed man, named Gary in front of him, can be 100% sure to be the grandson of the professor. Hsoka walked a few steps in front of him and said condescendingly, "The 3 gym leaders have left in advance. I am the temporary gym leader of this gym. Of course, if you want to hold a gym challenge, I can also accompany you." Gary took a few steps back. He was not used to being looked down upon in such a condescending manner. "It's the same anyway. As long as I defeat you, can I also get the badge of the Cerulean Gym?" "That's right." Hsoka shook his head lightly. Now, the Cerulean Gym trainer Hsoka and the challenger Gary from Pallet Town will start a formal competition with the Water Drop badge as the stakes. 3 Pokemon can be used. When all the Pokemon of one side loses the ability to fight, the game ends. The referee began to announce the rules of the game, and then shouted loudly, "Are both players ready? Let's make a quick decision." Gary curled his lips in disdain and said, "Anyway, Cerulean Gym is famous for being the weakest gym, so let it be the second stepping stone on the road to becoming a Pokémon master. Gary took off the Pokémon ball from his neck and then threw the Pokémon ball out with a barrage hand gesture. Go, my baby! A well-developed Squirtle appeared on the floating board in the pool, with bright and lively big black eyes, shiny and round sea blue skin, and a hard and thick shell. Just looking at the size, it is a circle larger than the normal Squirtle. As expected of the 3 Pokémon from Professor Oak's laboratory, this appearance is simply perfect. The 3 Pokémon prepared by the Kanto region for rookie trainers are Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. Most of the habitats of these 3 Pokémon in the wild are controlled by the Alliance, and they are also uniformly distributed by the Kanto Alliance to the laboratories in various places as the Earl Dervish Pokémon for rookie trainers in the region. As the saying goes, things are more valuable because they are rare. The more the Alliance controls, the higher the price of the 3 Pokémon in the market. The 3 Pokémons all have 2-stage evolutions, excellent potential, and their final evolutions are all powerful Pokémons. In addition, they are hard to find in the wild. Therefore, in recent years, we often hear that there are daring poachers who go to the habitats of the 3 Pokémons that are strictly controlled by the Alliance to poach. From the perspective of Hsoka's professional bounty hunter, the Squirtle in Gary's hand will not be sold for less than 2.6 million yuan on the black market with such a good appearance. A very power trip boy. This kid's attitude really made Hsoka a little unhappy. Shrugging his shoulders, Hsoka threw out his first Pokémon. With a splash, Feebas successfully entered the water. The little guy has lost 14 games in the past 3 days, and basically he was defeated by the opponent. There is no way. Feebas is too weak, without any offensive skills, and weak physical strength. If he swims for a long time, he will not be able to bear it. So it is not surprising why the Feebas clan always likes to stay at the bottom of the water for a long time, without moving. Gary looked at this Pokémon he had never seen before with curiosity, and then couldn't help laughing. What kind of Pokémon is this? It's really ugly. Hey, you're not going to fool me with a deformed Magikarp, are you? It's strange that although Feebas was beaten badly in the past 3 days, it didn't feel rage because of Rival's attack. But whenever the challenger laughed at its ugliness, the little thing would frown and its mood would be temporarily unstable. Hsoka never let Lulu use telepathy to make him and Feebas communicate deeply, but always observed Feebas with an indifferent attitude. After all, the road to evolving into Milotic is full of uncertainties. No one dares to guarantee that a Feebas will evolve into Milotic, so Hsoka must be fully prepared. There were no accidents in the first game. Gary let Squirtle dive into the water and directly knocked Feebas out of the pool with a rocket headbutt. Feebas fell again, 15 losses and 0 wins. What? Gary shook his head in dissatisfaction. It is said that the Cerulean Gym is weak, but should not be so weak. I didn't even use Corey's strength. Gary, you are awesome. Gary, you are so handsome. The crazy cheerleaders began to scream again. Thank you for your hard work. Hsoka picked up the unconscious Feebas, gently stroked its swollen head with his hand, and then took it back into the Pokémon. The game has just begun. Murmuring, Hsoka snapped his fingers handsomely with his right hand. Accompanied by the crisp snapping sound, the water surface in the swimming pool on the other side began to surge wildly, and then a black shadow rushed out of the water, splashing high at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye, but falling steadily. A slight ripple quietly drifted away from the floating board under Sneasel's feet. At this time, if a trainer were the good, I would find that this Sneasel is very good at controlling its own strength. Another Pokémon I haven't seen before. Gary scratched his ears, still with a look of disdain. Perhaps it was because he killed Rival in the first match that the arrogant Gary suddenly became extremely arrogant. Hsoka found that sometimes showing weakness to the enemy always has this effect, especially for these rookie trainers who have just started traveling, who are fearless. Let them kill one of their Pokémon in a second, and they will immediately become arrogant, feeling that they are very powerful and handsome. But they don't go into the details of why a gym trainer would use a Pokémon that has no attack skills. After 3 days of fighting with rookies, Hsoka has already figured out a routine to deal with these young men who are more ambitious than the sky. And then it's time to make the opponent experience despair. Squirtle, keep using Rocket Headbutt. The easy victory in the first game made Gary, who was already arrogant, think that the next game would still be easy, and he actually relaxed and commanding. Johnny. Squirtle nodded with full fighting spirit, and the smooth and round turtle head instantly retracted into the hard shell, and then it was launched from the water like a rocket and hit the floating board where Sneasel was standing. Sneasel, block it. Although Sneasel is not a power-type Pokémon, it is still easy for it to block a low-level Squirtle with its current strength. With his hands crossed in front of him in an X shape, Squirtle's rocket headbutt just hit him. Sneasel only felt his arms sink slightly, and a strong force came from the head of this little turtle. He gently moved his right leg back, and his left hand was in a ring position to hold Squirtle's neck, and the impact was easily resolved. As mentioned before, Hsoka's Sneasel is left-handed, and his left hand is much stronger than his right hand. Squirtle's neck was tightened by her, and he couldn't move at all. Squirtle's body was held in Sneasel's hand in a funny way, and Gary, who had just looked disdainful, widened his eyes. Blast its glands for me. Use alloy claws. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, Hsoka directly issued an attack order. Sneasel's right claw slowly raised, and a silver metallic luster wrapped around the sharp claw. The claw sank and hit Squirtle's head with a thud. Because the neck was stuck, Squirtle couldn't even hide in the hard shell for defense. Jenny, with a scream, Squirtle, who was thrown into the water by Sneasel, completely lost his ability to fight and slowly sank with bubbles. Damn it! Gary clenched his fist and quickly took out Squirtle's Pokemon ball to take back the fainted little guy. This sudden defeat made Gary dare not underestimate the opponent. He quickly took out the Pokemon Pokédex given by his grandfather and used the camera on it to aim at the Pokemon he had never seen before. Sneasel, a hook Pokemon, is a Dark-type Pokemon, but also an Ice-type Pokemon. It has a bad personality and likes to play pranks. It mainly lives near MT Silver in Chengdu. It is a group Pokemon and is good at using its sharp claws to attack enemies. The Pokemon Pokédex made a mechanical male voice and told all the general information about Sneasel. Although Sneasel is a Pokemon from the Chengdu region, because the two regions are connected, Sneasel often comes to the Kanto region. Therefore, Gary's Pokemon Pokédex can read Sneasel's information. Hsoka was not surprised at all. Do you have the dark and ice attributes? Gary began to think about which of his remaining main forces could restrain the opponent's attribute. In a Pokemon duel, it is the most basic and important tactic for a trainer to use a Pokemon that restrains the opponent's attribute for joint defense. Unless the strength of the two is very different, attribute restraint is always one of the keys to victory. Graveler? No. Gary shook his head. Although the rock skill can restrain the ice attribute, it is obvious that using Graveler in such a pool venue is looking for a loss. Nidorino, no, too slow, and has no skills to restrain the opponent. Got it. Gary's eyes lit up. He remembered the powerful Pokemon he captured in the Evergreen Forest not long ago, and the Bug-type skill happened to restrain the Dark attribute. It's just one win and one loss. There is still a game to play. Gary regained his previous confidence again, and solemnly took out a strange Pokeball with a dense mesh surface from his waist bag. This is the Net Ball, which makes it easier to catch water in Bug-type Pokemon. Of course, the market price of this Pokemon ball with special effects is not cheap, and ordinary trainers can't afford it. It's your turn to perform, my warrior. Hustle. The insect wings flapped, and a Mantis-type Pokemon with two huge sickles appeared on the floating board. The four insect wings behind it spread out at a 45-degree angle, and the waist was slightly bent as if it was a warrior ready to go. Scyther. Hsoka couldn't help but smile. It is indeed a very good Pokemon. It is one of the top existences among Bug-type Pokemon. When considering choosing a fast attacker for the team before, Hsoka had considered Scyther. Scyther moves very fast and can glide for a short time. The water field is not helpful for it, but it will not cause any impact. Scyther, use quick attack. Gary started a quick attack right away, as if he wanted to compete with Sneasel in speed. Hustle. With a loud bug buzz, Scyther leaned forward, and the four blade-like wings behind him began to wave at high speed, and then his whole body disappeared on the float. The recoil caused by the high-speed forward rush made the float drift away. Sneasel, watch out for your left side. The trainer stood on the command platform and could see all the situations in the field. Hsoka clearly saw a green shadow coming from Sneasel's left-hand side. After more than a month of running in, Sneasel and Hsoka had already cooperated tacitly. The moment the order was issued, Sneasel jumped high and left the float. The next second, there was a swish, which was the chopping sound caused by the high-speed friction between the sharp object and the air. Crack! The floating board that Sneasel was standing on just now was cut into two parts by Scyther, who appeared. At this time, Scyther, who stopped attacking, was standing on one of the cut floating boards. Sneasel used several somersaults in the air to stabilize his body balance and landed on the other cut floating board. Although I don't like his personality, I have to admit that as a trainer who just debuted, Gary performed well enough. To be honest, Gary is much better than the so-called protagonist, Ash, in terms of trainer talent. It's just that he has just started his journey and has not experienced any setbacks. His thoughts are still very naive, he doesn't have any bad intentions, and he loves Pokémon. He is just an annoying kid. Gary didn't want to give the other party any chance to breathe, so he waved his hand and shouted, Scyther, use continuous cutting. I saw. Scyther's insect wings spread again. With the advantage of flying, it occupies a lot of space in the first attack. The sharp sickle arms cross and slash, and every fall seems to carry the momentum of cutting everything off. Sneasel, dive into the water. Hsoka commanded. Sneasel is not a water Pokemon, but it doesn't mean she can't swim. She fell back and fell into the water at the moment when Scyther's continuous cutting was about to slash. Scyther's continuous cuts missed, but the floating board that Sneasel was standing on was cut into several pieces. Making full use of all the advantages of a venue is a necessary quality for an excellent trainer, but it is also a must-have for a bounty hunter at home and a key element to complete the task. Bugs are not afraid of water, but they hate water. Scyther can only stay in the low air for a short time by flapping its wings at high speed. It dares not enter the water like Sneasel. Once its wings are soaked by water, its means are basically half useless. Do you only know how to hide like this? The deadlock in the scene made Gary's mood begin to get irritable. He knew that Scyther could not fly in the air for a long time like bird-type Pokemon, and the high-speed flapping of insect wings was also consuming Scyther's physical strength bit by bit. The gym leader was originally responsible for coaching the rookie trainer. Hsoka said loudly, "You are too impatient. You want to win quickly, but you can't see the situation clearly. Today I will teach you a lesson." Sneasel dragged Scyther into the water. Hess! Scyther felt the danger coming from under the water, but there was no time for it to dodge. Sneasel, who had dived into the water, rushed out from right under it. He hooked his claws on Scyther's legs and swung down hard, and the whole person fell into the water with Scyther. Scyther began to struggle frantically as soon as he fell into the water. At this moment, he was very uncomfortable. His thin insect wings began to be soaked by the pool water. The unique exoskeleton of bug-type Pokemon made Scyther unable to swim at all. The more he struggled, the faster his physical strength was consumed. On the contrary, Sneasel held Scyther's slender waist tightly and swam towards the deep end of the pool. Gradually, Scyther's figure completely disappeared from the water. Spearow has lost his ability to fight. The referee raised a red flag and pointed at the distraught Gary, announcing, "All three Pokemon of the Challenger Gary have lost their ability to fight, so the winner of this game is Cerulean Gym." Gary's second gym challenge ended in a complete defeat. He was crushed by a series of 3 people in all directions. This sense of loss and frustration was a big blow to a 12-year-old boy. "Did you do too much?" Hsoka wiped Sneasel's hair with a dry towel, while looking at the hedgehog-headed boy at the gate, who was shaking a little when he walked. The 5 cheerleaders behind him lowered their heads and sobbed intermittently from time to time. But I have to say that it feels really good to teach others how to behave. Hsoka narrowed his eyes, enjoying the brief peace and beauty of the setting sun. Yeah, see who dares to say that our Cerulean gym is the weakest gym in the Kanto Alliance now. Violet, the most lively of the three sisters, raised her red wine glass and said, "Come on, Hsoka, I'll toast you a glass. It's all your credit." When the three of us sisters went to the Pokémon Center today, guess what we heard? What did we hear? Hsoka toasted her from distance. Violet said proudly, "Those trainers said that the Cerulean gym is not the weakest gym at all. We were all deceived. No trainer has succeeded in the challenge for 3 consecutive days, and a master from Fuchsia City, who already has 6 gym badges, was defeated by the gym owner. It seems that there is nothing to be proud of." Hsoka was embarrassed. It was him who beat those trainers, not you. When he leaves tomorrow, won't you still be the weakest gym in Kanto? At this time, the eldest sister Sakura also came over with a smile. She held a plate with 3 stacks of cash and a blue CD in it. "Here, this is the reward we agreed on at the beginning." Hsoka didn't count, but simply touched the stack of cash and found that the amount was a bit wrong. He asked curiously, "Didn't we agree on 30,000 a day? So each stack here has 50,000. That's the reward given to you by the eldest sister." Lily came up and said, "Your performance is so outstanding, it makes us 3 sisters stand out outside. Don't feel psychologically stressed. We are not short of money. The ticket fee for a water ballet performance alone is hundreds of thousands." Hsoka almost forgot that the 3 sisters are rich women. The Alliance allocated funds on the one hand, part of the tax revenue of Cerulean City on the other hand, and their own water ballet performance project is also a big source of income. After accepting the 150,000 yuan salary for the 3 days with peace of mind, Xiso planned to give himself a good vacation afterwards. If you don't enjoy the money you earn, you're just a useless person. When it comes to enjoying yourself, Xiso never treats himself badly. Cerulean City, Zillifu, Heavy Industry Branch. "Master, are the things I want ready?" Sitting in the spacious workshop, playing with the cruise ship model on the table, Shisua smiled and looked at the middle-aged man who was striding in front of him. He had gray hair, a chin, and a beard, and his arms were thicker than Shisua's thighs. Bang! The middle-aged uncle put the small box in his hand on the marble table. The box, which looked small, made a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. The middle-aged uncle opened the box and said with a smile, "Hey, everything you want is here. Young man, what you want is really not easy to make. If I didn't have 30 years of processing experience, normal people would definitely not be able to make these small things." The box was wide open, and what caught Shisua's eyes were 4 silver-white, round metal mechanical rings, and the edges of these metal rings were semicircular grooves of uniform size. This is the gravity bead process from the super heavy stone. The middle-aged uncle spread his hands, and a black stone bead appeared in his hand. This gravity bead is 10 kilograms. I added magnetic force to it, which can be perfectly adsorbed with the grooves of the metal mechanical ring. There are 10 grooves in total. You can adjust the weight according to your needs. These 4 metal mechanical rings are the training equipment that Shisua asked the master to make. The weight-bearing mechanical rings can freely adjust the size and weight and can be used to train Pokemon's muscle strength and speed burst. A mechanical ring with 10 gravity beads is 100 kilograms, and 4 mechanical rings are full. It is 400 kilograms, which can be worn on the limbs of Pokemon. The maximum weight is 800 pounds. When a trained Pokemon is fully adapted to this weight, it can still move freely. So when it takes off the gravity mechanical ring, it will be so terrible. The endless blue sea, the beautiful snow-silver beach, and the seabirds flying freely in the sky in the distance. Looking at the wooden holiday villa in front of him, Hsoka opened his arms and took a deep breath of the slightly salty air. This is the holiday spot he chose. A private beach located in the north of Cerulean City. Hsoka rented it for a week. He is not a person who likes to be lively, so he will not go to those developed public beaches, but choose to spend a lot of money to rent a private beach. From a distance, there is a tall cliff in the northeast corner of this beach, and on the cliff there is a lighthouse that is emitting direct light. That should be Bill Lighthouse. Hsoka touched his chin and thought about it thoughtfully. Forget it, he didn't care about it. Anyway, he came here for vacation and Pokémon training. Other things are none of his business. He never does things that are not beneficial. After simply cleaning up the villa, changing into a black swimming trunks, wearing flip-flops and sunglasses, Hsoka walked to the beach with his upper body naked. Come out, Lulu and Sneasel. Hsoka threw his hand, and the two Pokémon fell in front of him. Hsoka squatted down, rubbed Curly's soft and smooth green hair, and said with a smile, "Hey, Lulu, let's go make dinner first, okay?" Lulu took a step back calmly, not letting her master's hateful big hand rub her hair, then glared at Sneasel, who had been watching her, and then walked towards the villa in small steps. Listen, seeing Lulu's figure disappear at the door, Hsoka focused on Sneasel and said, "Little guy, I will specially train you this week. It is no longer the normal training a month ago, but a special training that requires risking your life. We must learn that street knife test within a week. This is my requirement for you, do you understand?" Sneasel nodded vigorously, clenching his claws and looking ready to go. Seeing Sneasel's serious look, Hsoka couldn't help but burst out laughing, rubbed the little guy's head, and said with a smile, "But today doesn't count. Don't worry about anything today. Have a good day. The special training will start tomorrow." Boo! Sneasel opened Hsoka's arm dissatisfiedly, with a cute look of indignation on her face. She felt that she was deceived by her master and wasted her feelings just now. Haha, let's see who swims to the other side first. Whoever wins will let Lulu give him a snack at night. Hsoka strode towards the sea, and Sneasel followed closely behind with a cry. How about it? This little thing still refuses to pay attention to you. In the bathtub filled with water, Feebas still floated quietly at the bottom of the water, with a dull look in his eyes and bubbles from his mouth from time to time. Curly on the side closed her eyes and tried to use telepathy to communicate with it. No, it doesn't communicate with me at all. Lulu shook her head in frustration. Since getting Feebas 3 days ago, Hsoka has been asking Lulu to communicate with it telepathically, but no matter how hard Lulu tries, this damn thing just ignores her. This little thing definitely has intelligence and emotions. Hsoka is sure of this. Pokemon is Pokemon. No matter how dumb a Pokemon is, it is impossible for a real fish to have only a 5-second memory. What method can be used to arouse Feebas' mind? Hsoka kept thinking, and he thought that he could touch it by constantly mocking its ugliness. But Hsoka was unwilling and dared not try, because it would seriously affect the favorability of both parties. Lean forward and keep your balance. Standing on the surfboard, Hsoka shouted to Sneasel beside him, "Don't fight the waves. You can't stop the power of the sea. Adapt to it and conquer it." Sneasel tried to control the surfboard under her feet, trying not to fall into the water in the turbulent waves. At this time, her wrists and legs were equipped with mechanical gravity rings. Hsoka just installed a gravity bead on each mechanical ring, which is 10 kilograms each, and the total weight of 4 beads is 80 kilograms. If it was on flat ground, the weight of 80 kilograms would be acceptable to Sneasel, but now she is standing on the surfboard with a mechanical gravity ring to fight the waves. If she is not careful, she will be thrown into the water by the oncoming waves. In his previous life, Hsoka was not only a top student in mathematics and finance, but also an extreme sports enthusiast. He is proficient in skateboarding, parkour, and surfing. Surfing is his favorite. Surfing can not only train people's physique, but also cultivate people's courage and the courage to move forward when facing difficulties. Today's weather is very good, and the sea breeze is very strong. It is not suitable for swimming, but it is the best time for surfing. At this time, accompanied by the surging Doyle sound, a huge wave as high as 3 stories high formed behind one person and one pet. Hsoka's expression was slightly solemn. Surfing is not just about experiencing excitement. There are also great dangers behind every extreme sport. If this nearly 10-meter-long wave hits your back, it is enough to cause internal bleeding. Moreover, if you're hit by the waves and fall into the water, the bubbles surging up from the bottom of the water can easily suffocate you. You can't resist. You must learn to take advantage of the situation. Hsoka's body began to lean forward slightly, squatting with both legs to stabilize the center of gravity of the body. Sneasel followed suit and squatted to stabilize the center of gravity. The huge waves roared. Hsoka felt the direction of the wave and shouted, "Lean back, sideways." The huge wave rushed forward like the palm of the sea god with the momentum of destroying everything. But Hsoka and Sneasel stood firmly in the center of the palm, using this force to slide forward rapidly. The waves wet their bodies and hair, but could not cover up their excitement of conquering the huge waves. Perfect! Hsoka and Sneasel high-fived each other, and then lay on their backs on the beach panting, looking up at the blue and clear soaring in the sky, and heard the unknown seabird growl from time to time. Weight training combined with surfing is an extreme training set by Hsoka for Sneasel. At present, it is still adapted to contest condition. After all, Sneasel has just learned how to surf. When she first started teaching her in the morning, this strong girl ate a lot of seawater. And as her proficiency gradually improves, Hsoka will start to increase the weight for her. The only goal within this week is to learn how to test a knife on the street. It's time to eat. The eyes went dark, and Lulu's cute head came over to block Hsoka's sight. Stare! The man and the pet stared at each other without saying a word. Shisua, who had lived 2 lives, was thick-skinned enough. He put his hands behind his head and stared straight at Lulu's ruby-like pupils. A blush appeared on Lulu's snow-white face. The little girl finally couldn't stand this kind of look. She used confusion to control a handful of sand and threw it on Shisua's face. Then a teleport disappeared from the spot. Shisua, you hate it the most. The girl's indignant voice came from afar. On my eyes. Shisua rolled on the beach. His eyes were so wide open just now, and suddenly Lulu threw a handful of sand. This feeling was simply F asterisk 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 ed. The lunch was very rich. It is natural to have a seafood feast when you're on vacation at the beach. Lulu's cooking skills can be said to be top-notch. As a psychic Pokemon with huge mental power, she learns any skills very quickly. There are many grilled, fried, boiled, stewed, dim sum, and seafood soup, filling up the entire long table. When Hsoka is training Pokemon, he never slacks off. Instead, he trains with Pokemon, which not only cultivates goodwill and tacit understanding between the two parties, but more importantly, when the owner accompanies Pokemon in training, the simple and direct Pokemon will feel extremely valued and exert their full strength to work hard. They will feel ashamed and sad for not meeting the owner's requirements, and will be happy for the owner's praise. This is Pokemon, the Pokemon of this world, the darling of the world. Therefore, the more people he meets, the more Hsoka likes to stay with Pokemon. A morning of high-intensity training can make Hsoka and Sneasel very tired. This table of seafood dinner looks a lot, but it is not enough for the 2 guys who are about to become starving ghosts in front of them. Sneasel went forward and grabbed the big shrimp grilled on the grill. The shrimp was as thick as a child's arm and was roasted red by the charcoal fire. It was sprinkled with some cumin and sauces, and the original freshness of the seafood was really fragrant. His sharp claws gently scratched the head of the big shrimp to the tail, and then he peeled it with both hands to the left and right, and the crystal-clear shrimp meat came into view. Sneasel looked at the food in his hand, thought about it, and put the peeled shrimp carefully into the plate, holding back the hungry stomach, and then handed it to the owner who was struggling to peel the shrimp shell. For me, Hsoka put down the messy shrimp he peeled, looked at the neat shrimp meat on the plate, and his face blushed for the first time. Thank you, Sneasel. Sneasel waved his hand in a high-handed manner, returned to the oven, and picked up another grilled prawn. He used his sharp claws to scratch the prawn meat, and the prawn meat fell into the plate. He took a bite, and the chewy, tender, and fresh taste made Sneasel close his eyes happily. When he was wandering alone in the wild, He never thought that he would have the time he has now. When he was hungry, he would eat tree fruits or hunt Pokémon weaker than himself. When he was thirsty, he would drink rainwater and river water. Fighting for territory with a powerful rival, getting injured was a common occurrence. And it feels really good to be cared for and valued. Sneasel feels that his life is so happy and beautiful now. Although he's a little tired from training every day, his master is always by his side, so he gradually doesn't feel the tiredness anymore. It's really annoying. Hsoka slapped the keyboard of his laptop hard and leaned back on the recliner. He felt as if someone was deliberately against him. Normal. He had been searching for 2 hours on major trading and auction websites on the internet. Although the number of prism scales was very rare, it was not non-existent. Hsoka had found trading records of prism scales on some large trading websites. And just now, a small auction website with very little traffic held an online auction, and there was a prism scale among the items being auctioned. The IP address of that small auction website was in Chengdu region, and according to the information provided by the auction website, this colorful and strange scale was accidentally discovered by an ordinary fisherman in Signwood City, Chengdu region, while fishing this morning, and then thrown to this auction website by his son for auction. UN 3000,000. 3 million was bought directly at a flat price. It was really rich. Looking at the display on the website, Hsoka was very angry. But there was no way. The other party had the money to buy it directly at a flat price. You had nothing to say. The fisherman's son had no idea what this colorful scale was or what it was used for. He just thought it was beautiful and that putting it up for auction online would attract some netizens who like to collect it. So the starting price was only 30,000 Alliance coins. However, there is a rule in online auctions that is different from real auctions. That is, the fixed price rule, which is specially prepared for those rich people who can directly bid 100 times the starting price to buy the auction items. After calming down, Hsoka regained his sanity, put the keyboard back in front of him, and inserted the USB flash drive on the desktop into the notebook. Let me see who this rich man is. His hacking skills have never been bad, and this USB flash drive contains programs that Hsoka has written over the years. Sometimes, in order to verify some conjectures in his mind, but lacking some important information as evidence, Hsoka will use this method to invade some laboratory's main computers to obtain the information he wants. Hsoka found that the hacking technology in this world is still in a budding contest condition, and network security does not seem to have attracted the attention of various region alliances. Of course, he did not dare to be too reckless. In fact, sometimes he was short of money. Hsoka could have directly sold some important information of large laboratories to some underground organizations for a generous reward. This would certainly make money quickly, but if something went wrong, it would not be a consequence that Hsoka could bear. When you can't change the rules of this world, adapt to it. The IP address is from the Hoenn region. Hsoka saw the red dot representing the Hoenn region in the program flashing continuously. After locking on the large region, he began to search for the detailed city where the IP was located. Hsoka followed the IP until he stopped at this place, Satopolis City, Satopolis Gym. It turned out to be him. Hsoka's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a hint of understanding. Opening the Alliance official website of the Hoenn region, there's a most eye-catching photo of a person on the homepage. It is a man who is a little too beautiful, with turquoise hair, turquoise eyes, wearing a hand-cut white suit, and a black cape flying behind him. As the homepage character of the Hoenn Alliance official website, the origin of this handsome man is naturally extraordinary. Wallace, the former Satopolis gym leader, became the Alliance champion of the Hoenn region last January, becoming a symbol of this large region. There are 4 Alliance elites, but only 1 Alliance champion. Only the strongest trainer in a region can have this title representing the first and become the symbol of a region. The new Hoenn champion Wallace is a very strange person. He is not a Pokemon trainer, but a Pokemon coordinator, a master among coordinators. In theory, coordinators command Pokemon to use contest moves to create unique beauty or bring out the primal beauty of Pokemon itself. The contests that coordinators participate in are also a kind of talent show. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, coordinators should be far inferior to trainers who specialize in Pokémon battles and actual combat, and have a bit of a vase flavor. But such a Pokémon coordination master became the Alliance champion of a region. Hsoka remembered that the news that Wallace became the Hoenn champion last year caused quite a stir. Wallace and Steven Stone, the former champion of Hoenn, are good friends. It is said that the two had a private 6v6 duel, and Wallace, as the coordinator, won. Therefore, Steven Stone was devastated and gave up the championship position to his friend Wallace. Of course, this is only the most widely circulated news on the internet. As for whether it is true or not, Hsoka does not know and is not interested. A guy who is not a trainer and has no experience as a region Elite Four, but suddenly became the champion of Hoenn, which can only show that Wallace is unfathomable, or the power behind him is equally unfathomable. This rival is not to be messed with. Hsoka immediately gave up the idea of implanting a destructive virus on the other party's main computer. The anger of a Hoenn champion is not something a small bronze bounty hunter can afford. However, some interest still needs to be collected. Hsoka secretly copied all the top-secret videos and materials in the other party's main computer, and then deleted all traces and disconnected the connection between the two parties. Time flies. 5 days have passed since Hsoka came to this beach for special training. There are only 2 days left, and the 1-week vacation time will end. Today is still sunny, with howling sea breeze and rising and falling tides. From a distance, on the scene not far from the beach, there are 2 black shadows rising and falling on the waves. Sometimes they rush to the top of the waves, and sometimes they rush down, which makes people feel excited. After 5 days of high-intensity special training, Sneasel has completely mastered the key points of surfing. He is not inferior to the veteran Hsoka in surfing. Sneasel has dynamic vision far beyond humans, and his body is more agile. Learning surfing itself has a talent bonus. 2 more gravity beads were added to each of the mechanical rings. At this time, Sneasel's body weight has reached an astonishing 240 kilograms. This is based on the weight comparison with Sneasel. You should know that Sneasel weighs only about 60 kilograms, and the 240 kilograms load is already 4 times its body weight. Moreover, she has to complete various difficult special training under this load, which is really not easy. Click! Hsoka unlocked the mechanical rings on Sneasel's hands and legs. Hsoka squatted down and looked at Sneasel, who seemed to be relaxed, and smiled. Move around and try to see how it feels. Sneasel moved his wrists, jumped a few times on the spot, and a look of joy appeared on his face, and he kept chirping as she saw. Sneasel said that she felt her body became lighter, and her arms seemed to become stronger. Lulu floated in the air and translated. Sneasel's expression became more and more excited. His knees began to bend sharply, and then he jumped up with all his strength. Bang! 2 shallow pits were blown out on the beach, and Sneasel rushed towards soaring in the sky like a rocket normal. Hsoka covered his eyebrows with his hands and looked up at the sky, only to see Sneasel began to fall when he rushed to a height of about 15 meters. Sneasel, who was in a high-speed falling contest condition, quickly adjusted his body shape, used somersaults and sideways to relieve the gravity of the fall, and finally rolled his body sideways to perfectly relieve all the force when he landed on the beach. 15 meters is already the height of a 5-story building. If you fall vertically from such a high height without any means, unless it is a Pokémon with amazing defense, it is extremely easy to get hurt. Concentrate your mind and carefully mobilize the restless and moving power in your body. Encore, use Street Knife. Hsoka stood behind Sneasel and encouraged loudly. Facing the rock formed by the wind and the sun in front of him, Sneasel exhaled gently, then opened his eyes that had been tightly closed. Bloodshot lines covered the whites of his eyes, and the blood-red vertical pupils carried an indescribable malice, which was the manifestation of the highly concentrated evil energy. La! With a roar from the depths of his throat, Sneasel did a somersault and quickly retreated behind him. After leaving the rock about 6 meters away, his leg muscles immediately exploded, and his body rushed up like a black lightning normal again, with his left-hand claw raised high. The black malicious energy instantly changed from a mist at the beginning to obsidian normal. A dark crescent moon appeared from Sneasel's claws, and his body rushed forward at high speed. The dark crescent moon passed through the 1-meter-high rock silently, just like the sharpest knife cutting tofu normal. Bang! The upper half of the rock cut by the black moon slowly fell on the beach, and the remaining half of the rock was as smooth as a mirror. Is this the power of the street knife? Touching the smooth cut, Hsoka was a little bit unbelievable. He thought that the street knife would be very powerful, but he didn't expect it to have such a cutting power. Unlike the big character explosion and the destruction of the Deathlight, it has the destructive explosion, but it has the spirit of cutting everything. This is the aggressiveness and cutting power of the evil system. Nice! Hsoka couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Sneasel, who was panting slightly. CNC. Sneasel happily imitated the tone of the master and raised her finger to Hsoka, but she only had 2 claws, which gave people the feeling that she raised her middle finger. A strange pidgeotto with a postman's hat and a backpack flew out of the holiday villa. Oh, no money again. Hiso sighed and unpacked the package on the table. The pidgeotto just now was a courier. It is normal in the logistics industry of this world to use the advantages of flying Pokémon to deliver newspapers and some small packages. Just 3 days ago, Hsoka accidentally won a very important item for Sneasel on an auction website. The package was opened, and a sharp claw lay quietly in a small box filled with cotton. Razor Claw. This is the name of this claw, an offensive item. Pokémon can hit rivals' vital points more easily after carrying it. This kind of naturally formed special item often carries some kind of metaphysical power. Similar to the attribute restraint normal between Pokémon, the special effects hidden in some items seem to be one of the rules of this world. But many people don't know that Razor Claw has more than just such a simple effect. In fact, this thing is also a key item necessary for Sneasel to evolve. This secret is now only known by a small laboratory in Sinnoh region. Researchers in Kanto and Chengdu region have always believed that Sneasel is a Pokémon without evolution. Sneasel can evolve into Weevil at midnight when the energy of the evil type is the most abundant when carrying Razor Claw. The silent night sky is full of stars. Looking up, it's soaring in the sky. The halo of the galaxy is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. This world protects nature very well. So every night, Hsoka can see the beautiful starry sky that was rarely seen on the Earth in his previous life. The moon in this world seems to be particularly large. It seems to be within reach if you reach out and touch it. It is like a huge light yellow wheel hanging above the starry sky, emitting a soft and attractive halo. If the sun is a straightforward and strong man, then the moon is a gentle and charming woman. A pile of firewood is burning on the beach, and a small casserole is hanging on the fire, bubbling hot bubbles. Hsoka sat on the beach, waved to Sneasel beside him, and said, "Sneasel, come, lie down." Sneasel tilted his head and looked at his master curiously. He didn't know what he wanted to do, but he still lay on the cushion in front of Hsoka obediently. "Don't move no matter what you feel, got it?" Hsoka's voice became serious. "Bye." Sneasel nodded vigorously and patted her chest to show that there was no problem at all. Hsoka put his hands on Sneasel's shoulders and began to massage her to relax. At 12 o'clock tonight, Hsoka was going to let Sneasel start evolving. Since she had already learned Street Knife Trial, it proved that Sneasel could evolve into Weevil. At least she had the qualifications to evolve. You know, normally Street Knife Trial is a skill that only Weevil can learn. Hsoka's Sneasel can learn it now. Firstly, because she has excellent talent, and secondly, the precious medicine and a lot of training a month ago made her body in the recovery period of injury have a huge improvement. And finally, with these 5 days of high-intensity weight training, Sneasel finally broke through the limit of her body and learned Street Knife Trial. Hsoka is a perfectionist since he decided to let Sneasel evolve tonight. Then we need to raise Sneasel's body contest condition to the peak, apply carefully prepared medicinal oil all over Sneasel's body, and then use professional massage to help her relax. Sneasel closed her eyes comfortably. She felt her body warm and comfortable. The master's hands were like magic normal, making her whole body alive normal. As Sneasel enjoyed it quietly, time passed by bit. Looking at the watch, it was almost 11 o'clock. Hsoka asked Sneasel to turn over and lie on the cushion, then took out a small cloth bag, opened the cloth bag, and neatly inserted a bunch of snow-white silver needles in it. Let Lulu bring a bowl of bubbling black medicinal mud from the small casserole on the firewood pile. Insert the silver needles one by one into the medicinal mud, and let the silver needles absorb the medicinal power of the medicinal mud as much as possible. In his previous life, Hsoka loved extreme sports, and it was common for him to get injured during training. For this reason, he went to learn Hsha massage, bone setting, and acupuncture. The body structure of Pokémon is very different from that of humans. Hsoka would never dare to give acupuncture alone, and he must have Lulu to assist him. After all, acupuncture is not a joke. Once the wrong place is given, it can cause hemiplegia at worst, or even injury to the tendons and bones at least. Lulu's super mental power can easily find every acupuncture point. After the silver needles absorbed the medicinal power, Hsoka was ready to start acupuncture. Here, and here. Lulu kept pointing at the acupuncture points on Sneasel's back, while Hsoka followed with a focused expression. By the end of the acupuncture, Hsoka was already sweating profusely. This kind of meticulous work that he dared not slack off was really more tiring than high-intensity training, and the key was that it was too stressful. Sneasel felt a burning pain on his back, but he remembered what his master had said before, so he clenched his teeth and dared not move. The effect of these medicinal muds will greatly promote Sneasel's blood circulation, keeping her body in a state of excitement. Some of them are similar to the effects of stimulants, but there will never be any side effects. Take this. Hsoka handed the razor claw to Sneasel and said softly, "You are the best Sneasel and the strongest child I have ever seen. I am glad to be your partner. Tonight will be the most important moment in your life. Enjoy it." Sneasel held the razor claw tightly in his hand and looked up at the moon in the sky. The bright moon was reflected in his blood-red, vertical pupils. Beep, beep. The sports watch made a harsh ringing sound on the quiet beach, which proved that noon/midnight had finally arrived. The evil energy will reach a certain peak at 0 o'clock in the day. Razor Claw, as the most critical trigger, will change the changeable genes in Sneasel's body so that the light of evolution will appear. Without Razor Claw, the evolutionary genes in Sneasel's body will be in a relatively stable contest condition throughout his life. No matter how he trains or grows, Sneasel will not evolve. At this time, the evil energy around Sneasel was highly concentrated and even formed a mist that could be seen by the naked eye. If ordinary people approached these haze, they would feel a fear that went straight to the heart. The evil energy would invade the central nervous system of the human body. As one of the most aggressive attributes, the evil energy is the natural energy that is most harmful to humans. The white and dazzling evolution light finally appeared, and the light became more and more dazzling, and finally completely enveloped Sneasel's whole body. At this moment, the mist-like evil energy was all gathered into Sneasel's body. Hsoka clenched his fists excitedly. Once Sneasel's evolution was completed, it meant that the speed attacker in his plan could be said to be perfectly formed. With Weevil's attack power and speed, he would become his strongest main force for a long time. The mysterious evolution light finally dissipated, and the one that appeared on the beach was already a brand new Pokémon, and it was also a Pokémon that the public did not know. The iconic pointed ears of the Sneasel period have disappeared, replaced by a pair of protruding ears. The fan-shaped red hairstyle gives Weevil an exotic style. The most important thing is that the two-finger claws have become three-finger claws now, which will make Sneasel's hands more flexible, and the extra claw will also make her more aggressive. Mama, mama! Feeling the explosive power in her body, Weevil excitedly observed this new body, knocked on the claws that seemed to be able to cut off Orberg, and jumped on the spot, and finally looked at Hsoka not far away, with a hint of expectation and covet in her eyes. Hsoka smiled and squatted down, opening his hands. "Mama!" The legs moved slightly, and Sneasel disappeared instantly. The next second, she appeared in Hsoka's arms, hugging Hsoka's body tightly. She has always been very proud, but at this moment, a teardrop of excitement or other emotions was left in the corner of her eyes. Lulu looked at the scene in front of her and secretly revealed a beautiful smile. Meeting Hsoka was the greatest luck in her life. Sneasel's successful evolution into Weevil made Hsoka so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. This meant that his overall strength had improved qualitatively, and he could temporarily shift his energy from Sneasel and focus on Feebas. Lulu had just evolved once not long ago. She was a Pokémon with 2 stages of evolution. The final evolution was Gardevoir, which was called the Super Queen by the people of the Hoenn region. To complete the final evolution, Lulu still needed a lot of combat experience and sufficient training. Her evolution did not require any props. It was just a process of accumulating strength. Hsoka was ready to put all his energy into Feebas. He was not sure whether his efforts would be in vain. After all, not every Feebas can evolve, but when thinking of Milotic's competitive and powerful figure, all these efforts are necessary. Even if the final result is failure, Hsoka will not be discouraged. At least he has tried hard and tried. Feebas has another alias in the Hoenn region called Feebas. Feebas is its official name, and Feebas is the local name. Ugly is not the key to it. Stupidity is the key. Feebas was placed in a 1-meter-long fish tank by Hsoka. A laptop was placed in front of it. The video player on the computer was turned on, and there was a precious video clip that Hsoka got from the Setopolis gym master's computer. In the video, there is a middle-aged man wearing a blue costume, with 2 neat mustaches and 2 white iconic bangs raised high. The origin of this middle-aged man is also quite unusual. His name is Juan, the gym master of Setopolis, and also the teacher of the Hoenn champion Wallace. He is not only a powerful trainer, but also a coordinator. He holds 2 positions and has trained Wallace, the Hoenn champion. Although he is not well known in the regions, he is definitely not an ordinary person. It's just that Wallace is better than his teacher and completely suppresses his mentor. In the video, Juan is communicating with the Feebas in the pool with a smile on his face. This Feebas seems to be no different from ordinary Feebas, and it still challenges people's aesthetics. However, Hsoka found the biggest difference in it, which is the eyes of this Feebas. It is not like other Feebas that are always in a dull contest condition. Instead, there's a kind of joyful emotion in it, without inferiority, without timidity, but full of spirituality, like a pampered young lady normal. Yes, this is the look Hsoka saw in the eyes of this Feebas in the video. Juan squatted down and stroked the little head that Feebas stretched out. Then he took out a colorful heart-shaped scale from his arms with a serious face and gently handed it to Feebas. In the video, Feebas' expression became more and more joyful. He swung his tail vigorously and jumped out of the water, swallowing the colorful scales into his stomach. Feebas fell back into the water and was stunned for a while, as if he was thinking about something, and then he shook his tail and swam quickly to the bottom of the pool. The light of evolution began to cover the entire pool, and Juan's expression gradually relaxed. His mustache twitched, telling that his master was in a good mood. There were only a few seconds left before the video ended. At this time, a Mew-like Pokémon that looked like a beautiful snake appeared in the video. He had an amazing beauty that made humans look sideways and intoxicated. It was not the kind of beauty of the opposite S**X, but a charm produced by the most beautiful things in the world. The elegant and slender snake body, cream-colored skin, was covered with red and blue scales when it reached the tail. Her tail was a 4-leaf fan, which was somewhat similar to the tail of the dragon in the previous life. The red tentacles extending from the eyebrows to the top of the head are like a crown with her. In addition, Milotic's fins are actually in the shape of long red hair, just like the normal red shoulder-length hair of a human girl. The entire video is 7 minutes long. It is hard to imagine that Feebas, which was so challenging to human aesthetics 7 minutes ago, can evolve into such a Mew creature in just 7 minutes. Hsoka is sure that as long as he streams this video online, it will definitely cause a sensation. Pokemon like Feebas will increase in value geometrically in a short period of time, and poacher teams will go crazy to capture Feebas everywhere. Because Milotic's beauty is irresistible to those ladies, and Milotic is the most suitable Pokemon to participate in the contest. As long as it is released and stands on the stage, it can get high scores without any action. It is undoubted that Pokemon coordinators all dream of having their own Milotic. Can I become like that? A faint and timid child voice sounded in Hsoka's mind when Milotic's evolution video was played for the 5th time. The telepathy that Lulu had been using finally responded. Hsoka, who had almost fallen asleep on the sofa, suddenly stood up, stared at Feebas in the fish tank and asked, "Are you talking?" Yes. Feebas seemed a little scared, but he no longer remained silent like before and nodded hard. Lulu used telepathy to link the brain waves of Hsoka and Feebas so that one person and one pet could understand each other's meaning directly in their minds without speaking. The communication between Pokemon and trainer is a very important part. Although Pokemon has intelligence and rich emotions far beyond ordinary animals and can understand most of the commands and orders of trainer, Pokemon cannot be regarded as human beings. There are also many species of Pokemon with very low IQ, and they can only barely understand the simple instructions of trainer. Humans can't understand the language of Pokemon at all and can only develop tacit understanding through daily interactions. A good trainer can often understand the heart of his Pokemon. Lulu's telepathy is simply a cheating tool for Hsoka. He can easily communicate with a new Pokemon directly on the spiritual level and can establish tacit understanding with a newly captured Pokemon in a short period of time, which takes others several years or even more than 10 years to have. Hsoka tried to make his expression as amiable as possible, staring at Feebas blowing bubbles in the fish tank, and said softly, "Don't ask if you can, just say if you want to." Feebas's contest condition was too self-deprecating, and Hsoka had to support it to make it confident. Looking at the frozen picture in the video, Feebas nodded hard. "Yes, I want to be like my mother. Mom." The word made Hsoka stunned for a moment. Milotic is indeed the evolution of Feebas. There is no doubt about that, but it does not mean that Feebas must be born by Milotic. According to the data obtained from the Setopolis Gym Master's computer, Milotic is difficult to get pregnant. No matter which world, the stronger the life form, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring. On the contrary, weak life has unimaginable advantages in reproduction. This is why the number of powerful Pokemon with the title of quasi-god in each region is so rare that it is outrageous. Some legendary Pokemon have only existed for hundreds or thousands of years since ancient times. In comparison, Caterpie and Weedle exist in every forest. Milotic and Feebas are completely two different levels of life. It can be said that 99% of Feebas in the world are born by Feebas, and only a very small accident causes Milotic to become pregnant and give birth to Feebas, which is 1% of them. Do you still remember your childhood? Hsoka asked curiously. After hearing this, Feebas turned his head with a swing of his tail, as if he remembered something sad in the past. After a long time, he replied, Remember a little bit? My mother doesn't seem to like me." Hsoka pointed at Milotic in the video. "Does your mother look exactly like her?" "Yeah." A feeling of joy and excitement appeared on Hsoka's face. It was really God's help. This Feebas was actually the offspring of Milotic, not the offspring of Feebas. What does this mean? It means that it is far superior to its peers from the moment it is born. As long as this Feebas has the confidence to evolve, and with the help of a prism scale, it is basically stable to evolve into Milotic. This is the top secret information in the Setopolis gym. This is the definite result of countless attempts since the Setopolis gym was built 100 years ago. Hsoka took Feebas out of the fish tank, stared into its eyes, and said loudly in his mind, "As long as you want, as long as you are willing to work hard, I can guarantee that you will be more beautiful than your mother." Feebas shook tail whip uncomfortably and asked cutely, "Is it true? Really, you can become Milotic, and that's just your starting point." In order to build up Feebas' self-confidence as soon as possible, Hsoka didn't care about anything else and blurted out big words. Anyway, no one can predict what will happen in the future. After learning from Feebas that it was born from Milotic, Hsoka's confidence has reached its peak. The most important thing now is to make money, and to make 3 million or even 5 million in a short time, because Hsoka is sure that once Prism Scale appears on the online trading and auction websites, the Setopolis gym will definitely not let it go. Compared with the wealthy Setopolis gym, Hsoka's financial resources are not even a small shrimp. He is definitely not able to compete in real auctions, but he can still use some tricks on the internet, which will make the other party uncomfortable but will not make the other party have a revenge mentality. Without waiting for the rental time to end one day, Hsoka has packed his luggage and is ready to go. He has to go to Vermilion City first to take the Elite Trainer Qualification Certificate, and then he can apply for the Silver Hunter Dog tag. The reward for the A-level evaluation task is much higher than that of the B-level task. If you want to make enough money in a short time, you must improve your hunter qualification. The more rewarding a mission is, the more dangerous it is. However, if Hsoka wants Feebas to evolve into Milotic as soon as possible, he doesn't care. Danger and benefit coexist. Besides, he is confident that he can protect himself and the Pokémon. He is not the kind of person who would try to show off his ability. If he fails to complete the task, he will just run away. Although it will affect his credit rating, money is not worth risking his life for. Vermilion City is an important harbor city in Kanto, located at the southern estuary of Kanto region. It is a natural deep-water port, so it has become a major city for major shipping groups to compete. Every morning at 6 o'clock, more than a dozen cargo ships with tens of thousands of tons will slowly come to Vermilion City Harbor or gradually go away. They transport goods and products from other cities to Kanto and transport goods and specialties produced in Kanto region to other regions. As soon as he entered the urban area of Vermilion City, Hsoka felt an extraordinary atmosphere. There were many pretty girls in sexy sailor suits on the street handing out some kind of flyers to pedestrians. They were handing out flyers and dancing hotly. This posture attracted passersby to stop and watch. Of course, male passersby were the most excited, watching with great pleasure, while female passersby looked unhappy. There were also many men with female companions who were beaten up by their female companions because they were too engrossed in watching. Because the road was too crowded, for safety, Hsoka could only try to reduce the speed of the motorcycle to the lowest possible level. At this moment, a beautiful girl with red hair suddenly jumped out from the side. She was also wearing the same sexy sailor suit as those girls. Hsoka was blocked and could only step off the motorcycle and take off the helmet from his head. Looking at the beauty in front of him, he asked, "What's the matter, beautiful lady?" "Hello." Originally, she just wanted to hand out flyers casually, but she didn't expect to stop a handsome guy all of a sudden. The sexy girl blushed slightly and mustered up the courage to hand over the beautifully made flyer in her hand that looked like an invitation. "Hello, I am a waiter of the ST. And you can take a look at this flyer first. Our ST and is a world-renowned luxury cruise ship. Street and..." Looking at the flyer and a beautiful S.S ticket in his hand, Hsoka showed a playful smile. No wonder Vermilion City is so lively today. The ST and is a world-renowned luxury cruise ship. Since it was launched 3 years ago, this passenger ship has only stopped in Vermilion City in Kanto once a year. Every year on this day, the official parade of the ST and's passenger ship will be organized in Vermilion City to attract more people's attention. The shipping company spent a lot of money to build this luxury passenger ship just to make money. After all, The top VIP customers are a minority, and some mid-range customers cannot be abandoned. Only in this way can the interest be maximized. Find some beautiful girls or models, add a sexy sailor suit, and as long as the men on the street are entangled by them, unless they really have no extra money in their pockets, more than 80% of them will bite the bullet and buy the ordinary S.S ticket, which can be said to be expensive under their soft and hard grinding. Only a few rich people who are not short of money will pay for the VIP S.S ticket. Hsoka didn't spend a penny on this S.S ticket. He was not interested in the ST. Ands. The purpose of his coming to Vermilion City was, first, to take an elite trainer certificate, and second, to go to the Pokémon Center in Vermilion City to see if there were any suitable bounty missions. After all, as the largest harbor city in the Kanto region, there should be some well-paid missions. As for the S.S ticket in his hand, it was given to him by the girl. The shipping group gave each of the girls who came out to solicit customers an internal ticket, which they could give to their friends or family, allowing them to board the ST. Anno passenger ship for free and enjoy all the benefits of ordinary S.S tickets. It can only be said that there will always be some people in the world who are very Arnold, and they can really rely on their face to swipe tickets and make a living. There are only 3 cities in the Kanto region that have trainer job agency assessment centers. One is Vermilion City, where Hsoka is located. The other is Saffron City, the central city of Kanto, and the last one is Rainbow City, a developed city second only to Saffron City in scale and development. Some Alliance trainers who are unable to collect all 8 gym badges due to some special reasons, but want to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference of that year, can go to the Job Assessment Center to apply for the conference qualification exam 2 months before the conference begins. If you pass all the exams, you can participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference without a badge. The Trainer Job Assessment Center is located directly south of the Vermilion Gym, not far from the city's Pokémon Center. Unlike the Pokémon Center, the official logo above the door of the Trainer Job Assessment Center is a white giant hand in a fist-shaped contest condition, tightly holding a red Pokeball, and the Pokémon Center is a simple white Pokeball pattern. Passing by the Vermilion Gym, Hsoka looked at the open door curiously. He has no experience of formally challenging a gym, but he has a 3-day journey as a gym owner. When he first came to this world, he also wanted to become an Alliance trainer, challenge gyms step by step to get badges, and then win the championship at the regional conference to make his name famous throughout the Kanto continent. But gradually, due to the pressure of life and some practical problems, this idea gradually faded, and now when I think about it, I have lost the original passion. Maybe one day, when I am tired of being a bounty hunter, I can also consider traveling to a strange continent and become a formal Alliance trainer to challenge gyms and participate in competitions like those children. Raichu, give this boy the final blow, Thunderbolt. A rough male voice like thunder came from the open door of the Vermilion Gym. Even Hsoka, who was still a short distance away from the gym gate, heard the roar and couldn't help but scratch his right ear with his little finger. This guy's voice is really loud. After a while, a boy wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and black shorts ran out of the Vermilion Gym gate crying, holding a charred and severely damaged Rattata in his hands. Rattata is a rodent with super reproduction ability. It is also one of the most distributed Pokémon in the Kanto region, due to its cute appearance and the powerful trick it can learn after evolving into Raticate, Hyper Fawn. It has become the first choice for many families with normal or poor economic conditions to prepare Earl Dervish Pokémon for their children. After all, not every family can afford to pay 100,000 yuan in Alliance training fees for their children from birth, and the number of the 3 families is not enough to provide so many rookie trainers every year. Rattata, you have to hold on. I will take you to the Pokémon Center soon. The little boy cried and ran past Hsoka and rushed toward the Pokémon Center not far away. With a sidelong glance, Hsoka knew that the owner of the Vermilion Gym was still holding back. The injury of this Rattata looked serious to the naked eye, but it was not enough to endanger his life or leave any sequelae. As long as the treatment was timely, and Pokémon had a recovery ability far beyond that of humans, he would be able to jump around after resting for 2 days at most. The injury looked serious and scary because the Vermilion gym was an electric gym. The destructive power of electric skills is also among the best in the ranking of various skills. It is not the first, but it is definitely in the top 3. Therefore, electric tricks often cause more horrifying scars on Pokémon than other skills. As a gym leader, you can have your own personality, and you can also go all out to beat up the rookie trainer who comes to challenge you if you're in a bad mood. But there is one taboo that you must never violate. That is, not knowing the severity of the situation and being too ruthless, causing the challenger's Pokémon to lose his life. Once this happens, the Alliance will immediately cancel your status as a gym leader, and you'll also face huge fines and compensation, which can basically be said to be ruined. Compared to the lively and relaxing atmosphere of the Pokémon Center, the Trainer Career Assessment Center seems much quieter. The hall is very empty. In addition to a row of seats for visitors to rest, there is only a reception desk. The assessment center will only be a little lively in the last 2 months of each year. At that time, because the Indigo Plateau Conference is approaching, many Pokémon school leaders and outstanding students will come here in groups to obtain the qualification to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. Hsoka came to the front desk and looked at the girl who had been dozing off. He said loudly, "Hello, I'm here to take the Elite Trainer Qualification exam." "Okay." The girl raised her head suddenly, revealing a slightly pretty face with some freckles. She said seriously, "No problem. You need to fill out this registration form first." Looking at the form handed over by the other party, Hsoka couldn't help laughing. "Miss, did you take the wrong one? I'm here to take the Elite Trainer Qualification exam, not the Indigo Plateau Conference Qualification exam." "Ah." The front desk lady's serious expression suddenly changed, and she said apologetically, Sorry, I was too careless." Name, Hsoka. Gender, male. Age, 15. Place of birth, Kanto region / Tokiwa City. Professional certificate, Fruit Breeder Level 3, Medicinal Material Identification Level 4, Energy Block Production Level 4. Current occupation, Bounty Hunter, Bronze. Number of tasks, 152 number of successes, 152 number of failures, 0 task completion rate, 100% employer praise rate, 98.5%. All of Hsoka's current information appeared on the other party's computer registration system. The girl at the front desk looked at the task completion rate in surprise. It was 100%. This young man, who didn't look very old, had completed 152 bounty tasks. Although most of the tasks were C/D level, and a few were B level, it was quite remarkable. The emerging profession of bounty hunters is not well regarded by trainers and the general public. People who hate them call bounty hunters hyenas, which means hounds who will do anything for money and are a symbol of greedy crime. People who like them, or people who often need bounty hunters to do things for them, call bounty hunters black eagles, which means eagles under their command. They can make them sacrifice their lives and shed blood for a little money. The profession of bounty hunter has actually existed since ancient times, but it was always in a gray area. As long as the employer pays enough money, they will kill, arson, poach, and rob graves, and they will also herd sheep, weed, fight crime, and save people from danger. It all depends on which party pays the most. Alliance has rectified this profession for more than 20 years, and it can be said that it has brought bounty hunters to the white road and made it a formal profession. Although there are still many bounty hunters who secretly do dirty work, at least they are not as blatant as before. However, it will take time for the general public to give up their previous ideas. For Hsoka, bounty hunters are just a profession to make a living and earn resources. What does other people's opinions have to do with him? There was only one table and one chair in the empty and quiet examination room. Hsoka sat alone on the chair, and on the table was an A4 paper test paper with questions on both sides. There are 2 levels in the Elite Trainer Professional Assessment. The first level is a written test, and the second level is a practical exercise. There was no invigilator in the examination room, but a circular surveillance camera was installed in the upper right corner of the room. The first question, Charmeleon's evolution. This is too easy. Hsoka thought it would be a difficult question. After all, this is an elite trainer professional assessment. He quickly wrote down the 3 words Charizard, and then quickly read the following questions. As a top student in his previous life, Hsoka was born in an examination atmosphere since childhood, and he was least afraid of taking exams with a pen. Eevee's 3 evolutions: fire, thunder, and water. In fact, Hsoka has a more specific answer to this question. In addition to fire Pokémon, lightning Pokémon, and water Pokémon, there are 5 other branch evolutions: sun Pokémon, moon Pokémon, ice Pokémon, leaf Pokémon, and Sylveon. However, Hsoka doesn't want to be too prominent. At present, researchers in the Kanto region have only found 3 evolutions of Eevee: fire, lightning, and water. Naturally, the standard answers for the Kanto test paper are only these 3. If you write 5 other evolutions just to show off, it would be a foolish behavior. You must get more than 85 points in the written test to enter the second round of practical exercises. The questions become more and more difficult as you go back. Fortunately, Hsoka has not lost his thirst for knowledge of this world when he was learning professional skills since he was a child. It took about half an hour to finally fill in this test paper with questions on both sides. It takes a while for the computer to mark the papers, so Hsoka can only wait quietly in the hall. Hsoka, congratulations, you got 98 points on the written test. The freckled girl ran over happily with the test paper. Not full marks. Hsoka was a little surprised and took the test paper. Let me see where I went wrong. Guess the name from the picture. The picture on the test paper was a completely round black silhouette. Hsoka wrote the answer as Naughty Bullet, but the standard answer given by the computer was Electro Ball. Damn! Hsoka swore for the first time and threw the test paper away. I'm going to kill the guy who made the test paper. Tell me, how can you tell whether it's Naughty Bullet or Electro Ball from this black round shadow? It's amazing to get 98 points. The freckled girl didn't care about Hsoka's swearing. Instead, she thought he looked even more handsome than before. She said with stars in her eyes, "This kind of question is actually deliberately set by Alliance, so as not to let people get full marks and to persuade trainers not to be complacent." Hsoka understood that this question was a must-get-wrong question. If you write Electro Ball, then Naughty Ball is the correct answer. If you write Naughty Ball, Electro Ball is the correct answer. No matter what you write, it is wrong. The freckled girl picked up the test paper that was thrown on the ground again and said with a smile, "Wait here for a moment. I will help you arrange the battle for the practical test. Teacher, it will be quick." "Well, thank you." Hsoka nodded politely. The practical test for elite trainers is 2 versus 2. An uncle wearing a blue and white striped sweatshirt and an Alliance referee hat introduced the test rules. The first Pokemon you use is provided by the Alliance official. Here are 3 Pokemon balls. You can choose one at random. The sweatshirt uncle walked to Hsoka with a plate on which were 3 identical red and white Pokemon balls. Hsoka glanced at the calm-looking teacher and gently swiped his index finger across the 3 Pokemon balls, just like playing the piano, knocking out a crisp dong-dong sound on the surface of the Pokemon balls. Choose one quickly. It's the same no matter which one you choose. Just when the other party began to get impatient, Hsoka grabbed the Pokemon on the far left. "Okay, let's start." Hsoka shrugged, looking a little innocent. "Come, let me see what Pokemon you are." Hsoka threw the Pokemon in his hand, and with a bang, a red light flashed, and a 4-legged beast-like creature with a gray body and armor on its body surface appeared on the competition field. Moo! Growl, like a wild bull, has a thick horn above the tip of its nose, and a piece of armor on its back has an arc-shaped gap. The Iron Rhino. Hsoka has encountered it many times when he was on a mission in the Evergreen Forest, and the weevil in his hand has killed an Iron Rhino in the wild during the Sneasel period. Looking at the armored rhino that appeared on the field, the uncle in the sweatshirt showed a barely perceptible smile. "Then my Pokemon is it. Cha! Cha!" A sharp side kick, an explosive rolling kick. This is a humanoid Pokemon with spring-like legs, with white pupils and black edges, and a pair of eyes full of fighting's offensiveness. Savalang, a fighting Pokémon that is good at leg skills, is said to have a side kick powerful enough to break a tree as thick as an adult's waist. I knew it wouldn't be that easy for a fighting system to face an armored rhino with rock and ground systems. Hsoka understood a little bit what this assessment was for, to test the trainer's ability to react on the spot, how to quickly get started with unfamiliar Pokémon, and the assessment rival was still about the Pokémon that restrained you, which increased the difficulty, and it was a big test for the trainer's skill knowledge and psychological endurance. The man in the sweatshirt folded his arms and sneered in his heart. "Kid, this is a practical assessment for elite trainers, not a gym competition like that. The public Pokémon provided by the Job Assessment Center for Practical Tests can theoretically listen to anyone's orders. Of course, this must be based on the authority given by the assessment teacher. If you want to do something else, the public Pokémon will immediately ignore your orders as soon as the assessment teacher gives an order. This kind of competition is a bit uncomfortable, to be honest." Hsoka quickly thought about the next countermeasures in his mind. If it was Rhydon, the evolution of the armored rhino, the competition would not be so difficult. The opponent is already the final evolution form, and the attributes are restrained. In the eyes of many ordinary trainers, this kind of competition is no longer necessary, because it is simply a must-lose game. Shawarang, continuous kick. The assessment teacher did not give Hsoka too much time to think. This first game is to test how the trainer responds in a completely disadvantageous environment. How can you have the title of elite trainer without an excellent and strong mentality? Cha! Shawarang rushed with his long legs like a sprinter. In the blink of an eye, the more than 20-meter-long field was kicked hard at the most vulnerable side, abdomen/part of the armored rhino. There was no way to dodge it. The armored rhino's short-distance dodge speed was almost equal to 0. Once it was hit by the opponent's first heavy kick, it would be hit by the combo of consecutive kicks. In this way, under the double damage bonus, the armored rhino would almost lose most of its combat ability if it was not seriously injured. Iron armored rhino. Use bulldoze on the ground next to it. Hsoka must first resolve the opponent's first round of attack, and then continue to look for flaws. Moo! The armored rhino raised its short and thick forelimbs when heard the sound. When Shawarang's kick was about to hit, it stepped heavily on the rocky ground. With a bang, the ground shook slightly, especially the area around the armored rhino. Cha! The violent vibration of the ground made the left leg of Shawarang, who was closest to the armored rhino, unable to stand firmly. He could only retract his right leg that had been kicked out immediately, and then somersaulted backwards to leave the violent shaking area. This was Shawarang's own conditioned reflex. He didn't dare to gamble, because even if he kicked the armored rhino, he would fall to the ground due to his unstable lower body. At that time, the heavy horn of the armored rhino, which was close at hand, hit him, and he couldn't bear it. Hsoka didn't relax for a moment because of a small victory, and immediately ordered, "Iron armored rhino, dig a hole. If you want to win this game, you must fight quickly. The longer you drag it out, the more disadvantageous it will be for your side." As a ground-type Pokémon, digging holes is simply a natural skill. However, because the armored rhino is larger, it is much slower than Diglett and Sandshrew to dig holes. Shawarang, stop it. Use jump kick. The assessment teacher obviously also understands the principle of quick victory. Since this is an elite trainer assessment, there is no concept of letting it go. Once the armored rhino dig goes underground, Shawarang, who is full of close-range fighting skills, will become powerless. Chop! Shawarang screamed, and his spring-like legs splashed high from the ground. He raised his legs very handsomely, and his right leg was straight like a long sword. He kicked the armored rhino halfway into the ground. Moo! With a low roar of pain, although the armored rhino had tried its best to dig a hole, just when its whole body was about to go down, its thick buttocks were still hit by a jump kick from Shawarang. This flying kick hurt the iron rhino, but it was not enough to make it lose its fighting ability. The injured iron buttocks swayed and disappeared into the huge hole. Damn it! The assessment teacher's expression was a little ugly. He didn't expect that this kid could get the hang of strange Pokémon so quickly. Not only did his quick attack not disrupt the opponent's rhythm, but the opponent also took advantage of it. The scene fell into an awkward situation for a while. The skills that Shawarang could use were all close-range fighting without any long-range skills. If it was replaced by water and fire Pokémon, water gun or flamethrower could be used at the entrance of the cave to force the Iron Rhino out. In fact, the best choice to deal with Pokémon digging holes is to use the Earthquake trick. Once Earthquake is launched, the Pokémon in the hole will suffer more serious injuries than those on the surface. Unfortunately, Shawarang attribute restrains Iron Rhino, but it is completely powerless in this situation. The teacher said loudly, "Boy, I admit that you have good reaction ability, but do you think I could do nothing about it?" Shawarang, gather your energy, and then use the million-ton flying kick continuously around the cave entrance. Shawarang nodded, stood still, and put his hands together on his chest. As he gathered his energy, his muscles were trembling, and ferocious blue veins began to cover his right leg. Like sword dance, gathering energy is a special skill that adds a bonus to Pokémon contest condition. The difference is that gathering energy uses the high concentration of the spirit to mobilize all the muscle strength of the body at one point, and then bursts out in an instant. Under the gain of contest condition, Shawarang's right leg is a whole circle thicker than before, and it is covered with blue veins. People can see the terrifying power contained in that leg at a glance. The right leg is raised high until it exceeds Shawarang's head and forms a straight line with the whole body. Boom! The right leg hit the ground heavily with a deafening roar. The ground around the hole even had spider web-like cracks, which were even spreading in all directions. The ground shook violently. The energy combined with the million-ton flying kick could simulate an effect similar to earthquake under Shawarang's terrifying legs. Moo moo. The painful sound of the armored rhinoceros came from the hole. It was obvious that the vibration wave generated by the energy combined with the million-ton flying kick caused the armored rhinoceros to suffer serious damage. Seeing that his strategy really worked, the assessment teacher seemed to be in a good mood and shouted loudly, "Shawarang, encore, million-ton flying kick." Now, when Shawarang raised his right leg to the top of his head for the second time, Hsoka, who had been silent all the time, decisively ordered, "Iron armored rhinoceros, rush out of the cave, use horn drill." Impossible. The assessment teacher's face changed drastically when he heard Hsoka's order. "How dare you bet like this?" Shawarang, under the contest condition, concentrated all his muscle strength in his right leg. With the high leg action, it had no spare energy to dodge at this moment. A dusty, iron-armored rhinoceros with several cracks on its armor suddenly jumped out of the cave. The horn on the tip of its nose was like a rapid spin drill, which hit Shawarang's soft abdomen fiercely. Cha-cha-cha. The rapid spin horn made Shawarang growl in pain, and his body retreated wildly. Finally, he fell to the ground, holding his stomach, his body trembling slightly, and then he lost his ability to fight. The power of the horn drill skill is terrifying. It is said that if rival is hit head-on, he will immediately enter the contest condition of near death. Of course, this is just an exaggeration, but it also shows how aggressive the horn drill is. However, this skill also has a very big flaw. That is, the activation speed is too slow. Basically, it can be said that as long as rival sees it, it can be easily dodged unless the opponent is standing still and letting you hit it. After using the digging skill, the armored rhino did not leave the hole too far, so the shock wave generated by the million-ton flying kick of Shawarang bombarding the ground also caused a lot of damage to the armored rhino. This is the first time that Hsoka has cooperated with this armored rhino. It can be said that there is no tacit understanding between the man and the pet. Luck is also part of the cooperation that shocked the assessment teacher. Of course, the most important thing is that Hsoka dares to gamble. He can probably guess the opponent's mentality. The armored rhino on the surface will not be Shawarang's rival. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. The longer the armored rhino drags on under Hwoarang's fierce kick, the greater the loss. The second match was a test for trainers using their own Pokémon. A qualified elite trainer not only has excellent command ability and excellent on-the-spot reaction, but also needs to have powerful Pokémon to match. Hsoka directly sent the evolved Weevil to the field, while the opponent sent out the final evolved form of the three grass-type families, Venusaur. The result of the match was beyond doubt. Under Weevil's terrifying fast attack, Venusaur lacked effective means of counterattack. After being hit by 2 freezing punches, it lost the ability to continue fighting. 2 wins in 2 games. Hsoka successfully passed the Elite Trainer Job assessment. Actually, this armored rhino can use Earthquake. After the game, the assessment teacher said with some emotion, "The reason why I let Hwoarang use a combo with a big flaw is that I am afraid that you will command the armored rhino to use Earthquake underground. In this way, the final result is likely to be a loss for both sides, because once the armored rhino uses the Earthquake skill in the cave, not only Hwoarang will be hurt, but the armored rhino in the cave will also be hurt. Both sides will be hurt, and the challenger will win. This is the competition rule of the Elite Trainer Assessment. I just didn't expect you to be so bold and get a surprising result. Although there was some luck involved, I have to admit that the cooperation just now was very good. You are very good and qualified to become an elite trainer." Walking out of the door of the Trainer Career Assessment Center, Hsoka remembered the words of the assessment teacher. To be honest, he really didn't think that the armored rhino would actually learn Earthquake. From this point, it can be seen that the Pokémon provided by the Career Center for Trainers are first of all of high level. Secondly, as an important branch of the Alliance, the supply of skill-learning machines should be sufficient. After all, it is not easy for the armored rhino to learn a skill with a power rating of 100, such as Earthquake. He played with a beautifully made career card in his hand. This hard card is the Elite Trainer Certificate issued by the Career Center. On the back is a red Pokeball with white wings, and on the front of the hard card is Hisoka's head photo and some basic identity information. You should know that this card is not just a certificate. Once you become an elite trainer officially recognized by the Alliance, you can enjoy very considerable benefits. All projects in the Pokémon Center are free. All the air tickets and S tickets of the airport and shipping companies controlled by Alliance are free. Alliance will also deposit 20,000 yuan into your bank card every month, calling it a living allowance. But what Hsoka is most interested in is that he can use this elite card to log in to the Elite Forum on the Alliance official website in the future. The so-called Elite Forum is a network area strictly controlled by Alliance, and only those with elite trainer qualifications can log in. Elite trainers in the entire Kanto region can speak freely in it, express their training experience and what they see and hear, and every once in a while, the Elite Four will give online lectures in this forum, including some famous researchers, and Professor will also give lectures in it. Okay, your bounty hunter level has been upgraded to silver level, and you can accept A-level tasks from now on. Nurse Joy smiled and handed over a necklace that seemed to be made of silver. Hsoka took the necklace. Of course, this thing could not be made of silver, but it was silver-plated on the surface, and an oval silver metal piece was hung under the necklace. The metal piece was engraved with Hisoka's name and his bounty hunter serial number. This thing was what bounty hunters called a dog tag. He casually threw it into his pocket and returned the copper dog tag he had been carrying for several years to Nurse Joy. The dog tag was just a simple certificate for bounty hunters. The really important information had actually been entered into the bounty hunter official website. At this point, the purpose of going to Vermilion City was also completed. Hsoka lay on the sofa in the lobby of the Pokémon Center and stretched his body leisurely. Let me see if there are any valuable tasks recently. Hsoka took out his PDA and first linked it to the main computer of the Pokémon Center to view local tasks. Bounty Task 1. The St. Anna's passenger ship recruits 5 bounty hunters as escort bodyguards. Requirements. Have an elite trainer qualification certificate. Salary, 25,000/day. Hsoka remembered that Stephanie, who gave her the S ticket, said that the St. Annas would continue to sail for a week, and the final destination was the most famous resort in the Kanto region, Lamprey City. This is an A-level escort mission. If nothing happens within 7 days, then it is equivalent to getting 175,000 yuan for free, and you can also enjoy a 7-day cruise on a luxury cruise ship for free. This mission is good, and Hsoka quickly clicked to accept it. After having the title of elite trainer, things are different. The speed of making money is completely different from before. Bounty Mission 2. Stone Town, the EV family's mine that has recently produced the best quality evolution stones, seems to be occupied by an unknown powerful Pokémon. Now a reward of 500,000 Alliance coins and a complete set of high-quality evolution stones is offered. Hsoka accepted it without any hesitation. A set of high-quality evolution stones includes 4 evolution stones: Firestone, Grass Stone, Water Stone, and Thunderstone. The market price of ordinary quality evolution stones will not be less than 50,000 Alliance coins, so the total reward for this mission is almost over 1 million. After a night's rest at the Pokémon Center, Hsoka boarded the St. Anne's passenger ship the next morning. He boarded the ship for free as a security guard, so he did not use the S.S ticket given to him by the beautiful girl. There were only 4 bounty hunters who came to apply for the job, including Hsoka, including a bald man wearing a vest, a young man with a pointed face, and a sexy but ordinary-looking lady wearing a tight leather jacket. Everyone, please wait a moment. The captain will be here soon. A young man who looked like a sailor led the 4 people to the lounge, then closed the door and walked out. The people in the lounge looked at each other for a few times and did not speak, as if they were all thinking about the next task. Only the sexy and ordinary-looking lady in leather jackets threw a coquettish eye at Hsoka. Click, click. The sound of leather boots touching the floor came from far away outside the door, and the door of the lounge was opened forcefully, and an old man with a white beard who was almost 2 meters tall walked in vigorously. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tieshin, and I'm the captain of the St. Anno. The white-bearded old man said in a deep voice, "Take out your respective elite trainer job cards. I need to verify them." The 4 people present were all smart people. Although the old man spoke very impolitely, the other party was obviously his boss for the next week. As a bounty hunter, it's enough to make money. As for the good or bad attitude of the employer, they don't care. No problem. The sailor holding the laptop looked at Captain Tieshin. Tai Xen nodded, then looked at the 4 people and said, "Now I announce that the 4 of you are all accepted by the St. Anno. I originally wanted to recruit 5 bounty hunters as external security, but unfortunately only 4 came. I believe you all know the salary issue. 25,000 yuan a day. You can use all the facilities on the passenger ship for free for a week. If nothing happens, you will be paid a high salary for a week. But I want to warn you that if there is any emergency, you must give me your best. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, mister. Captain, we still have this professional ethics." The young man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks said, 3. Don't you agree?" The scene fell into silence. No one paid attention to the bald man, the leather-clad lady, and Hsoka. When this guy was talking, his eyes never left the leather-clad woman. His standard lust/wolf-like demeanor made Hsoka look a little funny. "Okay." Captain Tieshin waved his hand to interrupt the young man who was about to continue speaking, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Hai, take these 4 to their respective rooms, and inform the first mates and executives that I have an emergency meeting to hold." "Okay, sir, please follow me." It was still the young sailor who received the 4 people before, smiled at everyone, and walked out of the lounge first. Seeing this obvious attitude of driving people away, the 4 people also walked out of the room. "Little brother, how old are you this year?" Hsoka, who was walking in front, was bumped on the shoulder by the leather-clad queen. "My sister's name is Lisa. Let's get to know each other." Hsoka scratched the back of his head, pretending to be a sunny boy, and said, "Hsoka, 15 years old." "Wow." Lisa covered her red lips and said in surprise, "My little brother is really amazing. He passed the elite trainer exam at the age of 15. He is really a genius." Just took the exam in Vermilion City. Hsoka looked embarrassed by being praised. My sister's room number is 902. Come and sit down when you are free. Lisa walked to the corner, suddenly leaned out half of her body, gently wiped her red lips with her jade hand, and threw a flying one towards Hsoka. TSK tisk. I don't know when, the young man with a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks appeared beside Hsoka, and said with a drooling face, "Little brother, I'm sure this woman wants to have S*X with you. It's really an old Tauros eating young grass. Although she looks a little ordinary, her figure is absolutely superb. As long as you go, it will be absolutely wonderful." The young man, who was still in a state of confusion, opened his eyes and found that the figure of the brat was about to disappear around the corner. He hurriedly chased after him. Hey, little brother, don't walk so fast. Let's make friends." Conference room. Captain Tieshin, are you serious? A fat, middle-aged man with a Mediterranean head said anxiously, "Will the rockets really do something to the St. Anno?" What exactly, I don't know. Captain Tieshin didn't even look at the director who spoke first and continued. According to the intelligence we got, there are actually some rocket spies on the St. Anno. But in order not to cause panic among the guests, we did not conduct a large-scale search. Why not search? At this time, another executive couldn't help but slam the table and said, "Captain Tieshin, do you understand that if the rockets carry out any damage on the St. Anno, our losses will be great?" Bang! Xian's palm, like a palm leaf fan, slammed the conference table fiercely, scaring the executive who was furious just now to shrink back. "I'm the captain of a saint, and I have the final say here." Humph, counter. "Anyway, if something goes wrong, you have to take full responsibility." The executive muttered tremblingly. Captain Xn lit the pipe in his hand, took a deep puff, and then continued. "I have informed Alliance of this matter. Alliance is very concerned about the rocket team's actions. Therefore, several investigators were sent to assist us. Alliance issued an order that no one should alert the enemy before and after the investigators' actions. Otherwise, they would be treated as accomplices of the rocket team. Now let me introduce you." Captain Xin pointed to the young man with shawl hair and a suit and tie beside him and said, "This gentleman is the chief investigator of the Special Operations Team." The young man with shawl hair put down the pencil he had been spinning in his hand, revealing a fox-like face, and his eyes narrowed into two lines. "My name is Bai Jia. Please take care of me." Arriving at the room arranged by the crew, Hsoka threw his backpack on the bed, took off his black high-collar jacket and hung it on the hanger, put on slippers, and wore only a white shirt. Although this room is not the best VIP suite on the ST, and it is not a room that ordinary S.S tickets can enjoy. It is a room for internal executives to rest. The area is more than 60 square meters, and there is also an oversized bathtub paved with marble and a pure gold faucet carved into a dragonite head, which undoubtedly tells how rich the shipping companies behind the ST are. "Come out, everyone." Hsoka opened all 3 Pokémon balls buckled around his waist, and with continuous bangs, Curlia and Weevil appeared in the room. "Flutter, flutter." Of course, there's also Feebas. Because it is a fish Pokémon, it can only shake its body on the carpet. Hsoka picked up Feebas and looked at the 2 pets in front of him, and said with a smile, "You go and rest first. I feel that the atmosphere on this ship is not simple. Something may happen in the next 7 days. You must rest well to deal with any emergencies." Lulu and Weevil nodded in understanding, and then Lulu took the luxurious big round bed in the center of the room with a teleport. She knelt on the snow-white bedsheet with her legs, gently placed her hands on her abdomen, closed her eyes, and began to use the calm mind method to replace rest. Weevil curled her lips a little unhappy when she saw Lulu's actions. She originally wanted to rest on the big round bed, but unfortunately, she was always preempted by the other party. Evil-type Pokémon and Psychic-type Pokémon are naturally incompatible. Although the 2 pets are Pokémon under Hsoka's command, getting along harmoniously is already considered a good way for Hsoka to control them. It is basically impossible to want the 2 pets to be as close as sisters. Weevil found several red sofa cushions, threw them on the ground to form a small nest, and then crawled horizontally in the nest, just like an ordinary house cat normal. Leisurely yawned, scratched his abdomen with his hind legs, and made an unusually comfortable meow. Although Weevil is a high-level creature like Pokémon, it still cannot change the natural habits of cats. 5 minutes later, the marble bathtub was filled, and the water temperature was controlled by Hsoka at a normal temperature of 22 degrees. Wearing only a pair of black boxer shorts, Hsoka jumped into the water with Feebas in his arms. With a splash, water splashed everywhere. Comfortable. Hsoka touched the water droplets on his face and leaned comfortably on the edge of the bathtub. There were 8 small holes on his back that kept spraying small streams of water to help him massage. Feebas seemed to be frightened by the diving action just now. He swam towards the distant corner with a wag of his tail and sank to the bottom of the pool, not daring to approach Hsoka's area at all. After resting his eyes in the bathtub for a while, Hsoka stood up and took out a 25 centimeters long white lacquered box from his backpack. He walked back to the pool and opened the box. Inside were all kinds of bottles and jars that seemed to be used only by women. Charm Blue Water Pokémon Special Skincare Oil, Scale Powder, Crack Cleaner, Deep Sea Volcano Mud, Red Sea Refined Salt. The information obtained from the Cetopolis gym showed that in order to evolve Feebas into Milotic, in addition to the external help of Prism Scale, it is also necessary to improve the beauty of Feebas itself. This so-called beauty is a general term. Beauty and ugliness are just based on the aesthetics of different lives. It cannot be generalized at all. Some people like thin people, while others like fat people. If you like beautiful people, it is not ruled out that some people like ugly people. Feebas' appearance does not conform to most people's aesthetic concepts, but this planet created this kind of life and naturally gave it its own primal beauty. Beauty is both the display of appearance and the blossoming of the soul. Hsoka not only has to cultivate Feebas' self-confidence, but also make its appearance the most perfect, at least the best appearance among the Feebas. These bottles and jars are all top-grade A-grade goods, and the price is quite expensive. Fortunately, Vermilion City is the most developed harbor city in the Kanto region. Basically, most foreign goods are first shipped to Vermilion City. Otherwise, it is not easy to buy these things in a short time. Little guy, come here. Hsoka waved to Feebas in the corner. Feebas blinked his big eyes, hesitated for a moment, and still plucked up the courage to swim closer to his owner, who seemed a little unreliable. Hsoka picked up Feebas again and stroked its head a few times to calm it down. Sorry, I scared you a little. The gentle voice made Feebas gradually relax. He leaned on Hsoka's chest and gently swung his blue fan-shaped fishtail up and down. Hsoka first took the bottle of Gap Cleaner, which was used to clean the dirt and parasites between the scales of Pokémon with scales or shells. There was a very thin plastic tube at the mouth of the bottle. He gently injected the cleaner into the gaps between Feebas' scales. After a while, the surface of the scales that seemed to be very clean actually flowed out black stains, and there were even some tiny live worms that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Puff, puff. As all the gaps between the scales and the surface of the body were washed by the cleaner, Feebas closed his eyes comfortably and blew bubbles happily. After washing the dirt and parasites on Feebas' body with water, Hsoka began to scrub its whole body with a box of Red Sea salt. Then used Deep Sea Volcano Mud to apply another layer to wash out all the dirt in the deepest part. Use a small brush to apply some beauty scale powder and carefully wipe Feebas' clean scales. Finally, apply a layer of branded water-based Pokémon skincare oil, and it's done. This skincare oil is water-resistant. After applying it, even if Feebas swims in the pool, the skincare oil will not dissipate quickly. After this whole set of procedures, Hsoka was very tired and wiped the sweat on his forehead. It's not physically tiring, but this kind of delicate work is too laborious. However, the results still made Hsoka very satisfied, because after this treatment, it may be a bit exaggerated to say that Feebas is now completely different from before, but at this moment, the shiny scales and neatly repaired fins make Feebas more beautiful than before. Hsoka believes that as long as he persists in this way, once he gets the prism scale, then the time for Feebas to evolve into Milotic is just around the corner. Account book. Razor Claw. 15,000. 7A Holiday Villa plus Private Beach. 50,000. Living expenses. 45,000. Feebas investment cost. 5,000. This is Hsoka's consumption within this week, a total of about 380,000. He sold the villa in Viridian City before and got 200,000 in savings. He got 150,000 from a mission to guard the building in Cerulean City. Unknowingly, Hsoka found that he was facing a financial crisis again. If he hadn't passed the elite trainer exam before, and the Alliance called him 20,000 yuan in so-called subsidies, Hsoka felt that he might not even have money for food. Fortunately, there won't be any big expenses in the near future. After the escort mission is over for a week, he can get 170,000 yuan, which can barely solve the financial crisis. It seems that I have to speed up the speed of accepting tasks. Hsoka closed the account book and thought so. He must make more money as soon as possible, in case he encounters Prism Scale for sale on a trading website or auction website next time, so that it will not be eaten up by the Satopolis gym at a flat price. In fact, most of the prism scales found in the wild by people are basically found on the seashore. The elderly Milotic who are about to reach the end of their lifespan will find a hidden cave in the depths of the sea, and then quietly wait for death in it. As time passes, the tides of the sea rise and fall. When the beautiful figure of Mew becomes a pile of bones, some prism scales that fall off from Milotic are likely to be washed up on the beach due to the ocean currents. If someone picks up a prism scale on the beach one day, it is very likely that it is an outrage that fell off from Milotic who died decades, or even hundreds of years ago. Prism scale is a magical item for the evolution of Feebas, which is a must-have for Hsoka, if he is lucky enough to encounter it. If it cannot be solved by money, then he does not mind using some special means. Toot, toot. With a huge whistle, the St. Anno cruise ship, which had stayed in Vermilion Harbor for a whole day, was ready to sail again. The terrifying metal anchor, which was as high as 2 stories, was slowly pulled up from the sea. Shisua looked at the time. He had been on board to apply for a security guard at 7 o'clock. It was almost 8:30 now. He had rested for almost an hour and a half. It was the time to leave the shore written on the S.S ticket. Anyway, it was born to stay in the room. It was better to go to the cruise ship for a stroll. After all, it was a luxury cruise ship famous all over the world. How could you not have a good time when you came on board once? Put on a refreshing white short-sleeve shirt, sky blue ripped jeans, and red and white canvas shoes. Tie your hair with a silver hollow headband, and finally put on a black cap. How can the ponytail boy in the mirror look so sunny and handsome after dressing up like this? You two, how about it? May I invite you to cruise the luxury cruise ship together? Hsoka leaned against the door and smiled at Lear's 2 pets staring at him. Lulu wants to go. Curlia responded with a telepathic telepathy, then teleported to Hsoka's right leg and stretched out her pure white hand towards Hsoka. Hsoka understood, smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and held the pure white hand. Weevil was not used to this kind of intimacy, or should I say that cats are all arrogant. He jumped up from his nest and jumped to Hsoka's left leg, pulled the unique red scarf around his neck, and then crossed his arms. After putting Feebas from the bathtub into the pokeball, Hsoka opened the door and strode out. He was not at all at ease leaving Feebas alone in the room. He had a hunch that something would definitely happen on this so-called luxury cruise ship during the 7-day voyage. Otherwise, the captain of a world-class passenger ship would never hire bounty hunters as external security, because these profit-seeking guys are themselves an unstable factor. Saiso felt that he and the 3 bounty hunters who came to apply for the job might be more of cannon fodder in the eyes of this vigorous captain. Anyway, if something goes wrong, Hsoka will definitely go up to help. However, once it is beyond his ability, he still has to escape. It is a foolish thing to risk his life for hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think the 3 colleagues should also think so. After all, hyenas have the most sensitive sense of smell. The central deck hall of the street and is luxurious, and the huge crystal ceiling shines with colorful light. According to the previous practice of the saint, and a morning party will be held on the first day of people boarding the ship. Unlimited free drinks and beverages, exquisite and fragrant breakfast snacks filled with long tables. Trainers and tourists from all over the world talked freely in the hall. Whether they knew each other or not, they were all discussing this trip or exchanging their training experiences. Some merchants would certainly not miss such a good opportunity. Tourists who could board the ST and passenger ship were definitely relatively well off in terms of economic conditions. The outermost stall area, officially divided by the ST, ends was even more popular. If merchants wanted to set up a stall in such a place, they had to pay a large amount of rent to the ST. Ants. Hsoka walked among the crowd, and from time to time, he took some delicious snacks from the table. He took 2 strawberry-flavored Pokémon puffs and gave one to Lulu and Weevil. As for himself, he was a carnivore, and he came up with a thick circle of chicken rolls. Hi. Hsoka's shoulder was suddenly patted by someone. He turned around and looked, and a pretty young face appeared in front of him. What a coincidence. Thank you for your S ticket. Hsoka smiled and raised the cocktail in his hand. Would you like a drink? The person who came was the red-haired girl who gave him the S ticket in Vermilion City. However, she did not wear the sexy sailor suit today. Instead, she changed into a waiter's outfit with a black suit, a pair of black stockings under the hip skirt, and 5-centimeter high heels. The dress was not as revealing as yesterday, but looked more sexy. P.S. Today is the 4th update. You can't drink. The girl blinked her cute big eyes and said, if the foreman sees you, your salary will be deducted, but juice is fine. The girl took a glass of orange juice from her tray and clinked it with Hsoka's glass. The girl secretly ate a piece of dessert, then quickly wiped her hands and said, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Mei-Chi, and I'm 16 years old this year. Hsoka, 15 years old. So you are not yet an adult. Mei-Chi suddenly realized, and then whispered, minors cannot drink in public. If you don't tell others, who will know that I am a minor? Hsoka asked with a smile. Yes. Mei-Chi nodded. You are so tall and look mature. You look like an 18-year-old boy. Dad, Mom, look, the Pokemon next to the big brother is so beautiful, just as beautiful as a baby. Just when Hsoka and Mei-Chi were chatting happily, a babyish lowly voice sounded not far from them. Looking up, I saw a blonde little Stephanie wearing a white princess dress and twin ponytails pointing at Lulu with shining eyes. Okay, baby, it's very impolite to point at the other party's Pokemon like this. A young woman with golden curly hair and wearing a red luxurious long dress picked up the excited little Stephanie. Remember, you are a lady. Got it. Little Stephanie was taught a lesson and lowered her head in disappointment. But it is indeed a Pokemon that I have never seen before. The mature man in a black suit next to him said, Baby is also excited for a while. Dear, don't be too harsh on me. Think about it. When I was a child, I encountered Pokemon that I had never seen before, and I was much more excited than Baby now. Yeah. Seeing her father supporting her, blonde little Stephanie nodded happily again. You and your daughter are really... The young woman shook her head with a wry smile. Very cute little Stephanie. Mei-Chi looked at the family of 3 walking away with envy. Let me introduce you. Hsoka walked over holding Lulu's hand. Her name is Lulu. She is my family, a psychic Pokemon from the Hoenn region. People in the Hoenn region prefer to call her Curlia. This one is called Weevil. She is also my family. Family. Mei-Chi seemed a little dazed when she heard this, but she quickly recovered, squatted down with a happy face, stretched out her hands and smiled. Lulu and Weevil. Hello. Nice to meet you. My name is Mei-Chi. Ma. Weevil crossed his arms, took a step back, and looked away proudly. Weevil doesn't like to contact anyone except his master Hsoka. Lulu calmly stretched out her hand and touched her palm. Mei-Chi, hello. Hello. Mei-Chi responded habitually, but then reacted, widened her eyes, and said, Can you talk? Lulu ignored Mei-Chi's question, but returned to Hsoka's side. She actually didn't like to contact strangers. It was just a lady's courtesy before. This is telepathy. Only a small number of psychic Pokemon can learn it. Shisua helped her explain this question. It looks so powerful. Meichi sighed as if she understood. Meichi, where have you been? We are busy jumping up and down, but you want to date a handsome guy. If the foreman sees you, your salary will be deducted again. A sound of play rough came from the intercom on Meichi's waist. Maggie blushed, quickly took out the intercom, and whispered, I'm here, you annoying guys are teasing me again. I can't be a sister anymore. Maggie looked around awkwardly, and when she saw no one was paying attention, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, I have to go first. Well, you go first. I'm also going to go out and visit this so-called world-class passenger ship. Don't worry, the saint and will never let you down. Maggie tidied her hair and bow tie, picked up the tray, and walked away with a beautiful figure. Wow, it's really tingling. A familiar obscene voice came out again, and a sharp-nosed and monkey-faced colleague appeared next to Shisua again without knowing when. You were just a little bit more handsome than me, but it hasn't been long since you hooked up with another waitress of such high quality. From the gap between her legs, you can tell that this girl is definitely a first-timer. You should work harder. You must not miss this opportunity to be the first. Shisua almost laughed out loud at his retort. His voice was so loud that all the tourists around looked over, especially the female tourists who all looked at the two with contempt. Idiot! After a low curse, Shisua was ashamed to be with such a person and hurried to the door. Hey kid, don't leave. We are all men. It's normal to discuss such a topic. The wretched man wanted to follow him, but he found that his body suddenly became heavy and his legs couldn't move forward no matter how hard he tried. Lulu, who was walking in front, had a blue light flashing in her eyes. She waved her little hand gently, and there was a plop behind her. The wretched man fell heavily on the ground with his buttocks. Interesting, it's Curlia from Hoenn region. The wretched man smiled strangely at the figure that disappeared at the door. He thought that the reason he fell just now was because of that Curlia. As for the other Pokemon, it should be Weevil, the evolution of Sneasel. This kind of Pokemon is only found in small quantities in Sinnoh region. This kid is not simple. Raticate, use Sucker Punch. Starmie, use Rapid Spin. On the empty deck outside the door, a fierce Pokemon duel was in full swing. As long as there are Pokemon trainers, there will always be such competitions. Everyone is interested in joining in the fun, and Hsoka first collected Curlia and Weevil. Two Pokemon that are extremely rare in the Kanto region will easily cause a commotion if they rashly join in a place where many trainers gather. On the deck divided by white lines, the Pokemons facing each other are a Raticate and a Starmie. Raticate's trainer is a mature man in his 30s wearing a gentleman's hat, a tuxedo, and a mustache. And he, Rival, is a teenager wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and looks ordinary. Under trainer's command, the two pets launched an attack together. But unfortunately, because it was not a water-based venue, Starmie's high speed in the water could not be fully utilized, and Raticate hit her back with a sucker punch. Starmie screamed in pain and rolled down from midair. It suffered some minor injuries, but this was not enough to make it lose its combat ability. Raticate, seize the opportunity and attack with your rage teeth. While rival Starmie had not yet fully gained a foothold, the gentleman's hat-wearing trainer immediately issued an attack order. Raticate's short-distance sprint speed was very fast. He opened his mouth and revealed his two iconic front teeth and bit the octagonal gem in the center of Starmie's body. Starmie was hit so hard that she trembled all over, but Raticate's claws firmly grasped the corners of Starmie, making it impossible for it to escape. The sharp front teeth bit harder and harder, and finally, with a click, the red octagonal gem in the middle of Starmie's body was crunched by Raticate. After completing this dire hit, Raticate quickly retreated to prevent the opponent from counterattacking. It can make such a move without the order of the trainer, proving that this Raticate's subconscious and talent are quite good, and the usual training is also in place. Starmie, who was severely injured, was stunned for a few seconds and then fell to the floor. At this time, The electronic screen on the gentleman's side showed two huge red words of victory in the center. "Are you okay, Starmie?" The green-shirt boy squatted down and hugged Starmie, looking quite lost. He was not only angry about his own defeat, but also more worried about Starmie's injury. Looking at the lost boy in front of him, the gentleman hat man leaned on the gentleman cane and said with a high attitude of a winner, "This is just a small mock battle. I can only say that the goddess of victory is more partial to me." At this time, a beautiful lady wearing a pink long skirt with brown hair tied behind her head walked slowly from the crowd to the gentleman man in a pair of red high heels, put her left hand on his shoulder, stroked his chest with her right hand, and said admiringly, "You are so strong." "Thank you, Madame Meiji." The gentleman man looked at this gentle and affectionate female companion gently, and then looked at the green-shirt boy who was about to leave, and said, "You should train your Starmie a little stronger." "Don't worry, Starmie will be fine." Although the injury looks serious, the gem in the middle of Starmie can be regenerated. As long as she goes to the Pokémon medical room on the ship for treatment, she will recover soon. A girl with orange hair, wearing a yellow vest and super short overalls came to the green-shirt boy. "Well, thank you." The green-shirt boy looked at Stephanie gratefully, then picked up Starmie and ran out of the crowd. The gentleman stroked his iconic mustache with his fingertips, looked around, and said loudly, "Okay, is there anyone who has the courage to challenge my Raticate? This guy's Raticate is really strong." Yes, including the previous game, this Raticate has won 3 games in a row. The whispers of the audience around made Hsoka feel amused. It's just a Raticate. No matter how strong it is, it's true that Rattata's overall strength will increase exponentially after evolving into Raticate, especially the 2 Raticate tricks of Rage Fong and Hyper Fong, which can cause huge damage as long as they are hit. For Raticate, in fact, you only need to use Steel and Rock Pokémon. But it's a pity that the official of the St. Anno has expressly prohibited the use of heavy Pokémon in the game on the deck. After all, this is not like being on land. Once a trainer uses Rhydon to perform an earthquake skill on the deck may be cracked. Such behavior of destroying the hull on the sea is undoubtedly a disregard for the safety of tourists. "Wow, I'm going to burn." A boy wearing a red and white cap rushed out of the crowd, ran to the opposite side of the gentleman, through the protruding brim of the cap behind him, and said confidently, "My Butterfree is your rival." "Okay." The gentleman smiled comfortably. He liked these hot-blooded young boys' competitions the most. They didn't think about it, but just fought hard with others. Really, Ash got excited when he saw the competition. The orange-haired girl who comforted the green-shirt boy before put her hands on her hips and looked helpless. Ash. This name caught Hsoka's attention. He carefully observed the hot-blooded boy in front of him. No matter how he dressed and looked, he was indeed very similar to the protagonist in the animation. But where was the Pikachu that should have been following him like a shadow? Looking carefully at the audience around him, Hsoka indeed found a young man with squinty eyes, dark skin, and black hedgehog hair, and the yellow electric mouse was standing quietly at his feet. This guy must be the gym leader of Nibby City. Xiao Jiang and the orange-haired little Stephanie who spoke just now should be Misty, the youngest sister of the 3 sisters of the Cerulean Gym. Skirt number. You can add it. If you have any opinions, please speak directly in the skirt. Butterfree has the advantage of flying. If it deliberately flies high, it is actually difficult for Raticate to hit it. If Hsoka were in command, he would let Butterfree perfectly play its flying advantage, and then use Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder to kill the Raticate below. Bug-type Pokemon's physical defense and stamina have never been very good. Once Raticate jumps up and uses Hyper Fong Bite, the game may be over in an instant. But it's a pity that Ash, who just debuted at this time, still lacks practical experience, and his brain is also stubborn. He has no idea of fighting in a roundabout way and playing the advantages of Pokemon. Ash waved his hand and shouted confidently, "Butterfree, use the impact trick." This order made Hsoka look confused. With Butterfree's physical strength, who can it hit? Raticate, jump up. The gentleman tapped the floor lightly with his cane. Raticate splashed high and collided with Butterfree, which was swooping down from the air. Because his body was in the contest condition, Raticate could not use the force, so he lost his agility on the ground. The two pets continued to tackle in the air, and the sound of flesh/bodies colliding was endless, which made the audience around excited. Ash's Butterfree may not be able to beat that Raticate, Misty said with some concern. No. Xiaojang on the side crossed his arms and said with a smile, the two of them are evenly matched. Raticate, use Hyper Fong. The gentleman man couldn't stand this stalemate and immediately asked Raticate to use his ultimate move. Although Ash was stubborn, he was not brainless. He knew the power of Raticate Hyper Fong. Butterfree dived down, avoid it. This command was very clever. It would be easier to avoid rivals' close-range skills by using the natural advantage of flying's descent and ascent. Butterfree's butterfly wings swung upwards, and the whole body suddenly dropped downwards, easily avoiding Raticate's giant teeth. Ash clenched his fist with confidence. Good job, Butterfree. Use Stun Spore. Butterfree turned his wings and flew high again. His wings began to flap quickly. For a moment, continuous light yellow phosphorus powder attacked Raticate on the ground. The spectators around saw Stun Spore appear, and they all changed color and began to disperse to the back. You can't touch this thing. Once Stun Spore blows on you, the pain of being numb and unable to move is not easy to endure. Stun Spore fell from the sky and almost covered half of the field. Raticate had no way to avoid it and could only let Stun Spore fall on his fur. His originally calm expression immediately closed his eyes in pain. His body became more and more numb, his legs trembled, and he almost fell down. Bug-type Pokemon have a short life cycle, which leads to their very fast evolution speed. For example, a wild Caterpie in an environment with sufficient food only needs 3 weeks from the day it is born to evolve into a Metapod, and it only takes 1 week to evolve from a Metapod to a Butterfree. The time to complete the 2-stage evolution will not exceed 1 month at most. If it is carefully cultivated in the hands of a trainer, then this evolution time can be shortened. 1 month is just the time for the 3 starters to grow from a baby to a toddler. It is still a long way to complete the first stage of evolution, let alone the final evolution. And because of the fast evolution speed, the hard power of bug-type Pokemon in the early stage often occupies a large proportion in rookie trainers. Evolution means a significant improvement in strength, and a unique group has been formed among rookie trainers. People call those children who love bug Pokemon bug catchers. Butterfree's Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Sleep Powder are commonly known as the 3-powder series by trainers. In the early low-end games, this 3-powder strategy can often make many rookie trainers feel sick and miserable. Even some veterans who don't have special restraint methods can easily fall into the trap if they are not careful. This Raticate in front of him is it. Perhaps the 3 previous victories made this gentleman a little relaxed, resulting in a dilemma now. Once Raticate is completely paralyzed, there's no need to play this game anymore. The gentleman's right hand tightly grasped the cane, his mustache trembled from time to time, and his eyelids twitched, indicating that he was very uneasy now, because he knew that if he didn't do something, the game would be over. Okay, now, use the whirlwind. Ash wiped his nose excitedly, preparing to give Rival the final blow. Hey, this guy is nothing special. He was easily defeated by me. This is what Ash was thinking at the moment. But just when Butterfree was about to launch an attack, the gentleman covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and walked quickly onto the competition field, picking up the immobile Raticate. So far, it's a tie. After saying that, the guy walked into the crowd with Raticate in his arms, and the ladylike companion followed him and gradually disappeared into the crowd. What? It's obviously me who won. Ash was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten fly shit because of the opponent's behavior. Obviously, Butterfree only needed one last move to win the game, but Rival gave him this set, directly picked up the incapacitated Raticate and turned around and left, not giving Ash a chance to refute. Since the game was over, the tourists had nothing to watch, so they left one after another soon. Hsoka didn't go up to greet Ash and his group. Now was not the time to get to know them. There would be plenty of opportunities later. He was very interested in what kind of connection he would have with the so-called protagonists. It was really worth looking forward to. The St. Anne's passenger ship was cutting through the waves on the sea. As a giant on the sea with a capacity of tens of thousands of tons and capable of accommodating thousands of tourists, and as the pride of human technology, it seemed that no wind, waves, or shipwrecks could destroy it. In fact, this is not the case. In this mysterious world, human technological power is not mainstream. It's just that most of the powerful ocean Pokémon like to live in the deep sea. If humans don't provoke them, they will naturally not attack humans. Hsoka stood at the highest point of the deck, leaning his hands on the guardrail, squinting his eyes, enjoying the sea breeze blowing in his face. The weather is good today. The sea breeze is gentle and comfortable, and it blows on people's faces like a light veil. At this moment, a pair of figures caught Hsoka's attention. At the corner of the deck in front, the leather-clad woman who came on board with him to apply for a job seemed to be talking to the bald man. The expressions of the two were very calm, making it impossible to detect the relationship between the two parties for a while. Hsoka didn't know the bald man with a tattoo on his neck. As for the hot leather-clad woman, she should be called Lisa. Hsoka was a little curious about when these two hooked up. Although the two looked calm during the conversation, they did not give up observing the surrounding situation. When they saw a familiar figure on the deck not far away, they immediately stopped talking. The bald man seemed to have given a few instructions at the end, then glanced at Hsoka and strode away from the third deck. The leather-clad woman Lisa smiled charmingly and walked towards Hsoka with a sexy figure. "Little brother, I didn't expect to meet again. We are really destined to meet." The voice came before the person arrived. Lisa stretched out a jade hand to press Hsoka's shoulder, but he dodged it with a slight straight-back movement. Hsoka came back to his senses and responded with a smile. "I came up to see the scenery and get some fresh air. I didn't expect to meet Sister Lisa here. By the way, who is the bald uncle?" Sister Lisa seems to know him. Lisa was not panicked by being exposed. She still said with a smile, "His name is Mondo. Sister met him in a previous bounty mission. This time, I happened to meet him during the escort mission, so I asked him to come up and chat." At this point, Lisa changed the subject and stared at Hsoka's handsome and sunny profile. Her eyes were rolling, and she said coquettishly, "Brother Hsoka, Sister has a very good impression of you. Those stinky men are too rude. Sister likes handsome guys like you the most. How about it? Are you interested in going to Sister's room for a drink? I can also teach you some skills that men must learn." Skills that men must learn. An abrupt shout broke the ambiguous atmosphere on the deck. The young man, wearing plain glasses and a wretched face, appeared from nowhere again. He ran to Lisa with excitement and said, "Sister Lisa, I'm interested. I want to learn." "Idiot." Lisa rolled her eyes at him, ignored him, and walked away from the deck step by step in her black high heels. Hsoka adjusted his cap, glanced at the guy's drooling expression, smiled, and prepared to leave this place. "Boy, wait for me." No longer the filthy and mean tone as before. The voice suddenly became steady and powerful. Hsoka looked back and saw that guy leaning against the guardrail, with his arms folded and his head slightly lowered, showing a thoughtful look. "Introduce yourself." The filthy young man pushed his glasses and said in a deep voice, "My name is Kurama. Bounty hunter is just my secondary profession. In fact, my real identity is Alliance Elite Investigator." "Oh," Hsoka nodded. "Aren't you surprised at all?" Seeing the other party's reaction, the filthy young man Kurama could not maintain his steady attitude, and the mean expression before returned. "So, Mr. Investigator, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hsoka stretched, looked at him sideways, and said, "If nothing, I'll go back to my room to rest." Kama looked around and saw that there was no one else on the deck except the two of them. So he came to Hsoka and whispered, "Boy, let me remind you that the woman named Lisa is not easy to mess with. You have to stay away from her." After investigation by this investigator, it was found that in recent years, None of the teammates who teamed up with this woman to complete bounty missions had a good ending. They either disappeared mysteriously or were seriously injured and stopped breathing when they were sent to the hospital. Speaking of this, Kurama lowered his voice again and said mysteriously, "And I also found that this woman has a gangster background, and she has a close relationship with the dark organization Team Rocket in Kanto." After listening to this, Hsoka looked at him thoughtfully and said, "If you say so, the bald man who has communicated with her is very likely a member of Team Rocket." "That's right." Kurama nodded affirmatively. "We have long received accurate information that Team Rocket will carry out some kind of terrorist activities on the sailing St. Anu, and there may be many members of Team Rocket on this ship now. But what's the use of you telling me this? Aren't you afraid that I'm also a member of Team Rocket and will sell you out in a moment?" Hsoka felt a little funny. "Alas, young man, this kind of thing is the difference in life experience between the two of us," Kurama said narcissistically. "I am still very confident in my ability to judge people. You are a good boy of the new century at first glance, a future star of Alliance. As long as you work hard, you will definitely have a place in the future Alliance's title Elite Four." After listening to this, Hsoka turned around and was about to leave. Okay, I'll tell you the truth." Zangma held Hisoka's arm and said pitifully, "The truth is that this operation was too hasty, and the Alliance didn't arrange too many people, so our boss asked us to contact excellent trainers privately. When Team Rocket takes action, we can let these trainers become our helpers." "Good idea." Hsoka brushed off the guy's hands calmly. "But it's a pity that I'm a bounty hunter. Why should I help you if there is no benefit?" Zangma was choked and said with a rage on his face, "Hey, you little b*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** morality of an Alliance citizen? Isn't it the duty of every citizen to assist the Alliance investigators in fighting against evil forces? This brat is really interesting. Looking at the back figure that gradually disappeared around the corner, Kurama pushed the frame on his nose again. A child who grew up in an orphanage, he has excellent IQ, is good at analyzing situations, and has a first-class grasp of other people's emotions. He has been working his way up among bounty hunters since he was a child. His trainer strength is outstanding for his age. Not long ago, he passed the elite trainer exam. He doesn't have many Pokémon himself, and seems to be on the elite route. He is a good talent, and is completely worthy of Alliance breeder. It is very simple for an Alliance investigator to find the personal information of an ordinary citizen with no background. He can directly log in to the internal network of the Alliance to sort out the personal information he needs from childhood to adulthood. Kurama just looks frivolous and speaks a little crazy, but his IQ is definitely not low to become an Alliance investigator, and he will never look for a guy with unknown background to assist him. The boss came up with the idea of asking the captain of the St. Anno to recruit 5 bounty hunters as external security. He deliberately exposed a flaw and caught 2 big fish. So the big man, named Mondo, thought that no one would know his identity if he shaved his head and got a tattoo on his neck. One of the elite executives in the middle level of Team Rocket, he is famous in the underground organization for his fighting Pokémon and crazy fighting style. As for the woman named Lisa, she's indeed not a member of Team Rocket, but she has done more than 1 or 2 dirty things. Lisa is a pure hyena who dares to do anything for money, including working for a dark organization like Team Rocket. Back in his room, Hsoka lay on the bed thinking about the conditions he had just discussed with the Alliance investigator Kurama. He can help, but as a bounty hunter, he will never do work without money. This is the professional ethics that a bounty hunter should have. Hsoka will not do things that are harmful to the world for money and will never work for free. There are 3 conditions in total. 1. I will give Kurama all his wages for the 7 days as an escort. 2. I will help Hsoka get a certificate for a temporary investigator without any real power. 3. I hope to help him apply for the breeder rights of a Chansey from the Joy family. Don't think that the power of dark organizations is great just because there are news reports of terrorist attacks or laboratories being robbed by dark organizations from time to time in this world. Yes, compared to individuals, Those dark organizations are indeed behemoths. Strict organizational divisions, huge financial resources, and powerful enough to rival the senior executives of the Alliance elite. But compared to the master of this world, the Pokémon Alliance, those dark organizations are the weak ones. They can only hide in the dark and survive in the game of the Alliance's top leaders. Once the Alliance of each region wants to make up its mind to deal with the dark organization in that region, with a single order, the countless elites cultivated over hundreds of years, plus the elites and champions from other regions who come to support, which dark organization has suffered such a blow. But politics has never been about suppressing and eliminating blindly. In the eyes of the true ruler, the way of checks and balances is the correct means forever. As long as there is light, darkness will never disappear. Just like the most powerful country on Earth in the previous life, the United States, with such a powerful army and such advanced equipment. It is such a country that has the most gangs in the world. Isn't it ironic? So you agreed to his 3 conditions. In the conference room, the young man with silver hair and a fox-like face sat in the first seat, tapping his hands in white gloves on the table. Yes, boss. This time, Zama did not put on the previous sloppy, vulgar, and cheap attitude. He sat in the lower seat very seriously, with his hands on his knees, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher's education. Baijia was silent for a moment, and when the atmosphere became a little solemn, he suddenly smiled and opened his eyes slightly. He is indeed a very interesting guy. According to what you said, he has great potential, so it is not a big deal to train him for the Alliance. There is no problem with the first 2 conditions, but the 3rd condition depends on his own performance. If he performs well, I will help him apply to the Joy family. If he does not perform well, then I can only apologize. Hearing the boss say this, Kurama couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The boss can say these words, which basically means that he has no aversion to the boy he is optimistic about, but rather has a little interest in him, so it's easy to deal with. Being able to become a chief investigator of the Alliance at the age of only 20, there is no doubt that the boss by Jia is excellent, but perhaps the more critical reason is his grandmother, who has been an Alliance elite for nearly 30 years, the title elite of the Kanto Alliance Ghost System, Grandma Agatha. St. Anne's cruise ship, Central Hall. As a world-famous luxury cruise ship, the buffet in the Central Hall is available 24 hours a day. It is 11:30 now, which is lunchtime. Ash and his 3 companions could not afford the S.S ticket for St. Anne's cruise ship, even the ordinary S.S ticket, because once the living expenses are used up, the next journey will be difficult to go, and if they ask their families for living expenses, they can't bring themselves to do it. Fortunately, just before boarding the ship, a kind young couple gave their 3S.S tickets to Ash and his 3 companions for free because they had something urgent to do. As for why the 2 of them bought 3S.S tickets, the 3 of them did not go into it. There is such a good bargain. Why think so much? The 3 of them gathered around a table full of delicious food, holding a plate full of food in one hand, but the other hand was still holding a fork to sweep the plate on the table. Because of the 3 people's starving ghosts eating, other tourists around were embarrassed to sit at the same table with them. It's delicious, it's delicious. Although his mouth was already full of food, Ash was still eating enthusiastically. Hey, are you having fun here? At this time, the gentleman who had just fought with Ash walked slowly to their table with a cane and a beautiful female companion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ron. I was born in the ancient Heidelberg family in the Kanto region. This is my girlfriend, Mad Major. Ash stopped eating when he heard the voice, but what made people laugh was that the boy still held 2 chicken legs in his hands. It's the uncle who gave up just now. Ahem. Ash's words made the gentleman, who was originally smiling, darken his face. He glanced around and whispered, "It's just a draw. It's a draw. Anyway, encore, my Butterfree will definitely win." Ash looked indifferent, but what he said was indeed quite irritating. Fortunately, the gentleman dressed up as a gentleman wanted to maintain his best gentlemanly etiquette, so he did not show any dissatisfaction and still said with a smile, "To be honest, your Butterfree is very powerful." "That's right. The lady called Madmaji by the gentleman also stepped forward to cater to her. So beautiful. Xiaojing on the side was fascinated by the beauty of that mature woman, and his face turned red. He didn't even notice that the sandwich in his hand accidentally fell on the ground. Because he was born with squinty eyes, no one could see what was hidden in this boy's eyes. Hey, wake up. Misty waved her hand in front of Xiaojing, but found that this guy had no reaction at all and kept saying so beautiful in his mouth. TSK, I can't stand it. Misty couldn't help but complain. What did I, such a perfect beauty/girl, think when I travel with a hot-blooded idiot and a sister-loving man? Because I trained so hard. Ash immediately became interested after being praised. Thinking back, in order to make Butterfree so strong, I suffered a lot. What do you think of my Eradicate? Gentleman Ron interrupted the topic that Ash wanted to continue. Ash nodded and said, It's okay, I think it's pretty good. Great, it's easier to talk now. Gentleman Ron bent down and put his head close to Ash. How about you exchange with me? Exchange. Ash heard this word for the first time and seemed a little confused. People who own Pokemon can exchange with each other when they meet Pokemon they like. This is normal common sense. Gentleman Ron saw that Ash still didn't understand, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, Just like this, exchanging with friends again and again, the friendship will become wider and deeper. This is the friendship of Pokemon owners, and it is a Pokemon friendship circle that extends to the whole country. This is a great thing. Madma Jia also stepped forward, patted Ash on the shoulder, and said in a sweet voice, It's also a pleasant thing to be able to make more friends. Xiaojing, what do you think? Ash always likes to ask Xiaojing, who is more mature, when he is undecided. Xiaojing had long been bewitched by this noble lady and lost his mind. He said with a confused look in his eyes, This must be exchanged. It must be. A person who likes to exchange Pokemon all the time is actually qualified to talk about what friendship is. The originally harmonious atmosphere was instantly disrupted by this sudden voice. Hsoka crossed his arms, looked at the hesitant Ash, and said loudly, Boy, you should have bred that Butterfree step by step from Caterpie. For Butterfree, you are its family, its brother, you have fought side by side. And what do you want to do now? Give it to a stranger. Since it was captured by you, Butterfree has only you as a relative. This sentence suddenly exploded in Ash's heart like thunder, and he shook his head fiercely and said, That's right. Butterfree is not a tool for exchanging friendship. It is my friend and my relative. Ash took a step back and said decisively, I'm sorry, Mr. Ron. I will never exchange my Butterfree. That's a pity. Gentleman Ron was not too disappointed because of this. For him, exchanging Pokemon is just a hobby. Turning back, he looked at the uninvited guest who disturbed his interest and said in a deep voice, Young man, Pokemon is just a communication tool for humans. Exchanging Pokemon can deepen the friendship between people. Isn't it good? So you will always be a rookie in Pokemon battles. Shisua said bluntly. What did you say? Such direct contempt made Gentleman Ron a little annoyed. The good family education could not calm him down. He said in a slightly sharp voice, In this case, why don't we have a battle and use the trainer method to decide whose words are the truth? Hearing this, Shisua twisted his neck and smiled coldly. Ha! I will beat you so hard that you dare not say this again. Everyone can add the Bounty Hunter skirt. We will organize to play Pokemon Sun and Moon mobile games together on the 20th and form a union to dominate the server. Tourists, please be quiet. Captain Tieshin's iconic thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the crowd. The captain, with gray hair and nearly 2 meters in height, was seen striding up to the high platform at the front of the central hall with a microphone. Tieshin took a look at the gradually quiet scene, then picked up the microphone and continued. Now, there is an urgent notice to tell you. Our Anne's cruise ship is preparing to hold a Pokemon Finals on the ship with several sponsors. The rules of the game adopt a 1-to-1 elimination mode. The final winner can enjoy the generous prizes jointly provided by both parties. Now, please invite the biggest sponsor of this game, Mr. Jia, to come on stage and speak. Everyone welcomes. Wow, great. Okay, I want to participate. For a while, Applause and whistles were heard. Most of the tourists present have the identity of trainers. Pokémon confrontation is the eternal theme in this world. The charm of this event in today's world is more than 100 times hotter than the world's #1 sport, football, in the previous life. It is truly a national participation. Being able to enjoy a large-scale duel during this journey is a rare experience for every trainer. Bai Jie, who looks like a fox, took the microphone handed over by Captain Tieshin and said with a smile, "First of all, thank you very much, Captain Tieshin, for letting me become the chief sponsor of this event. As for what the prize is, I believe everyone is very concerned. Being able to climb the Saint and proves that everyone here is not short of money. So talking about money is too vulgar." Bai Jie used his right hand wearing a white glove to fan his nose lightly, showing a contemptuous attitude, which caused everyone to laugh. "Pa! Pa!" Bai Jie clapped his hands lightly. The next second, a waitress holding a tray covered with red cloth came out from the curtain behind. The person had long red hair and a delicate and beautiful face. It was Stephanie Meichi, who had a happy conversation with Shisua before. Meichi walked to the front of the stage with a sexy figure that did not belong to her age. She looked at the eyes of the people in the audience looking at her. In particular, she couldn't help blinking when she saw Hsoka, who seemed to be arguing with someone not far away. Seeing the prizes of this competition being brought out, the people in the audience couldn't help but stare at the red cloth with their eyes wide open. People are curious, not to mention that it was jointly provided by the official St. Anno and several sponsors, so the prize for the champion must be good. Bai Jie snapped his fingers handsomely and then took away the red cloth covering it. The first thing that caught people's eyes was a sky blue Pokémon egg covered with a circle of black lines. Secondly, a teardrop-shaped necklace was placed right in front of the Pokémon egg. I'm sure you're all curious about what kind of Pokémon egg this is. Bai Jie stroked the Pokémon egg with a serious look on his face, causing the people below to think for a moment that it was some precious Pokémon, a Dratini egg or a Larvitar egg. All kinds of thoughts began to fill people's minds and couldn't be dispelled. "I'm sorry, but I don't know what kind of egg this is." Bai Jie spread his hands, shrugged, and said innocently, "Trainers who have had experience with breeding Pokémon eggs must know that the hatching of Pokémon eggs is full of uncertainty. You can't tell what kind of egg it is just by the color and appearance of the egg. Unless you can be sure that this is an egg laid by certain Pokémon, there's a natural gene lock inside the eggshell to protect it, and X-rays cannot penetrate it. But there is one thing I can tell you very clearly. Bai Jie kept it a secret and aroused people's curiosity again. That is, this egg is not from Kanto or Chengdu, but from the distant Sinnoh region. So no matter what Pokémon is hatched from the egg, it must be something you have never seen before. I can guarantee that." After hearing this explanation, there was an uproar at the scene. The curiosity about unknown Pokémon made the trainers who wanted to participate in the event excited. What if this Pokémon egg just happened to hatch a rare Pokémon from that region? No one dared to deny this possibility. Puff! In a corner of the backstage, Kurama spurted out all the red wine he was about to swallow when listening to Bai Jie's long speech. The red liquid flowing out of his nostrils made him look even more vulgar. "Ha! The boss is really good at fooling people. It may be true that he has never seen it, but that is only for people in Kanto and Chengdu region. In fact, this Pokémon egg was accidentally found in a bird's nest on a big tree in Sinnoh MT. Cornet when they supported the Sinnoh police in combating the poaching organization last time. So the Pokémon that hatched from this Pokémon egg is most likely a Starly. Starly is a native bird Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. There are many of them, whether in the forest, mountains, wetlands, or telephone poles in the city. There are traces of their lives. In fact, it is similar to the native bird Bobo in Kanto and Chengdu. Like Spearow, there are many of them. It is a very common Pokémon. It is not rare at all. As for the second prize, Bai Jie picked up the exquisite necklace in the shape of a water drop and said with a smile, "It is not a necklace for women. Mystic water, provided by Saint Anu, has the mysterious power of water and can greatly increase the power of water skills. If the unknown Pokemon egg with a hint of mystery just aroused people's fantasy, then this necklace called Mystic Water really impressed the last batch of trainers who were still hesitating. The magical props that can enhance the power of skills are always the hard currency that is the easiest to sell and the most valuable in the trading market. For example, Millennium Charcoal that can enhance the power of fire skills, Miracle Seed that enhances the power of grass skills, Nevermelt Ice that enhances the power of ice skills, Dragon Fong that enhances the power of dragon skills, etc. Among them, the Dragon Fong that enhances the power of dragon skills is the most expensive, and once Dragon Fong appears on the market waiting for trading, the ancient family of Chengdu, Blackthorn City, the Yulong clan will buy it out instantly at a high price. As an ancient family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, you can imagine how terrifying their accumulated financial resources are. Ordinary wealthy families can't even think of competing with them, and they don't even have the qualifications to take a look. In large consortiums or multinational groups that are richer than the Yulong clan don't want to offend this powerful family for such a small matter. So the Dragon Fong on the market has always been monopolized by this clan, resulting in the current situation of having a price but no market. Although the market price of Mystic Water cannot be compared with Dragon Fong, it is still a high price of about 2 million yuan. Trainers who can board the St. Anno generally have good family conditions, but the prize worth 2 million yuan is still an irresistible temptation for them. This sudden announcement of the event made it difficult for Hsoka and Gentleman Ron to continue the duel. Ron patted the non-existent dust on his suit pocket and said proudly, "It is a gentleman's shame to settle grievances with private fights. Since the official announcement of the St. Anno will be held soon, why don't we put our grievances in the upcoming competition and let the people present judge the right and wrong of both sides? The winner is always right. I don't care." Shisua shrugged. "It's a pity that I don't know if a certain man can persist in fighting with me. If he is eliminated by others halfway, wouldn't be a pity. Humph. Then we will wait and see." After saying that, Gentleman Ron didn't want to care about how the other party responded. He turned around and left the place holding the hand of his female companion. After seeing the other party leave, Ash and others breathed a sigh of relief. If it was because of themselves that caused the irrational confrontation between the two sides, it would make them feel bad. Ash smiled foolishly and approached Hsoka, scratched the back of his head with his hand, and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have really exchanged Butterfree in a daze." Hsoka rolled his eyes at him, ignored Ash, and looked at the orange-haired girl who had been peeking at him, smiled, and said, "By the way, are you Misty from Cerulean City?" Yes. Seeing a handsome guy talking to her first, Misty nodded excitedly, but then she thought, why does the other party know her name and also know that she is from Cerulean City? Misty's doubts did not last long, and Hsoka continued to speak. "My name is Hsoka. I was a temporary gym trainer in Cerulean City for 3 days because of the mission issued by your sisters. I remember it now." Misty suddenly realized, and then excitedly said, "So the excellent Pokemon trainer that the sisters mentioned is you. No wonder I kept hearing people say that the Cerulean Gym became super powerful after changing the gym leader when I returned to the Pokemon Center in Cerulean City. Then Gary challenged the Cerulean Gym and was defeated by you." Ash suddenly rushed forward with a strong fighting spirit. "Since you can beat Gary, it means that you are very strong. Please fight with me. I want to prove." Misty pushed Ash, who had not finished speaking, away and came to Hisoka's side, stammering, "The sisters gave you how is Feebas? By the way, please don't misunderstand me. I don't want to take it back. Would you like to see it?" Hsoka said softly, "After all, you saved this child from the gates of hell." Seeing that the other party did not look dissatisfied as expected, Misty nodded happily. "Yes. Come out, Feebas." The unique red light of the Pokemon ball flashed, and just when Feebas was about to fall to the ground, Hsoka reached out and hugged it in time. "Wow, this Pokemon is so ugly," Ash said in an exaggerated tone. "It looks a bit like Magikarp, but it's a Pokemon I haven't seen before." After that, he took out the Pokemon Pokédex and aimed it at Feebas. Ash, you are so annoying. Misty is a person who really likes Pokémon, especially for water Pokémon. Her dream is to become a water Pokémon master. Seeing Ash say this about Feebas, the little girl is naturally unhappy. No data can't be displayed. A mechanical male voice came from the Pokémon Pokédex. Boy, come here. Hsoka waved at Ash, who was still confused. Ash didn't understand what happened, but he still walked over. Ash's height was only up to Hisoka's chest. He picked up Feebas and stretched his arm forward to put it in front of Ash's forehead. Puff, puff. Feebas blew a bubble, then frowned and hit Ash's forehead hard with his head. Bang! Ash squatted down with his head covered, gasped, and shouted, "Wow, it hurts, it hurts." Seeing Ash's unlucky look, Misty almost laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. You deserve to laugh at Feebas. Misty is right. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. It is indeed very rude to say that someone else's Pokémon is ugly in front of trainer, although this fish Pokémon is really ugly. Misty gently stroked Feebas' smooth and clean scales and sighed. You really care about Feebas. It may be the best destination for it to follow you. Feebas obviously also knew this lifesaver. When Misty stroked it, it did not resist at all. Instead, it rubbed its head in her palm to express its gratitude. Misty did not ask why she wanted to capture Feebas. After all, even if she liked water Pokémon very much, she would not want to capture such an ugly Pokémon in her heart. So she kept Feebas in the gym. Hey, when are you going to start? The other side is going to hold some kind of event. It's obvious that they want to gather the strongest trainers on the ship. When the time comes, your minions won't be able to deal with those outstanding trainers. The woman named Lisa leaned against the container with her sexy red lips and a lady's cigarette in her mouth. She looked at the sturdy black shadow in the corner and said with some dissatisfaction, "You know the stuff under your command. I really don't understand why you want to attack the Saint in." The sturdy black shadow walked out from the corner. It was the bald man with a tattoo on his neck and the middle-level executive of Team Rocket mentioned by Alliance Investigator Karama, Mondo. Mondo looked at the woman calmly and said in a cold voice, "Take your money, do your job, and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You should understand that the more hyenas like you know, the faster they die." Okay, I won't ask. Lisa threw the lady's cigarette in her hand on the ground and stomped it out with her boots. But you have to tell me when our support will arrive. The day after tomorrow at the latest. Mondo still had that cold expression and said in a deep voice, "The passenger ship is too close to Vermilion City now. If something happens, Alliance's support will arrive soon. We must wait for 2 more days, and then Chun-Yi, the old conference, will take action personally." So it was Chun-Yi who did it. Lisa suddenly realized, and then said with a playful look, "You are not doing private work secretly without telling Giovanni. Humph, if that adult knows, your fate tut-tut." Mondo, who had always been expressionless, heard Giovanni's name immediately made him look a little nervous, and his voice became slightly high-pitched. "You do your job well. This is not something you can ask about. Since we dare to organize this action, we must have obtained the permission of our superiors." Tisk. Lisa raised her middle finger in disdain and then walked out of the warehouse with long legs. Mondo looked at the other person's back as he walked away, and his face became colder and colder. This woman was a little uneasy. Boss Chun-Yi was right. After this action, she should make the other person disappear forever. After all, she still knows a lot of secrets of the Rockets after many cooperations. Who knows, one day she will be turned against by the Alliance and give herself and others out. As the bald man disappeared into the warehouse, this dark place became silent again. But the 2 people did not notice that after they left, a white ghost fell off the wall of the container. Hee. The white ghost let out a weird laugh that frightened people from the bottom of their hearts. It had a pair of deep purple eyes, a snow-white body, human-like limbs, a short and sharp tail, and a series of barbs on its back. From the outside, this is actually a Jengar. But it is not like the normal Jengar normal, which has a black body and blood-red eyes. The appearance is the same, but the body and eye colors are all different. Just when Lisa and Mondo were talking, This white Jengar used the unique stealth skill of ghost Pokémon to hide in the container, and the two did not notice it at all. It was still the conference room used for meetings. Jie crossed his legs and kept turning a pencil in his hand. It was seen that this pencil was like a magnetic normal. No matter how the other party turned it around, even up and down, there was no sign of falling. The white ghost directly passed through the layers of walls and appeared in this conference room. When this white Jengar was fully revealed, the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop a lot at once. Jie was not surprised at the appearance of this white Jengar and continued to turn the pencil in his hand. Seeing that there was no one around, the white Jengar floated to Jie's ear, covered his mouth with his hand, and said a long paragraph of language that no one could understand. Jie, you mean they're going to take action the day after tomorrow? Jie sat up straight from the armchair and began to sketch something on the paper in front of him with the pencil in his hand. Jie nodded and laughed sinisterly. Very good. Jie threw the pencil in his hand into the pen holder, stood up and smiled. It seems that the Rockets have really encountered an economic crisis. They seem to be doing something big in secret, and that so-called big move is extremely expensive. Now they have even sent their capable General Chun to do this dirty work of robbing the cruise ship. Jie, you have worked hard. Jie took out a pure black special treasure ball and put the white Jengar away. This operation is very important to him. Once it is done, no one can attack him in terms of qualifications. Jie admitted that his strong grandmother played a big role in his ability to become the chief investigator of the Kanto Alliance at this age. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, let alone for the Alliance, which controls the resources of an entire continent. What is a genius? Genius is just a leek, the kind that can grow again after being cut. There are many young trainers in the Alliance who are as strong as Jie, and there are also a few who are stronger than him. But why did he become the chief investigator in the end? He would not say that he is too good, although his own excellence does play a small part. After all, no matter how strong a family is, it is impossible for a fool to become the chief investigator of the Alliance. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Jie is now looking forward to the duel with the elite of the Rocket team in 2 days. The bait has been put down, and now he is waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The sun sets and dusk falls. Watching the sun set over the sea is a unique experience. The huge orange fireball illuminates the entire sea surface into orange. The passenger ship slowly moves towards the direction of the sun. When you stand on the deck and look around, the sunset seems to be within reach. As hired security guards, Hsoka and the other 4 have nothing to do during the day. They just mingle among the tourists to monitor some suspicious guys and prevent possible risks. At night, one person follows the sailors to patrol the passenger ship. Since they have received high wages and they're paid once a day, they should work hard when they should. This is equivalent exchange. One person patrols for 2 hours in a shift. On the first day, a lot is drawn to decide who will be the first person to patrol. Hsoka is lucky to be the first. Kurama is the second, Lisa is the third, and the bald man Mondo is the last. The last person to be drawn is the most unlucky because he has to patrol from 1:30 to 3:30 at noon/midnight. Hisoka's patrol time starts after dinner at 7:30 and ends at 9:30. The St. Anu has a total of 6 floors, 4 decks, including the 2 bottom warehouses. It takes almost exactly 2 hours to patrol from beginning to end. Hsoka walked alone in front, followed by 2 sturdy young sailors. They did not have any communication with Hsoka along the way, and their attitude was not friendly. They did not look like patrol members who cooperated together, but more like whistles to monitor themselves. It seems that Captain Tieshin has no trust in the bounty hunters he recruited. Hsoka understood in his heart. Some previous conversations with Kurama also allowed him to roughly infer that Captain Tieshin was not originally planning to hire external personnel as the security of the St. Anu. This idea may be more of Kurama's so-called boss, that is, Shurikai, who announced the Pokémon competition in the hall in the afternoon. In fact, Hsoka does not have the noble sentiment of fighting crime and saving the world. He is currently cooperating with Alliance investigators because they can bring more benefits. And nominally, they have the upper hand. No matter in which world, having a legitimate reason is not a simple statement. Of course, if Team Rocket can bring more amazing benefits, Hsoka will not reject some appropriate cooperation with them. Bounty hunters are gray hyenas that wander between the white and black worlds. They have to eat the food of the white world and the meat of the black world. 2 hours of patrol time passed quietly as Hsoka patrolled around in boredom. When he returned to the room, soaring in the sky had already been shrouded in darkness, and the dense stars were shining their own style in the night sky. Released Lulu and Weevil from the Pokeball, and then opened the pure gold faucet and filled the bathtub with water. The water temperature for bathing is very high, so Hsoka did not release Feebas. While helping Sneasel take off the mechanical rings on his limbs, Hsoka said with a smile, "Everyone should take a good rest today and get enough energy. There will be a game tomorrow." "Ma." Weevil nodded and then moved her hands and feet. Since evolving into Weevil, the number of gravity beads Hsoka brought to her has increased to 5. The 4 mechanical rings mean a total of 20 gravity beads and a load of 200 kilograms. Remember, this is just Weevil's daily load. Once special training is carried out, this gravity will be increased. After Sneasel evolved into Weevil, it was a complete sublimation of life level. The agility of the body, muscle strength, and Achilles tendon toughness have all been qualitatively improved. Hsoka has tested it. Taking muscle strength as an example, Weevil's strength is about 2.25 times that of Sneasel, which is a terrifying increase. The speed is 0.77 times that of Sneasel, which is not as big as the increase in strength, because Weevil is much larger than Sneasel after evolution. And these are not Weevil's limits. With the accumulation of training, her strength and speed will have a huge room for improvement. Hsoka roughly calculated that according to Weevil's current progress, it will take about 2 years of uninterrupted high-intensity training to reach her limit. By then, if you want to have a big breakthrough in strength, one is to evolve again, and the other is to assist some external force. It may be a magical prop or some extremely precious herbs. Hsoka lay on the edge of the bathtub, and the pleasant water temperature washed his skin. After a tiring day, it is really a great pleasure in life to be able to take a scald bath. Weevil doesn't like to take a scald bath because of her ice attribute, so she crawled into her own nest to rest early. A pair of white little hands slowly touched Hsoka's shoulders, and Hsoka knew who was behind him without opening his eyes. "Aren't you going to rest yet?" Hsoka said softly. Hsoka has been tired all day. He should be massaged to relax. Lulu's ethereal girl's voice sounded in his mind. "Thank you, little girl." The massage Lulu mentioned was naturally her original confusion massage method, which uses the powerful mental power of psychic Pokémon to stimulate the cells, muscles, and skin of the human body, so as to achieve a truly all-round massage from the inside out. Years of training can allow Lulu to control her mental power to be finer than pores. It can crush and discharge all the oil stains, dirt, and parasites under Hsoka's skin that are usually difficult to deal with, so that the body can always maintain the healthiest contest condition. Normal people can't stand this kind of confusion massage at all, because the feeling of numbness and pain all over the body is unbearable for ordinary people. It took Hsoka many years of gradual training to reach the point where he can now treat things with an attitude of enjoyment. The next day, 8:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Grand Pokémon Tournament held by the official ST. Anno, a host who could kill a fly with a microphone on his head, shouted excitedly in the center of the stage. There are 320 trainers participating in this competition. I would like to thank you for your strong support. Now I would like to introduce the rules of the competition. This event is a one-on-one elimination match. The winner will advance. I believe everyone knows this, but the next point may not be very friendly to some trainers. At this point, the host deliberately kept it a secret and said, "We are now on the sea. The only thing that can protect us is the ST. Anno, But once it leaks, will we be in danger in the vast ocean? Yes. The tourists in the audience responded in unison. Very good. The host nodded with satisfaction. Then the second rule is that no trainer is allowed to use heavy Pokémon during the game, including some banned skills. Now I'll start to announce the banned Pokémon and skills. Rhydon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Golem, Earthquake, Landslide Fissure, Surf, Big Word Explosion, Thunder. Every time a Pokémon's name is read, some trainers will sigh off the court. This ban means that many of their strongest Pokémon cannot be on the field, and the inability to use some powerful skills makes the game full of uncertainty. It is possible that the weaker side will turn the tables. There are about 1,000 people on the ST. And ship, excluding the relevant staff on the passenger ship, there are less than 900 people left. The fact that more than 1/3 of the people participated shows how tempting the magical props that can increase the power of skills are for trainers. Of course, it is not ruled out that some trainers are participating for the mysterious Pokémon egg from the Sinnoh region. The dining tables in the central hall were cleared, and a total of 10 competition venues were divided for the participating trainers, which means 320 contestants. To enter the finals, they need to defeat 16 competing rivals in a row, and no defeat is allowed in the middle. The difficulty can be imagined. Some waiters and sailors volunteered to be referees for the competition. Hsoka is an external security personnel, and there is no official organization of the St. Anu, so he is very free to move. There is naturally no problem for him to participate in this large-scale event. Of course, due to courtesy, he still needs to report to the Ironheart captain. Misty, are you going to participate in the competition too? Ash looked at Misty, who seemed to be more eager to fight than him, and couldn't help asking curiously. Misty rolled her eyes at him and said in a delicate voice, "Nonsense. Don't you know how much help Mystic Water is for me, who wants to become a water Pokemon master?" "I don't know." Ash shook his head blankly. "You." Misty gritted her teeth in anger. "Then why did you participate in this competition?" "Of course, it's to challenge so many trainers," Ash said as if it was a matter of course, and then smiled and said, "It would be even better if I could become the champion and I could get Pokemon eggs from other regions. Just thinking about it makes me feel like my whole body is burning." "Xiaojang, aren't you going to participate?" Misty didn't intend to pay attention to Ash, the hot-blooded idiot, and turned to look at Xiaojang, who didn't move. Xiaojang nodded and smiled. "You guys can participate. My Onix is on the ban list. I will definitely be eliminated if I rely on Geodude alone, and Mystic Water has no effect on me." "That's right." The game officially started. Hsoka started his first game in the 9th venue, and his first rival sent out a Beedrill. Weevil used Street Knife. Mayun. Weevil let out a malicious hiss, and its extremely fast speed left rival no chance to react. Beedrill is a Pokemon with good speed, and Bug Pokemon is also good against Dark-type Pokemon. Unfortunately, under Weevil's high-speed attack, Beedrill only felt a black shadow flashing before his eyes, and then a sharp pain came from his wings. The next second, his whole body fell to the ground. Beedrill did not lose his ability to fight, but his right wing had been cut off by Weevil's Street Knife. Beedrill, who lost half of his wings, was almost half useless. He could not fly, and he could not even control his body balance without his wings. He could only buzz on the ground. Beedrill. Seeing this, the Beedrill trainer rushed to the competition venue and hugged Beedrill, who could not get up. He felt distressed and stroked Beedrill's missing half of his wings, then got up and ran towards the infirmary. "It's time to announce the results of the game." Hsoka looked speechlessly at the sailor who was still in a daze next to him. Amateurs are amateurs, and they are so slow even in judging the game. Oh. The sailor who reacted quickly raised the green flag to Hsoka and shouted, "This game is won by Hsoka from Viridian City." "Hey, how long did this game end?" The crowd outside the field whispered. "I don't know either. I saw a flash in front of my eyes, and then half of Beedrill's wings were gone. The speed of that black Pokemon that looks like Meowth is too fast. I think it will take no more than 2 seconds from the start of the game to Beedrill falling down." 2 seconds? You are not kidding. Hsoka left the field in the surprised eyes of everyone. Because the game ended too quickly, he will have a 30-minute break. In the previous game, he actually let Weevil hold back. If the street knife test hit not Beedrill's wings, but other parts of its body, then it would be killed directly with one knife, and there would be no chance of rescue. As a bug-type Pokemon, Beedrill's body is too fragile. With Weevil's attack power, it would be fatal. Beedrill's wings can regenerate. As a high-energy creature like Pokemon, it has strong vitality. Pidgeotto is incapable of fighting. The winner is Hsoka from Tokiwa City. The green flag was waved, and another game of Hsoka ended easily. There is a large bird creature over 1 meter tall lying on its side on the field, and traces of frostbite could be vaguely seen on its back. Hsoka's rival thought that his Pidgeotto had an air advantage and relaxed his vigilance against Weevil. But he didn't expect Weevil agility to suddenly jump behind Pidgeotto in the opposite direction and hit him with a freezing punch without saying a word. With Weevil's attack power plus the attribute restraint double damage bonus, it is not surprising to complete an instant kill. How long did this game end? The uncle in the flowered shirt who had watched Hsoka's first game before poked the man with glasses beside him. The man with glasses pointed at his watch and said, "I used a stopwatch to calculate this time. From the time both sides sent out their Pokemon, it took only 1.65 seconds for the Weevil to defeat the rival. That means it was less than 2 seconds?" The man in the flowered shirt nodded thoughtfully, then shouted exaggeratedly, "This kid is so abnormal. Is this how you play a game? The game is over before I can see what's going on." What the man in the flowered shirt said is also the voice of most of the onlookers. The best Pokemon duel is when both sides are evenly matched. A game like this, which is completely crushing, seems to give the audience nothing to gain except a few exclamations after the end. After all, if a game ends in a few seconds, what's the point of watching it? In fact, this does not mean that Hsoka is too strong. It is mainly because of the second competition rule announced by the St. Anno that the current situation has been caused. Heavy Pokemon are not allowed to be used, which means that many ground, rock, and steel Pokemon with amazing defensive power will find it difficult to appear. In addition, there are many restrictions on skills, which has led to some trainers being unable to send out their strongest Pokemon. Now, most of the Pokemon used by trainers on the St. Anno to participate in the competition are those small and medium-sized Pokemon with fast speed but fragile defense. This has led to the unexpected situation of Weevil's one-sidedness. Sneasel is fast in itself, and it has improved qualitatively after evolving into Weevil. In addition to long-term weight-bearing special training, Weevil has taken off the gravity ring at this moment. Hsoka dares to say that none of the more than 300 trainers participating in the competition on the ship can surpass Weevil in terms of speed. There's an old saying in the past life that the only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be fast. As long as you are fast enough and can easily hit rival without giving rival a chance to react, then you will always be on the winning side. Squirtle Rocket Headbutt. Johnny. A strange Squirtle wearing sunglasses first put its head into the tortoise shell, then suddenly stuck its head out, and its body was launched from the spot like a rocket normal. The Venonat on the opposite side did not have time to dodge, and was hit hard on the forehead by the Squirtle. Woo! The huge red compound eyes of Venonat were instantly filled with blood after being violently tackled, and then the body shook and fell to the floor. Venonat lost the ability to fight, and the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. Yeah, Ash jumped up excitedly after hearing the referee announce the result of the game. Successfully won the second game. I am really strong. Johnny. Squirtle waved at Ash, pointed at himself, and raised his thumb, as if to say that you can't do it, I am the best. Squirtle, you're great too. Ash understood what Squirtle meant and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Go watch the game in field number 9. That player named Hsoka is so abnormal. He can kill rival every time. A passing tourist said something that attracted Ash's attention. Hsoka? This name sounds familiar. Ash bit his thumb and thought, Oh, isn't it the cool guy from yesterday? He also participated in this competition. In this case, I have to go and see how strong he is. When Ash finally squeezed through the crowd and came to the edge of the field, the game was over. The referee raised the green flag, representing victory. On the field was a weevil with its right hand in a chopping posture, and at its feet lay a Tauros that had long lost its ability to fight. The muscles in its neck were swollen high, as if it had been hit hard with a blunt object. Tauros rushed in a straight line very fast and violently. But Weevil can make the opponent helpless with a sideways dodge, and when he finds an opportunity, he can use Brick Break. Fighting type restrains normal type, and can still hit the damage bonus. However, Weevil does not have fighting type, so it lacks the attribute attack bonus when using Brick Break. When the skill attribute is consistent with the Pokémon attribute, the skill damage will be bonused. This is the rule of this world, just like attribute restraint. Psychic Pokémon and Dragon Pokémon are naturally smart and can learn skills of multiple attributes. However, no matter how powerful a Psychic Pokémon is using Flamethrower, it can't be better than a Charizard's Flamethrower. This is the attribute bonus. Why did Hsoka let Weevil specialize in the 3 attack skills of Street Knife, Freezing Punch, and Brick Break? This game can explain this problem. The 3 attack skills that can restrain 11 attributes allow Weevil to restrain Rival in the game, thereby hitting double skill damage bonus. Even if Rival deliberately targets them, Weevil can still attack first with its amazing speed. Once Weevil's sword dances twice, no matter how Rival targets them. Unless the opponent is an elite-level character, they will face the fate of being pushed aside. It's over. Ash looked at the scene on the field with some disappointment. He ran to watch the game with great enthusiasm, but he didn't see anything. Ash, you're here too. Xiaojing's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Xiaojing, are you here to watch his game too? Ash looked back and was happy to see that it was his traveling companion. Xiaojing folded his arms, touched his chin, and said with a heavy look, I just happened to pass by, so I stayed to watch a game. Ash, you have to be careful. This boy named Hsoka is not simple. His strength is terrifying for you. You have to be mentally prepared. Is it that exaggerated? Ash saw that Xiaojing said so sincerely, and he became very nervous for a while. I'm not kidding you, nor am I trying to undermine your confidence. Xiaojing looked at Ash seriously and continued. I saw the whole process of the match just now. It took less than 2 seconds for the Tauros to lose its combat ability from its appearance. It was defeated by Weevil with a Brick Break. Do you know what this concept is? I don't know. At present, Ash has nothing but a surge of passion or occasional flashes of cleverness. It's a bit difficult for him to figure out the meaning of this. Xiaogang looked like he had known you for a long time and said with a wry smile, From my professional perspective as a Pokemon breeder, Hsoka Rival's Tauros breeder is not bad and is even better than most Tauros. The straight-line sprint speed when it comes on the field can be said to be quite amazing. But that Weevil dodged the opponent's horn attack with the simplest sideways steps and fought back with a Brick Break. Weevil does not have a fighting type and can still kill with 1 hit without a tribute bonus. This shows one thing, that Weevil's attack power may have reached a terrifying level. At least it is something that ordinary trainers like you cannot resist. What do you mean by ordinary trainer? I am determined to become a Pokemon master. Ash was dissatisfied with this statement and continued. And whether Rival is really strong or not, you still have to fight it to know. Even if Rival is really strong, I will not be afraid. Sometimes being a hot-blooded fool is also a kind of happiness. Ordinary people meet people with strength far beyond their own. Rival will worry, will be timid, will think about many things, and it is not impossible to give up the game directly. However, Ash, who is purely based on a hot blood/brain, does not care about so much, is not afraid, and is full of fighting spirit against the powerful Rival. This is one of Ash's few advantages. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Ash is the calf, and Hsoka is the little tiger. The time came to 11:30 noon, which was the lunchtime of the day. The morning stage of the competition came to an end temporarily. A total of 120 participating trainers were eliminated, and each of the remaining players went through 6 elimination games. The afternoon will start from 1 o'clock and end at 8 o'clock. After 7 hours, who will be the champion of this Pokemon event? In the 6 games of Hsoka in the morning, the average time of each game from the referee announcing the start of the game to the opponent's Pokemon losing the ability to fight was not more than 4 seconds. This also led to the spread of Hsoka's reputation on the St. Anno. The audience was amazed that there was such a powerful trainer on the ship, and the contestants were all worried because no one wanted to be eliminated. This guy was abnormal and killed rival instantly in every game. It is estimated that he did not even use 1/3 of his strength. Who knows how terrible he will be after going all out. Monitoring room. Looking at the powerful figure in the video, Kurama's mouth was cracked, and he couldn't help shouting, "How is it, boss? Are the subordinates I chose very powerful? I didn't see this kid usually, and I was scared of this weevil." "Your subordinates?" Bai Jie's eyes were slit, and he returned to his usual fox posture. "Ahem, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. It's a partner, a partner." Bai Jie looked at the silent, white-bearded old man and said with a smile, "Captain Tieshin, what do you think of this boy? It is your idea to recruit bounty hunters as external security." Captain Tieshin said in a deep voice, "Any accidents in the middle are your responsibility. Are you sure that this kid is not an undercover agent of Team Rocket? We have recruited 4 bounty hunters in total, and 3 of them are undercover agents, so I don't trust this kid." Hearing Captain Tieshin's words, Kurama couldn't help rolling his eyes. "What do you mean by 3 are undercover agents? He is an alliance investigator. Can what an investigator does be called an undercover agent? If there is a problem, I will take all the responsibility." Bai Jie's voice has always made people feel very gentle, but this sentence makes people feel his decisive side. "Kurama!" Bai Jie shouted loudly. "Here!" Kurama, who was originally sloppy, immediately straightened his body and stood in a very standard military posture. "Inform the brothers to arrange everything tonight and check the nets carefully. Tomorrow night is the time to catch the big fish." "No problem, boss." Hearing this, Zhang Ma smiled again. This book will be available on the 17th, which is Monday. If you like this book, you can add the reader skirt ****. If you have any comments or questions, you can tell me directly in the skirt. Thank you for your support. Meanwhile, in room 904, the official room of the St. Anno was arranged for Mondo, the foreign security guard. This kid will be a big trouble. Watching the 6 games of Hsoka in the morning on TV, Mondo's marble-like face became more serious. "Meow, Commander Mondo, this guy's Weevil is much more powerful than that brat's Pikachu. If we catch Weevil and give it to Giovanni, then Giovanni will definitely be very happy." At this time, a Meowth who stood up in a room was actually talking in human language. What he said was very reasonable and smooth, which made people wonder if there was a human soul hidden in the body of this Meowth. Yes, Meowth is right. If we give this Weevil to Giovanni, he will definitely look at us with new eyes. Beside this Meowth who could speak human language, there stood a man and a woman, both dressed as waiters. The man had short light blue hair and looked a little handsome. The woman was tall, with long wine-red hair that reached her waist and delicate features. She was a great beauty, but her words gave people a sense of tomboyishness. "Just the 3 of you?" Mondo looked at the trio in front of him and suddenly grinned. The famous rookie trio in the Rockets. Every mission since their debut 2 years ago has ended in failure. At this point, Mondo's face turned fierce, and he said sternly, "I don't know why Boss Giovanni wants to keep you 3 trash, but you're only fit to do odd jobs in the back of this operation. If you act on your own and cause any problems in the mission, I will peel your skin. Get out." "Yes, Commander Mondo." The 3 were frightened by the sudden change of face by the strong man Mondo, and quickly opened the door and ran out together. "Oh, you don't have eyes when you walk." Lisa was hit hard on the head by the 3 people who opened the door. She was about to get angry and curse, but found that the 3 people who hit her had already run away. "You came at the right time." Mondo saw Lisa coming and waved at her. Lisa rubbed her forehead, sat down on the sofa angrily, and asked, Are those three reckless guys your subordinates? No, Mondo shook his head. The three of them are an independent group without a direct superior. If there is one, then they only need to obey Giovanni, the boss. So powerful. Lisa covered her red lips in surprise and murmured, "They're directly under Giovanni. The background of these three little guys is not simple. Let's not talk about them. They're just three trash." Mondo sighed and pointed to the photo on the table and said, "You should know this person." "Let me see." Lisa took the photo, her beautiful eyes turned, and said happily, "That handsome little brother, he is quite handsome in the photo. You won't tell me that he's also a member of your rocket team." There are three secretly taken photos on the table. One is when Hsoka was commanding the battle, and the other is when Weevil and Curlia were taken. Mondo smiled coldly and said, "You think too much. It is possible that he is an undercover agent of the Alliance. Now I have a task for you." "What task?" Lisa crossed her beautiful legs lazily. "Let this kid never see the sun tomorrow." With a bang, a dagger was inserted fiercely into the photo of Hsoka. "This is not in our employment regulations." Lisa pulled out the dagger and trimmed her nails indifferently. 1,000,000. Mondo said a number. "Fisk, Xiao Hexie is so handsome. If he is willing to sleep with me once, and the job is good, I want to give him 1,000,000. 3,000,000. Don't test me." Lisa threw the dagger back on the table, stretched out 5 slender fingers, and said, 5,000,000. I won't do it for a penny less." Mundo's face suddenly became ugly. This **ch was asking for too much, but now he was in a dilemma. In order to complete this operation smoothly, he had to accept it even if she asked for more. But on second thought, after this incident, Boss Chun was ready to deal with this *****, and she would spend it with her life. "No problem. 5,000,000 is 5,000,000, but you have to do it well. It's okay if it accidentally fell into the sea. You are still worried about me doing things." Lisa rolled her eyes at him, then spread her right hand and said, "Old rules. Pay half of the deposit first." Mondo took out an Alliance black card from his arms and said, "This is an anonymous black card. No password is required. You could transfer money directly online. Then I will accept it without hesitation." Lisa smiled and put away the black card, turned around, and walked out the door with a harmonious figure. Looking at the other person's back, Mondo grinned and showed his cold white teeth. This book will be on the 17th, which is tomorrow, Monday. If you like this book, you can add the reader's skirt ****. If you have any comments or questions, you can tell me directly in the skirt. Thank you for your support. After lunch, the participating trainers will have a 2-hour break. While other trainers are taking a nap or playing, Hsoka takes Lulu and Weevil to the gym on the cruise ship. The gym is empty. After all, everyone spends money to play here. Who would go to the gym alone on vacation? I haven't exercised for 2 days, and I feel like my body is almost rusty. "Ma!" Hsoka bent over and pulled his ligaments, and there were several crisp clicks on his body. As a gym on a luxury cruise ship, the fitness facilities are naturally needless to say, and the equipment is all top world-famous brands. 2 treadmills were turned on, one for Hsoka and one for Weevil, and they ran for 15 minutes to warm up. 1-arm pull-ups, Russian push-ups, weighted deep squats, 200 kilograms bench press. With the help of Lulu's confusion, Hsoka and Weevil completed one exercise after another. An hour later, Hsoka and Weevil fell on the cushions, sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Hsoka was suppressed by Lulu's confusion, and his body was equivalent to being in aggravated contest condition. He was physically strong enough to finish all this. Weevil, as a dark Pokémon, can invalidate psychic skills, but with the gravity mechanical ring on its body, this hour of exercise still made it soaked. As a cat, Weevil hates the feeling of being wet. There is still an hour of rest time. Hsoka is going to take Weevil to take a good scald bath, and then take a nap so that he can face the afternoon games in the best posture. The strength of the players in the afternoon game has obviously risen to a higher level, and Misty was the first to be eliminated in the trio. Sunesh also encountered a strong enemy in the second game in the afternoon, a boy using Marowak. The key is that Ash was not very good at sending Pikachu to compete. You should know that Marowak is a ground-type Pokémon. Pikachu's electric special moves are completely ineffective against Marowak. Pikachu has lost its martial arts and can only rely on its speed advantage to use quick attack and tackle skills for guerrilla warfare. Although Marowak is small, its physical defense ability is still quite good. Pikachu's tackle and quick attack can't cause effective damage at all. In the end, Marowak seized the opportunity and sent it out with an Iron Head skill. X2. Two sighs sounded at the same time. Ash and Misty looked at each other and then immediately turned their heads away. What idiot would let Pikachu come up when rivals sent out ground-type Pokémon? Misty said disdainfully. Ash clenched his fists and retorted, "You are the same. You put Staryu on the field when the opponent used grass Pokémon. That's because I only have water Pokémon." Okay, stop arguing. Xiaojing hurried forward to persuade them to stop fighting and said with a smile, "This competition is just a chance to accumulate experience. It is a rare experience to compete with so many trainers. As for the championship, to be honest, it is unrealistic for you two to stand out among the more than 300 contestants with your strength." That's right. Ash and Misty lowered their heads helplessly. There was no way to refute such words. Hsoka looked at the third draw rival in the afternoon and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Mr. Gentleman, it's really a coincidence. Coincidence is also destined by fate." Gentleman Ron no longer had the arrogant attitude he had when he first met yesterday. Instead, his face looked a little heavy and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had heard about Hsoka's matches in the morning, including the two in the afternoon. He even secretly went to watch Hsoka's matches. After learning about Rival, he realized how terrifying this young boy was. To be more precise, the attack power of the Weevil in his hand was too terrifying. Giving up the game and running away would be an insult to a gentleman and a blasphemy against the family's honor. Gentleman Ron was in a fierce conflict at the moment. This game was not an ordinary duel that he had organized privately before. It was impossible to force Rival to admit a draw. He could only bite the bullet and fight. Hsoka still sent out Weevil. She didn't look tired at all after playing 2 games. Of course, she defeated Rival in a few seconds, and the consumption of physical strength was negligible. You can lose the battle, but not the battle. Gentleman Ron took out a blue and white Pokeball from his arms and threw it. "Swim Frog, use your strength to bring me the glory of victory." A strong frog Pokemon with aqua blue body and a circle of black mosquito coil pattern on its abdomen appeared on the field. Its clenched fists were like thick sandbags, and its biceps were bulging high, telling of its strong arm strength. Swim Frog, one of the final evolutions of Poliwag, has the dual attributes of water and fighting, and is very powerful in both close combat and long-range combat. The average height of a swim frog is about 1.3 meters, and Gentleman Ron's swim frog is almost a head taller than an ordinary swim frog, about 1.4 meters, and has a stronger body. It can be seen that it has been trained very well. The game begins. The sailor on the sidelines waved a red flag. Weevil quick attack. Water pulse. The moment the red flag fell, the 2 trainers shouted out orders, but one was for attack and the other for defense. Gentleman Ron is not a rookie. He has plenty of practical experience. The fighting type of Water Pulse can restrain the evil attribute of Rival, and its muscle strength is not worse than Weevil. After all, it is a fighting Pokemon, and its muscle strength is naturally strong. The only thing to guard against is Weevil's unpredictable and amazing speed. Knowing the process of Rival's previous games, Ron knew that the opponent would make a quick attack right at the beginning. In terms of speed, if it is in the water, the fast-swimming frog can still compete. The word fast-swimming in its name proves that the swimming speed of the fast-swimming frog is very good. Unfortunately, on land, the poor running speed of the fast-swimming frog is not even qualified to carry Weevil's shoes. With Hsoka's order, Weevil's black figure appeared beside the fast-swimming frog in the blink of an eye, with her right claw raised high, and a black arc-shaped crescent moon had already formed at the tip of her claw, waiting for a claw to swing down and cut off everything in front of her. The fast-swimming frog did not dodge or evade and directly used water pulse on the spot. Walala! A sound of flowing water flashed, and just when Weevil was about to chop its shoulder with a street knife, a circle of water suddenly spit up from around the body of the fast-swimming frog, forming a ring and pushing outward. Weevil felt a strong sense of repulsion from the arm that was chopped down, and then his body became heavy and was bounced out by the continuous vibration of water pulse. Ma! Weevil half knelt on the ground and shook her head. She felt a little dizzy. Water pulse is a defensive skill with low damage, but it can use the high-speed vibration of water to deflect rivals' attack, and sometimes it does not have the special effect of dizziness. Seeing that Weevil's contest condition was a little unstable, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of Gentleman Ron. Maybe he could win the final victory in this game. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but boost his confidence. He knocked his cane heavily on the floor and shouted loudly, "Quick swim frog, hydro pump." The quick swim frog made a dull growl. The next second, a thick/strong water column with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters gushed out from the middle of the spiral pattern on its abdomen and rushed towards Weevil's position. Weevil was very unlucky. She was obviously hit by the dizziness effect of water pulse. However, the hard training in normal times still allowed her to recover from the adverse reactions quickly. Double Team. Hsoka simply said the name of this skill. 4-speed type Pokémon, Double Team is a great skill for them to avoid rivals' attacks and confuse rivals' sight. Almost every trainer will let the agile Pokémon in his team learn this trick. The market price of Double Team Learning Machine is very cheap, about 10,000 yuan, which is affordable for many civilian trainers. As for how to use it, it depends on the Pokémon's talent and the trainer's usual breeder. Hydro Pump came from air, and just when it was about to tackle Weevil's head, Weevil's body became blurred for a moment and then returned to normal. This situation is somewhat similar to Lulu's appearance when she used teleport. The next moment, Hydro Pump pierced through the chest. There was no scream, as Ron imagined. The Hydro Pump of Frogger went through Weevil's body like normal through the air. The shadow shattered, and what remained was just some water stains left by the Hydro Pump attack. When Frogger came to his senses, he found that he was surrounded by 12 identical Weevils. The strength of Double Team depends on how many clones this Pokémon can split. The lowest level is to split into 2 clones, and the clones are not realistic, and it is easy for sharp-eyed trainers to find a real one. The more powerful ones can split into 5 clones, and the images are realistic. Ordinary trainers can hardly tell the real from the fake. Above this is 9 clones, and the realistic images are enough to completely confuse some Pokémon with excellent dynamic vision. Hsoka's Weevil can split into 12 extremely realistic double teams, and can even make the clones carry its own scent. Even dog-like Pokémon with a keen sense of smell like Arcanine can't tell the real from the fake. Double Team has a strong sense of visual pressure from the enemy. Surrounded by 12 Weevils, the frog lost its composure for a moment. It couldn't keep calm, and its eyes kept swaying around, trying to find which one was the real one. Ron noticed that Frog was emotionally unstable and immediately shouted, "Frog, calm down. Don't try to look for the opponent with your eyes. Just use Hydro Pump to sweep 360 degrees to force Weevil out." This is the helpless move of most trainers after encountering rival using Double Team, because this method consumes a lot of physical strength of their own Pokémon, and Frog needs to use Hydro Pump continuously. The fierce water column appeared again, and Frog controlled Hydro Pump to turn around and sweep 360 degrees. The first Weevil was smashed by Hydro Pump, followed by the second, the third, and until the 12th Weevil were all smashed, but the real Weevil was still not found. How could this happen? Gentleman Ron muttered to himself, and at this moment he couldn't even keep calm. This result made him a little unacceptable. Why are all 12 Weevils clones? Where's the real Weevil? He was anxious and frantically looking for it on the field. Ron looked for Weevil's trace until he saw Hsoka on the opposite side with a smile on his face and his index finger pointing upwards. "OT good. Ron's face turned pale instantly, and he even lost his gentlemanly posture that he usually paid great attention to. He said sharply, "Quick swim, Frog. Be careful above you. Get out of the way." Quick Swim Frog was about to look up when he heard the sound, but found that his eyes went black, and then there was a sharp pain in his head. Weevil fell from the sky and kicked it directly on the forehead. The huge force made Quick Swim Frog roll out immediately. Weevil would not give rival any chance. This is also what Hsoka usually taught her. In battle, even without his order, you must remember to pursue the victory. He immediately used Quick Attack to catch up with him the moment he landed, and his terrifying speed exploded and soon caught up with the reverse roll contest. Under the condition, the fast-swimming frog was hit in the abdomen with a straight punch. No skills were used, only the simplest leg attack, hitting the body of the fast-swimming frog with a bang, just like a boxer hitting a sandbag. This is the military fighting technique that Hsoka taught Weevil during normal training. It is a set of self-defense skills he learned in his previous life. It was given to Weevil to let her learn how to make her body more fluent when attacking. After all, Pokémon can learn powerful skills, and some martial arts are actually not important to them. But I didn't expect that Weevil would use all the fighting techniques she learned to deal with the fast-swimming frog today. Side kick, elbow strike, finger gun, arm lean. The fighting techniques that caused serious injuries made the fast-swimming frog scream continuously. Finally, the body squatted violently, and the fast-swimming frog, which was already covered with bruises, was knocked away with an uppercut. Fighting Pokemon's strong physical fitness did not make Froglet lose its fighting consciousness immediately. It tried to get up from the ground, but it was unable to do so due to multiple injuries. Finally, it fell to the ground with a low cry of despair. The game ended with Veilstone. In this game, Weevil did not defeat Rival in a few seconds as most viewers thought, but instead played a wonderful set of fighting combos at the end, which made people feel excited while sighing that Pokemon battles could be fought like this. Gentleman Ron took back Froglet, which had lost its fighting ability, and left the field immediately. He even pretended not to hear his female companion calling him from behind. After the tragic defeat, he felt that he had no face to stay. Alakazam loses his ability to fight. The game is over. Let us congratulate Mr. Hsoka and his Weevil for their final victory. The same host who could kill a fly with a microphone in his hand shouted excitedly. The St. Anno Pokemon contest, which lasted for 8 hours, finally has Veilstone. Let's applaud and invite Mr. Hsoka and his Weevil to the front desk to receive the prize as the champion. Congratulations, Mr. Hsoka. Meichi winked at Hsoka, who came to the front of the stage. She was the referee of the final just now, and also the person who presented the award. Hisoka's rival in the final was a researcher from Saffron City. He was not a professional Pokemon trainer, but his Alakazam was really very strong, and Hsoka had to admit that. Being able to win 16 games in a row and stand out from 320 people was enough to prove his strength. If it weren't for Weevil's complete attribute over the Psychic Alakazam, the final outcome would be hard to say. Alakazam's strongest defensive skill, Illusion, has no effect on the Dark Weevil. Even at such a disadvantage, this Alakazam used Teleport and Recover plus the normal 3-corner attack also made Weevil suffer a lot. This game was somewhat lucky. Although he won the championship, Hsoka did not feel proud. This game on the ship was actually unfair to many trainers. He just happened to be the beneficiary of the rules of the game. Know yourself and see through the reality so that you can move forward more correctly. Meichi held the incubator in both hands, and Mystic Water was just on her neck. She walked slowly to the podium and handed the incubator in her hand to Hsoka with a smile. Hsoka took the incubator, and the blue Pokemon egg with black stripes was quietly staying inside. The glass of this incubator is made of special synthetic glass, and the bottom chassis has a shock-absorbing effect. Therefore, even if you fall from a 4- or 5-story building, it will not cause any damage to the Pokemon eggs in the incubator. Meichi took off the necklace on her neck and handed it to Hsoka with a smile. In fact, I knew you would definitely win the championship. Maggie suddenly whispered in Shisua's ear. You really didn't let me down. Give me a hug. Just think of it as a reward for giving you the S.S ticket. Maggie didn't know yet that Shisua didn't use the S.S ticket she gave him to board the St. Anne's, but boarded the ship for free as an external security guard. Shisua certainly wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman's request. After taking the mystic water, he gently hugged Maggie's shoulders. Under the gaze of everyone, the two gently hugged each other. For a while, applause, cheers, and whistles resounded throughout the central hall. People always have a happy attitude towards heroes getting beautiful women. As the focus of the whole audience today, it's normal for a beautiful waiter to ask for a hug, isn't it? For some people's evil thoughts, Shisua just wants to say that you think too much. After the award ceremony, he and Maggie just secretly went to the bar on the cruise ship to drink a few glasses of wine, then exchanged contact information and went back to their rooms to rest. After playing 16 games today, Shisua was exhausted physically and mentally. The main reason was that he was very tired mentally. After all, the fight was fought by Weevil, and he was just directing on the sidelines. He didn't want to get up while lying in the warm bath. If Lulu hadn't used confusion to put Hsoka back on the bed, he might have fallen asleep in the bath. Hsoka was very satisfied with the 2 prizes as the champion. This Pokémon egg was of course hatched. The more potential the Pokémon had, the better. He didn't care whether it was rare or not, because the rarity of the number did not mean the excellence of talent and potential. Mystic Water can increase the power of water skills. When Feebas evolves into Milotic, Mystic Water will be just right for her to use. Bang! Bang! At 12 o'clock midnight, when almost everyone on the ship fell asleep, Hsoka's door was knocked. No rest. The awakened Hsoka got up from the bed abruptly. He was tired today, and being woken up when he was sleeping soundly would not make anyone feel good. Hsoka didn't open the door immediately. He wasn't sure who was looking for him in the middle of the night. It was necessary to maintain due vigilance. Through the peephole, Hsoka saw a woman standing outside the door wearing a tank top, black stockings on her long legs, and heavy makeup on her face. However, he could still vaguely see the familiar face. It was the bounty hunter Lisa who applied for the security job with him. Is this woman mentally ill? Hsoka laughed in his heart. She was dressed like this in the middle of the night and ran to the door of a passionate boy. Even an idiot would know what you were up to. Hsoka instantly calculated many possibilities in his mind. He thought it should be the Rockets executive named Mondo who had seen his game and thought he was too strong and might have a great impact on their actions. Want to cut the grass and get rid of the roots? Get rid of me first. Hsoka sneered. He had seen this routine many times. Did you really treat him as an ordinary sunny boy? When he was doing bounty missions in the Evergreen Forest before, he encountered many black-eating black and intrigue. Besides, he has lived 2 lives, and in his previous life, he was a business elite. The business world is like a battlefield, and he has seen all kinds of ups and downs. If he doesn't open the door, the other party will definitely notice it, and then come up with some conspiracy. It's better to cater to the other party first and see how to deal with him. The door opened. Lisa leaned against the door with a smile and said in a delicate voice, "Little handsome boy, don't you want me to come in and sit for a while?" But before Shisua could respond, the woman had already stepped half a foot into the room. Shisua stepped forward and blocked the other party's progress. Lisa immediately put one hand on Shisua's chest and deliberately pinched it. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "I didn't see that your chest muscles are quite hard. Let me in. The night is long. Why not let me teach you some fun things?" There are still 4 chapters to be written during the day. We promised that there will be no less than 10 chapters. The night enveloped the entire sea. When sailing at night, the St. Anno cruise ship had to slow down and move forward slowly. Even though Captain Tieshin had to take this route once a year, he still dared not relax his vigilance. As a human being, it is better to be careful. About 2 nautical miles south of the St. Anno, a speedboat was traveling at high speed. Around the speedboat, there were more than a dozen motorboats following one after another. They were all wearing black tight uniforms. There was a huge R symbol on their chests. This is the organizational symbol of the rocket team, the R symbol. On the speedboat, a member of the rocket team who was driving looked at the faintly visible lights in the distance and reported loudly, "Boss Tyson, we saw the St. Anno cruise ship." Very good. Behind this member of the rocket team was a rough man in a blue-gray high-collar uniform. He had short black hair, and his muscular body made his uniform bulge. This was a man with a body that was even stronger than Mondo. He is Tyson, one of Team Rocket's senior executives, and also a Class A wanted criminal of the Kanto Alliance. The bounty offered by the 22 Alliance is 20 million W. Inform all members to increase their power. I have to catch up with the St. Anno as soon as possible. Mondo is still waiting for us there. After Tyson issued the order, he took out 2 Pokemon balls from his arms and threw them towards soaring in the sky. With 2 bangs, 2 giant raptor Pokemon with a wingspan of more than 3 meters appeared in the air. They flapped their huge wings, causing the surrounding air to flow at high speed, creating a hurricane-like effect. They have brown feathers and long and slender necks, but the most eye-catching thing is their sharp beaks that are more than 20 centimeters long. The white eyes are full of murderous intent unique to raptors, as if they are ready to capture prey at any time. This is the final evolution of Spearow, one of the 2 common bird Pokemon in the Kanto region, Fearow. They are irritable and aggressive, and are good at using their long, sharp beaks to perform flying skills such as drilling and pluck. Tyson's 2 Fearows are highlighted in the Kanto Alliance's wanted list, and they're also a pair of trump cards that Tyson will definitely send out when performing missions. They are much larger than their peers. They are extremely aggressive, and are particularly good at aerial joint attacks. Once 2 of them appear at the same time, they will produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Tyson stood on the speedboat with his arms around his chest and ordered the 2 Fearows in the air. Sakan, Yukon, you 2 brothers fly to the St. Anu and meet Mondo first. If he encounters any trouble, help him solve it first. GA. The 2 Fearows nodded, made a sharp bird cry, and then flapped their giant wings to take off, flying at high speed in the direction of the St. Anu. The mission to attack the St. Anu cruise ship was assigned to Tyson by Ariana, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Due to its rapid development in recent years, the Rockets have suffered a joint attack from the Kanto Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance. Many large companies secretly controlled by the Rockets were destroyed overnight, and industries in many cities in the 2 regions were also banned and confiscated by the Alliance. This attack has had a huge impact on the Rockets' economy. However, a major experimental project at the Rockets headquarters that cost Giovanni many years of hard work has reached the most critical moment. At this time, in order to ensure that the experiment is foolproof, the money that needs to be invested is huge. The daily maintenance of the experimental project alone is an astonishing figure that makes ordinary people dizzy. What is burning money? Since Tyson saw this project, he realized that sometimes money is like waste paper. The experimental project, which lasted for 5 years, has almost burned 100 billion yuan of the Rockets' funds, and how much more money will be burned is still unknown. Ariana, the only female general among the 4 generals of the Rockets, is the one that Giovanni trusts the most. At the same time, she is also the top person in charge of the Rockets' economy. How to help Giovanni share his worries naturally falls on her head. It is impossible to collect a large amount of money in a short period of time and slowly start a company to develop. The only way is to use this crude method, terrorist attacks, and kidnapping of wealthy people. There are more than 900 tourists with good family conditions on the Saint and cruise ship, including hundreds of VIP wealthy people. After kidnapping them all, they can extort ransom from their families. Once the plan is successfully completed, the ransom will be an astronomical figure. What's your name? Lisa. What is your purpose in coming here to find me? Get rid of you and earn a 5 million yuan bounty. How are you going to kill me? Seduce you. And when you and I meet, I will kill you with poison barb. Lisa leaned on the sofa with lifeless eyes, muttering these words. Behind her, a pale Jengar was pressing Lisa's head with its ghost hand, and red light flashed in its evil purple eyes. It was obvious that Lisa was in such a contest condition now because of this Jengar's trickery. Hsoka wanted to see where she hid Poison Barb. Lisa opened her red tongue mechanically, and a transparent needle was vaguely visible under her tongue. This thing is a blood toxin, which is the kind that kills people with blood. Kurama stood up and explained, I guess this poisonous spider wants to get along with you, and then use Poison Barb to kill you when you are most relaxed. She hid Poison Barb under her tongue. Isn't she afraid of accidentally stabbing herself? Hsoka asked curiously. As you said, this thing is the one that kills people with blood, and she still has such courage. 11. Kurama rolled his eyes at him and said sarcastically, You have no knowledge. This shows that this woman is quite confident in her harmony. Boy, why don't you try it now? You will never get it again after this village. Hsoka was too lazy to pay attention to him. This guy is just a cheap guy who doesn't spare others. Tell me, what do you want to see me for? Kurama snapped his fingers, and the white Jengar released the ghost hand on Lisa's head. The next second, Lisa, with her eyes blank, fell asleep immediately. Jengar used hypnosis to control Lisa's mind, which is an advanced use of hypnosis. It is commonly used in police interrogation methods. However, this method can easily cause irreparable sequelae to the prisoner's brain. The big fish is about to be hooked. In the dark and silent conference room, Baijie put his hands behind his back and looked up at the starry sky outside the window. Dada! A sound of snakes came from the dark of the conference room, as if a long snake was swimming on the ground. After a while, two Arboks with a body length of more than 4 meters and a ferocious appearance appeared behind Baijie. They slowly straightened up and opened the wing bones of their necks, just like two giant snake statues guarding their masters. Although Granny Agatha is a ghost elite, Ghost and Poison are originally the same family. As Granny Agatha's favorite grandson, Baijie is naturally the best at using Ghost and Poison Pokemon. Saint Anu, Date Deck. Okay, everyone, the patrol can end. Mondo looked at his watch, suddenly turned back to look at the 4 sailors behind him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged sailor in the lead asked with a puzzled look on his face, Mr. Mondo, there is still more than an hour left before the patrol is scheduled. How can you say it's over? If I say it's over, it's over. Mondo laughed and said this. Then he immediately bowed and rushed forward, punching the middle-aged sailor in the abdomen. The huge force made the middle-aged sailor's eyes almost pop out in pain. He covered his abdomen, his face flushed, and fell down with foam of the mouth. Mr. Mondo, what do you want to do? Seeing their colleague being attacked, the remaining 3 young sailors shouted in unison, staring at Mondo, who suddenly attacked, and quickly raised the electric baton in their hands. Mondo picked his ears and disdained to answer the other party's questions. Finally, with a few screams, the 3 sailors also went to the same fate as their predecessors. Mondo easily knocked out the 3 sturdy sailors holding electric batons with his bare hands. The 2 were not at the same level at all. The 4 were tied to the warehouse on the bottom floor, and all of them were stuffed with cloth balls in their mouths. Mondo took out a shoulder bag from a corner of the warehouse, opened the bag, and found 10 silver-white metal time bombs. Mondo installed these time bombs in the main areas of the bottom warehouse, according to the original plan. This is a timed, remote-controlled, double-controlled bomb. If there is any accident, just press the button to destroy the body. After the bomb was placed, Mondo quickly came to the top deck, took out a flare from his arms, pressed the launch button below, and with a whoosh, the red flare quickly rose into the air and exploded, forming a red R symbol in the night sky. The mission went smoothly. Looking at the flare exploding in the night sky, Mondo's face showed a hint of joy. Once this mission is successfully completed, he can be promoted to the next level, from a squadron leader to a squadron leader. Pa! A sudden applause made Mondo's face change suddenly, and then a series of footsteps made him know without looking back that he was surrounded. Excellent work, Mr. Mondo. Baijie clapped his hands and walked out from the back with a smile. Do you feel that everything is going well for you? You didn't even meet a staff member along the way. Don't you have any doubts at all? Mondo's face darkened. It's you, the sponsor of the Pokémon event. I'm really rude. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Troy Gia. My real identity is the Chief Investigator of the Eastern region of the Kanto Alliance. Do you think you can win? Mondo suddenly laughed. Idiot, if you had stopped me from launching flares before, you might have had a chance, but now my support is at the gates of the city. Do you think you can compete with our rocket team with these trash? As soon as these words came out, the many sailors surrounding them showed a look of rage, shouting to teach this crazy piercer of the rocket team a lesson. A breeze blew through his hair, and the omen of danger suddenly rose in his heart. Bai Jie shouted without hesitation, "All of you get down." After saying this, Bai Jie immediately rushed to the left. Most of the sailors were confused. They didn't know what Bai Jie's order meant. However, some smart sailors chose to do it, covering their heads and lying on the ground. Just when Bai Jie pounced on the left deck, a hurricane flashed, and a giant raptor with brown feathers appeared in the sky where Bai Jie had just stood. The sharp beak pecked the deck fiercely and left a hole on it. If Bai Jie hadn't reacted quickly and dodged in time, maybe the hole would have been left on his body. After missing the attack, this Fiero had no intention of continuing to attack, and immediately spread its wings and flew into the air. Those sailors who didn't listen to Bai Jie were in big trouble. Another Fiero attacked from the other side and attacked the standing sailors frantically. The sharp beak was like an extremely sharp sword, which was a bloody hole. The miserable screams of the sailors resounded through the top deck for a while. Seeing this scene, Bai Jie's expression turned cold. Haha, it's Tyson's left and right. Looking at the two Fieros that appeared and soaring in the sky, Mondo laughed. What Chief Investigator? It's all bullshit. Boss, I'm here. Kurama ran up from the stairs panting, without saying anything more, and shouted directly, Jengar, Shadow Ball. With an evil laugh, the pale white ghost appeared in front of Shirasuke, opened his hands good, and two black energy balls condensed into shape. With a wave of his hand, the shadow ball blasted towards the two Fieros who were still causing chaos. The flying trajectory of the shadow ball is very fast, and, as one of the characteristics of the Ghost series skills, is silent when launched. When the two Fieros found something unusual, the two shadow balls were only 1 meter away from them. Ga-san. The two Fieros were very alert, as a pair of trump cards under Tyson, the senior executive of the Rockets. They have a lot of combat experience, and even without a trainer to command them, they can still respond effectively in times of crisis. They put their wings close to their abdomens and instantly fell to the deck to avoid the sneak attack of the shadow ball. The shadow ball passed by their sides perfectly, leaving a few flying feathers, but did not cause any other effective damage. Boss, are you okay? Kurama wanted to help Bai Jie up, but he was pushed away by him. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that ghost-type skills are ineffective against normal-type Fiero? Bai Jie patted the dust on his clothes, with no expression on his face. This is very embarrassing. Kurama quickly explained, I am worried about your safety, boss. I am afraid that the two big birds will hurt you. Bai Jie could only smile bitterly in his heart. Having such subordinates is also a test for alliance. If it weren't for Fiero's instinctive reaction as an intelligent creature, he would avoid the attacking skills. If their trainer is present, he can directly order Fiero to ignore the attack of the Shadow Ball and continue to cause chaos. Come out, Arbok! Bai Jie threw 2 Pokemon balls, and 2 bowl-sized, ferocious mosquitoes appeared on the board. As if they sensed the presence of their natural enemy, the 2 Arboks immediately stood up, spread their wings, and hissed threateningly. 2 Fieros flew to the sky on Mondo's side, and their sharp beaks made the same threatening cackle. Snakes and birds are natural enemies, but Fieros, as birds of prey, have the advantage of flying, so they theoretically have the initiative. However, facing the Arbok's terrifying venom that is enough to kill people, even they dare not act too rashly. Big fool, look at what this is. Kurama said it first, and then took out a series of metal time bombs from his bag. Mondo's face changed drastically, and he immediately took out a remote control button from his arms and shouted angrily, Do you think it will be okay if you take it down? This bomb is dual-controlled. As long as I gently press this button, you guys will be blown up to the sky with a bang. Then just press it and try it, Kurama said indifferently. See if this thing will blow us all up with a bang. Do you think I don't dare? Mondo smiled coldly. Since you want to die, you can't blame me. Just try to clean up some garbage before Tyson comes. The thumb pressed the red button hard, and the expected explosion did not appear. Mondo didn't believe it and continued to press the button hard, but the pile of metal time bombs still didn't respond. Huh. Seeing the other party's constipated expression, Kurama put his hands on his hips and laughed. Hey, I remember you can't defuse bombs. Bai Jie asked curiously. It's all thanks to that little brother called Hsoka. Kurama was serious for once this time. I didn't expect him to be good at defusing bombs. With his Curlia, we easily found the time bombs set by the other party in the warehouse on the bottom floor. As the two sides confronted each other on the top deck, the undercover team members of the Rockets had previously arranged on the St. Anne's cruise ship also began the planned action after seeing the R-flare. First, they took care of the VIP room, which they took special care of. They easily opened the door with the copied room card and sneaked into it. While these rich people were still sleeping, they first stole all the Pokemon balls on them, then kicked them all awake and tied them up in the room like pigs in the face of the rich people's fear. Quick, quick, speed up. The motorboat and speedboat finally caught up with the street, and at Tyson's roar, these agile elite rocket team members used electric flying claws to climb onto the cruise ship that was more than 4 stories high. Each of the rocket team members who boarded the ship carried a special space folding backpack with hole-shaped suction devices on both sides of the shoulders. Once the button was turned on, it would burst out with amazing suction. The moment the trainer took out the Pokemon ball, the suction force could be used to suck the Pokemon ball directly into this device. CCDF. The main purpose of this attack and kidnapping operation was to fight quickly and decisively, and not give the Alliance a chance to react. The original plan was to hijack the ST and cruise ship directly, but think about it. Such a huge ship is too big a target, and the sailing speed is too slow. If it drags on for a long time, it will be easy to be cut off by the police sent by the Alliance. With external support, the rocket team's actions on the ship became more brutal. More than 50 billionaires were all captured, and the remaining target was the ordinary tourist below. The Rockets would not let go of their money and Pokemon. What do you want to do? A tourist who got up to go to the bathroom was startled by a dark shadow that suddenly appeared in the room. But before he could make any move, he was immediately knocked unconscious by a thundershock stick. The jewelry box on his body, the wallet on the table, and the Poke Ball were all sucked into the space folding backpack. Ash was so hungry that he couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so he wanted to sneak into the hall to eat something. But as soon as he went out, he saw a figure sneaking into Misty's room. At first, Ash thought it was Xiaojing who was looking for Misty, but then Misty's screams came from the room. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ash rushed in immediately and saw Misty sitting on the bed, holding a pillow and throwing it desperately at the uninvited guest who entered her room. Ash didn't have time to think about it and shouted loudly, "Pikachu 10 City Volt!" The bright yellow electric current surged out from Pikachu's petite body, and the uninvited guest was trembling all over. Finally, a mouthful of black smoke came out of his mouth, and his body shook and fainted. "Misty, are you okay?" Seeing the uninvited guest was knocked unconscious by Pikachu, Misty couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When she saw the attacker's outfit clearly, she couldn't help but say, "It's Team Rocket. How did they get on the St. Anne's?" Ash also saw the iconic R on the chest of the visitor. It was indeed Team Rocket. "Misty, are you okay?" At this time, another person rushed in from the outside of the door. It was Xiaojing, who was startled by Misty's sharp growl. Misty shook her head and said, "It's okay, Ash saved me." Gon folded his arms, looked at the fainted Rockets with a heavy face, and said, "When I came here just now, I heard screams from several rooms. Obviously, there is more than one Rocket attacking tourists. Now we must. Since you are asking for advice sincerely, we will be merciful and tell you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace." "You again." Ash was helpless when he saw the two people and the cat appearing again. Ever since they had disrupted their actions in Tokiwa City, this trio had stuck to him like a dogskin plaster, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter how hard he tried. "What's your attitude, little brat?" Jessie, who had a hot temper, couldn't stand it first and shouted with her hands on her hips. "Do you think there are only 3 of us in this attack? Our rocket team's large force and elite executives are all here. If you know what's good for you, hand over Pikachu and all the Pokemon on you to us, and maybe we can let you go." That's right, Meow." Ash was furious when he heard this. "I will never hand over Pikachu to you." "We too," Misty and Xiaojiang said in unison. The fifth one. Hsoka looked at another member of the rocket team who was knocked unconscious by Weevil under his feet. "Hey, it's better to fight them to the end than to let Team Rocket take your Pokemon away." After leaving this sentence in the room, Hsoka ran out quickly, leaving behind a trembling young couple who had not yet reacted to the attack. He agreed to Kurama's employment request. For every ordinary member of Team Rocket who was killed, he could get a bonus of 10,000 yuan after the mission was completed and 100,000 yuan for killing 10 Team Rocket captains. "You are really the scourge of this operation." Just when Hsoka killed the 10th Team Rocket, a cold male voice like a hard stone sounded from behind Hsoka. Looking back, the bald, strong man, named Mondo, was standing at a corner not far from him with his hands on his chest, staring at him with a cold face. "Lisa, that waste didn't kill you." Mondo twisted his neck and made a clicking sound and continued. "But it's not too late to kill you now. The little ghost blames you for going against our Team Rocket. Remember what is easy to provoke and what is not to provoke in your next life." Hsoka had no expression and no response. With a wave of his arm, Weevil on the side immediately understood what was going on. He rushed towards Mondo, raised his right claw, and prepared to kill Rival in an instant. Looking at the other party's actions, Mondo smiled coldly and immediately retreated to the corner. At this time, a humanoid creature about 1.8 meters tall walked out from the shadow of the corner. He had a body very similar to that of a human male, but his gray-blue muscles were a bit scary. This humanoid Pokemon had 4 extremely thick arms, and just standing there gave people a feeling of being invincible. If Mondo had known that the other party was a bounty hunter, how could he not guard against his sneak attack? The little devil is still a little devil, and it's still a long way to go. Macamp, fighting Pokemon, with bones and muscles very close to humans. It is said that the best Macamp can use those 4 well-developed arms to punch 500 times in 1 second. Macamp, there's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. When human researchers gave this Pokemon a scientific name, they chose Macamp because the Pokemon's strength was too amazing. Macamp knelt on one knee, crossed his hands on his chest, and easily blocked Weevil's quick attack in a defensive posture. The sharp claws only left a white mark on the rock-hard muscles. Although Weevil didn't use any special skills, just ordinary claws can easily cut through the bowl-thick wood, but can only cause this much damage to Macamp. The 2 arms in front not only blocked Weevil's attack, but also grabbed Weevil's claws with a backhand, and the huge force burst made Weevil unable to break free. At the same time, the 2 more developed arms behind Macamp did not stop moving, raised high, and chopped towards Weevil's neck in the shape of a palm knife. This is Machamp's hand knife skill. With Machamp's huge force that can break mountains and rocks, plus the damage bonus of fighting system to evil Pokemon, once the vital part of the neck is hit, Weevil is likely to be killed by the opponent's knife. Mondo has no concept of holdback at all. His plan is to destroy the opponent's Pokemon first, and then kill this unstable factor. Weevil was in extreme danger, but Hsoka still didn't show a panic expression on his face. This calm attitude made Mondo suspicious. Did this kid have any tricks up his sleeve? But then he thought, let's kill this Weevil first. Once this Weevil is solved, it's like cutting off one of the opponent's arms. As for flowers, why doesn't Macamp do it? Mondo suddenly found that the 2 hands behind Macamp had been raised in the shape of palm knives, but after waiting for a while, they didn't attack Weevil. Huh. Macamp frowned and screamed. The veins on his arm muscles were bulging. Obviously, he was trying hard, but his two arms just didn't listen and couldn't chop down. At this time, Hsoka finally showed a smile on his face and said loudly, "Lulu, throw it out." Curlia walked slowly from behind Hsoka, holding her hands flat and stretching forward. The originally ruby-like pupils were completely covered by blue light, and the blue light in her eyes became stronger with every step forward. "Zero." "Hey!" Lulu cried out and raised her hands. Ma Camp, who had been struggling, was suddenly wrapped by the blue confusion and pulled up from the ground, floating in the air. The fighting Ma Camp restrains the evil Weevil, and the psychic Curlia also restrains the fighting Ma Camp. When the confusion touches Weevil, it will be offset by the evil energy in her body, so only Ma Camp is affected by the confusion that wraps both of them. Lulu pushed forward with both hands. Ma Camp, who was in the air and had no leverage, could only be thrown out by confusion. The freed Weevil did not hesitate at all. She used quick attack to catch up with the flying Ma Camp at her fastest speed, jumped on top of his body, and took advantage of the fact that Ma Camp was controlled by confusion and could not move, and launched a swift and violent attack. A frozen fist hit Machamp's face without saying a word, making Ma Camp whimper and scream. Machamp's facial features wrinkled up because of the severe pain, and his nose bled, but the cold air brought by the frozen fist immediately froze the blood flowing out of his nose. It's not over yet. As mentioned earlier, Hsoka's Weevil is left-handed. Her left hand is stronger than her right hand. She swung her left hand and hit Machamp's most vulnerable neck with a brick break. With a click, it was the sound of brittle bones breaking. If Machamp's neck muscles were not very strong, this would be fatal to other Pokémon. Machamp did not lose his life, but he could not get up again after falling down. Seeing this, Mondo wanted to take out the second Pokémon ball from his waist, but how could Hsoka give him a second chance? In the wild, many trainers and bounty hunters lost their precious lives because they did not take out the Pokémon ball in time. Especially in such a life-and-death duel, Hsoka, who has taken the initiative, will definitely not give the opponent any chance. Mondo's Pokémon ball was controlled by Lulu's confusion as soon as he took it out. His arm couldn't help but let go of the Pokémon ball, and the Pokémon ball that fell was controlled by confusion and sent back to Hsoka's hands. Hsoka tossed the Pokémon ball and said with a smile, "What do you say now?" Mondo was tough, without any sign of begging for mercy, and said coldly, "Kid, I admit that I underestimated you. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. I have nothing to say. But I have to remind you that since you have decided to go against our Rocket team on May 10th, you should be prepared to take on the next revenge. What is your position in the Rocket team?" Hsoka ignored his threat and asked a question that made Mondo confused. Mondo sneered and said, There's nothing to hide. I'm a squad leader. The squad leader is 100,000 yuan, plus the 10 ordinary members before, a total of 200,000 yuan. Damn, why do I feel a bit of loss? Mondo almost spit out blood when he heard Hsoka's muttering, and said in disbelief, "You are just for 200,000 yuan? Going against our Rocket team?" "Of course not." Hsoka smiled and said, "I'm at least a glorious Alliance citizen. Isn't it normal to help Alliance investigators fight criminal activities? Normal things?" Mondo was speechless. This kid must have lost his mind. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the entire Saint Anu suddenly shook violently. Lulu was careless for a moment and almost fell down without standing firmly. Fortunately, Hsoka helped her in time. However, Lulu also lost control of confusion. Mondo broke free from confusion and looked at the culprit who caused his mission failure not far away with resentment. Without any time to threaten, he quickly used the Pokémon ball to retrieve the unconscious Machamp, turned around, and ran towards the stairs of the corner. Hsoka did not try to stop the other party from escaping, but stood up again and looked in the direction of the explosion. I saw that the engine at the rear of the St.'s cruise ship was emitting surging black smoke and flames. It was very likely that the turbine engine of the cruise ship had exploded. "Oh no! Oh no! The cruise ship is taking in water!" Some terrified shouts came from that direction, and the remaining tourists rushed out of the room. Looking at the flames and black smoke at the rear of the ship, they all showed desperate expressions. Hsoka grabbed a tourist who was running from behind and asked loudly, "What happened over there?" The male tourist was still panting in shock, swallowed his saliva, and said, "Just now someone over there used a duck-billed fire dragon to fight the attacking terrorists." His duck-billed fire dragon hit a warehouse with a big explosion. It seemed to be full of fuel, and then it all exploded at once. Something big happened. Hsoka's face was uncertain, and the thing he feared the most had happened. Team Rocket attacked the Pokémon of Snatch Trainer on the St. Anu. Trainer was not dead and would definitely resist, but they were in the vast ocean at the moment. Once the St. Anu was damaged in the Pokémon battle, the hull would sink in the worst case. Then I don't know how many of the more than 1,000 crew members and tourists on the ship will survive in the end. Hsoka is not a saint. He can't care about so many things, and he can't save so many people. He must ensure the safety of himself, Lulu, and Weevil, and he has to go back to the room to pack his luggage. The violent explosion also alarmed the two sides of the confrontation on the top floor. The two Arboks were scarred, and the two Fieros in the air also had messy feathers. One of the Fieros had a purple and dark head, obviously poisoned by Arbok's toxic. The strongest heterochromatic Jengar in Bai Jie's hands was held back by Tyson's many minions, and facing Fiero with normal system, Jengar's ghost system skills were not very effective. The chief investigator of the eastern part of the Kanto Alliance, Bai Jie, I remember this name. Tyson's face was not good. He was dragged to death on the top deck by this handsome man who looked like a fox. It took so long. I think the support from the Alliance is on the way. Bai Jie himself was also not happy. He obviously underestimated the opponent's strength. It's understandable. How can a criminal who has been wanted by the Kanto Alliance police for so many years be so easy to deal with? This joint attack on Fiero was perfect, and under Tyson's personal command, the strength they exerted was more terrifying than the previous single combat. "Boss Tyson, we have to go. Our undercover agents in the Vermilion City Police have sent a message that the Alliance has ordered the police forces of Cerulean City, Rainbow City, and Vermilion City to jointly support the St. Anu. If we don't leave, we will probably be surrounded by the police." Tyson's earphones heard the anxious voices of his men. Damn it! Tyson clenched his right fist and hit his palm hard, then asked sternly, "What did you gain from this operation?" "3 teams have lost contact, but those rich hostages have all been tied up on speedboats and can leave at any time." Huh. Tyson took a deep breath. He really couldn't drag it on. Kidnapping so many billionaires was half of the mission. He wouldn't be blamed too much when he returned, but he didn't think about any great achievements. "Listen to my 0.0 order, retreat." Tyson made a prompt decision. Yes. As Tyson gave the order to retreat, the Rocket's members who were confronting him immediately retreated to his side. Each of them took out a round smoke bomb made of black and threw it on the ground. Puff, puff, white smoke instantly covered the shinboard. When the smoke faded, the Rockets had already disappeared, leaving only the deck that was destroyed by the fierce battle. Bai Jie watched Tyson's side retreat smoothly, but did not take any countermeasures. He was alone and weak, and the sailors were almost useless. Compared with the Rocket's elite with rich combat experience, they were simply vulnerable. Tyson alone was enough to hold him back. If he wanted to stop them from leaving, he could only risk his life, because the other party would definitely fight to the death. "Run. Keep running. Why don't you run?" Kurama kicked the tightly tied figure on the floor. "Ariados, tie him up tighter. This guy is strong. I'm afraid if it's too loose, he'll run away easily." A giant spider over 1.2 meters long slowly climbed down from the wall, opened its sharp fangs, hissed, and a series of white spider silk sprayed out, wrapping the figure several more times. Ariados is a large spider Pokémon in Chengdu region. It is also a police Pokémon that Chengdu police like to use very much. The spider web it weaves can make it difficult for criminals to escape. The figure obviously couldn't bear the humiliation and shouted loudly, "Kill me if you have the guts." The one who shouted this was Mondo, who had just escaped from Hsoka. His main Pokémon Machamp was disabled, but he was attacked by Ariados while escaping, allowing Kurama, who followed closely, to pick up the advantage. I won't kill you, but you'll have to go to jail and stay there forever. Kurama loves to bicker with people. 10 pairs of mouths made 22 Mondo's face red with anger. Boom! Another explosion sounded somewhere on the Saint, and, as the explosion sounded, the entire cruise ship began to tilt to the right. Is it over? Kurama yelled, then looked at Mondo, who rolled to the corner and said, Ariados, tie this kid to the wall. Don't let him fall into the sea. Cruise ship's cockpit. Captain Tieshin, can the Saint and hold on any longer? Baijia asked calmly. The violent tilt of the hull just now made the cockpit a mess. Captain Tieshin straightened his tilted hat, looked at the multiple red warning signs on the display, and said seriously, if it was just the explosion of the turbine engine before, we could still wait for rescue on the shore. But just now, the bastards of Team Rocket destroyed the outer hull with a bomb when they left, and now too much seawater has entered the hull of the ST. Anu, we can only arrange for the tourists to leave in a lifeboat quickly, otherwise, once the ST. Anu sinks, no one will be able to escape. We can only do as you say. Baijia sighed helplessly. Just as Captain Tieshin said, once the hull sinks, none of the remaining 800 tourists will be able to escape. For such natural and man-made disasters, the power of an individual is too small. The serious tilt of the hull made the tourists on the ship realize that the St. Anna might be about to sink. When life is in crisis, the dark side of people's hearts instantly broke out, and the boat time was in chaos, even worse than when Team Rocket attacked. Everyone tried their best to ensure that they could board the lifeboat, but the ST. Annas only had 20 large lifeboats. Even if one lifeboat was overweight, it could only carry 20 people. 20 lifeboats could only take 400 tourists out of danger, and more than half of the tourists had to stay on the ship. No one wanted to stay on the sinking St. Annas. Pushing, shouting, and conflicts began to occur. Hsoka did not fight with the more than 800 tourists for the 20 lifeboats. That was unrealistic. In such a chaotic situation, even if he got the lifeboat, it would be too late. Once this huge ship of tens of thousands of tons sank, it would inevitably cause a terrifying sea vortex at the moment of sinking. At that time, all the lives around would be buried with the giant ship and sucked into the seabed by the vortex. After packing his luggage, Hsoka rushed out of the room. He took Lulu, Weevil, and Feebas. Pokeballs were all tied to the tactical belts around their waist with a buckle to prevent the Pokeballs from being lost due to possible accidents. Mr. Hsoka. A surprised female voice stopped Hsoka, who was avoiding the crowd and jogging towards the lower part of the cruise ship. It's you. Hsoka looked back and saw that it was Meichi, who had left a good impression on him, who called him. And beside her were Ash, Misty, and Xiaojing. Seeing that they seemed to want to ask something, Hsoka immediately interrupted them and said, There's no time to explain. If you want to live, follow me quickly. After that, he took the lead and ran towards the bottom of the right side of the cruise ship that was about to sink. Meichi followed without hesitation. What should we do? Ash scratched the back of his head, not knowing what was going on. Xiaogang pondered for a moment and said decisively, We will follow him too. Although we are not familiar with him, it is unrealistic to compete with so many tourists for a few lifeboats. If it takes too long and the whole ship sinks, it will be too dangerous. Xiaogang is right. Misty nodded in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the three of them immediately followed Hisoka's footsteps and ran towards the bottom of the cruise ship. Shisua took out 5 dive masks from his military folding backpack. This aqua blue transparent mask can filter the air in the seawater so that the wearer can breathe freely in the water without the bulky burden of the oxygen cylinder. However, the disadvantage is that the filtering function of this transparent mask can only last for 30 minutes, and it will automatically decompose in the seawater after more than 30 minutes. Hsoka distributed the dive mask to the 4 people who followed 033, and then asked, Who of you has a water Pokemon? If you have one, release it quickly. Meichi and Xiaojing shook their heads. I have Squirtle. Ash took out the Pokemon ball and released Squirtle. Misty took out 3 Pokemon balls and waved. Goldeen, Staryu, Starmie, everyone come out. Great, just one for each person, Hsoka said and released his Feebas. Although she has no skills and is very weak, she only needs to be able to swim at this moment. The 5 people put on the dive mask. Ash held Squirtle, Meichi held Staryu, Xiaojang held Goldeen, and Misty held Starmie. The 5 people jumped from the deck into the sea together. The right side that sank first is the lowest point at present, but at a height of 5 meters, jumping down will not cause any impact on the human body. Feeling a slight suction coming from behind his body, Hsoka shouted to the 4 people behind him. The Saint is sinking. We must leave the vicinity of the ship immediately. Otherwise we will sink with the Saint, and everyone nodded in unison and began to flap their legs up and down with all their strength. The water Pokemon they were holding understood the urgent situation at the moment and also swam forward with all their strength. The 5 people swam hard towards the front for a while. Since it was noon/night, it was the darkest time of the day. Especially in the vast ocean, everyone did not dare to swim too fast, because once you lose your way in the sea, it would be a very terrible thing. Under the leadership of Hsoka, everyone swam forward for about 15 minutes. Ash and others had a blank mind and only knew to follow the figure in front. It seemed that only by looking at that figure could they muster some confidence. It had been almost half an hour since Hsoka and others swam away from the ST. Anu. At this time, a loud bang came from the distance. Looking back, the 10,000-ton cruise ship ST. Anu, which could be called a giant on the sea, was cut off in the middle by the backflow of seawater. The harsh sound of metal breaking was creepy. As the Saint Anna broke, it sank faster and faster to the bottom of the sea. After another 5 minutes, starting from the bow, the huge figure of the Saint Anu almost disappeared at the sea level. The sinking of a ship weighing tens of thousands of tons brought with it a devastating man-made vortex. Even though Hsoka and the others were far enough away from the Saint Anu, they could still feel the suction of the sea water dragging them towards the area where the Saint Anu sank. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately swam forward to get rid of the suction of the seawater. Everyone, you can stop now. Hsoka's voice rang out on the dark sea. A beam of light suddenly appeared, and Hsoka took out a flashlight from the military folding backpack he carried with him and said loudly, "If you can see the light, swim to my side." "I can see it." That was Ash's voice. "We can see it too." The voices of Meichi and the others. The 4 swam to Hsoka's side, and under the illumination of the flashlight beam, the 4 people still had expressions of shock on their faces. Thinking about it, it was also scary. If they hadn't listened to Hsoka's words and left the cruise ship early, they might have really been buried in the sea with Saint Anu. The ST, and sank on the route to Lampu. Siso wiped the seawater off his face and said, "We can't swim anymore. It's too dark. We can only wait here. With such a big incident, the police will definitely send out support. We are not far from where the ST and sank. We will seek help after the sun comes out." Siso is now the backbone of the 4 people. Whatever he says goes. After what happened before, everyone trusts him very much. Siso looked at the time on his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. There were still 3 hours before dawn. It was very dangerous for people to float on the sea like this, and they were easily killed by the sea. Pokemon attack. Besides, if a person falls asleep due to fatigue, something bad will happen. But it doesn't matter. Everything is ready in his military backpack. Hsoka opened the backpack and took out a rectangular rubber strip that was flattened by vacuum packaging. This thing is actually an automatic inflatable hovercraft. It is easy to use. As long as you open the vacuum packaging bag, it will immediately expand into a hovercraft that can bear the weight of 6 people. In the surprised eyes of the 4 people, Hsoka tore open the package and threw the rubber strip into the sea. The next second, like a magic trick, a simple blue hovercraft appeared in front of everyone. Ash opened his mouth in amazement and muttered, This is too amazing. Let's get on the boat first. It's easy to be attacked by wild animals if you stay in the sea all the time. Pokemon attacked." After saying that, Hsoka took the lead in somersaulting onto the hovercraft, and then pulled them up one by one with his hands. Xiaojiang patted the thick rubber cushion layer and said with a smile, "I have seen this kind of self-inflating hovercraft at the exhibition held by the Salufa group. At that time, I thought the price was too expensive, so I didn't want to buy it." Ash looked at Hsoka excitedly with his eyes closed and said loudly, "Brother Hsoka, what do you do? It feels so cool." This kid is also a lackey. He always called him Hsoka before, but now after a few contacts, he has become Brother Hsoka. Hsoka is 3 years older than Ash, and he saved his life, so it's not too much to call him Big Brother. Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter? Ash was confused. It was the first time he had heard of this profession. Hsoka smiled and explained, "It's very simple. It's a profession where I work for money." "Oh." Ash smiled foolishly and scratched the back of his head. He felt that the mystery disappeared in an instant after such an explanation. After a night of horror and a desperate escape before, everyone who got on the hovercraft and gained safety felt that fatigue was like the sea water normal rushing over. Everyone felt that their eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. Ash and others fell asleep on the hovercraft. Hsoka also felt tired, but he still didn't dare to relax. The sinking of a huge ship like the St. Anne's, which weighs tens of thousands of tons, does not mean the end of the matter. The sequelae it brings should not be underestimated. Just like a forest fire will cause Pokémon in this forest to riot collectively, the sinking of a giant ship will also seriously affect the water Pokémon living in this sea area. Time passed by bit, and Hsoka, who had been keeping watch and dared not relax, finally couldn't resist the heavy sleepiness and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a bright sun was already hanging high in the sky. He looked at his watch, and it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Something is wrong. Haiso's face was solemn. It was too quiet around. No birds could be heard, and no fish or other Pokémon could be seen on the sea. Roar! A loud roar came from below the sea. The next moment, huge waves surged, and a huge snake-shaped, light blue Pokémon emerged from the sea. It had a huge mouth, and its sharp teeth shone like metal under the sunlight. What happened? The huge roar also woke up the sleeping people. When they saw the giant beast in front of them, they all showed horror. Misty's performance was the worst. She pointed at the beast and said, "It's Gyarados." When she was a child, she accidentally crawled into the giant mouth of Gyarados, which left a huge shadow on her young mind, causing her to tremble all over when she saw this ferocious Pokémon. Gyarados is the evolved form of Magikarp, and his personality is very easy to get angry. Even if it is Magikarps that trainers raise, personally will not obey trainers' orders after evolving into Gyarados, and some will even attack their trainers. You can imagine how aggressive wild Gyarados will be.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.